Forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of you. I've lost
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It's opening weekend for VCT Americas, and everybody is here. Clear your schedule, because we got ourselves an incredible Sunday doubleheader coming right at you. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. Welcome to VCT Americas right here in Los Angeles, California. I'm joined here at the desk. We got Bala, we got Mimi. We also have Ender yet again for some more carnage and chaos, because we're clear gluttons for punishment. Guys,
speak for yourself.
Well, I'm a glutton for punishment, clearly, because I got to deal with the three of you guys today. Okay, how you doing after the, you know, you gotta, they were coming at you yesterday.
I don't really want to be here. I saw cornhole out there. I want to go play.
That's how you know he's a father now. You want to go to the boba, they have like a food truck out. Oh, I just want to play some cornhole.
Got some drunken
You should
noodles.
move to Wisconsin.
Play some cornhole. That's all he wants to do, guys. All right, folks. So this weekend, we're throwing that block party that we were talking about. Right now, over at the parking lot, we got so many people out there full of attractions, booths, fans, and apparently clout vampires. That's a thing. Let's go ahead, though, and send it over to Smix, see what's going on.
Smix here with Troy at the iBuyPower booth, and I know you guys have a pretty cool aim lab setup going on, so tell us what it is.
Yeah, so basically we partnered with AIM Labs to make a recreation of the iBuyPower Ace from Cowan Zine. So it's his Ace on Split versus Sentinels, and why don't you go ahead and give it a try, actually.
All right, I'm gonna do it.
Sure. Okay, so basically the first guy is gonna peek you here elbow, and then, okay, nice. You're gonna work your way around sight, kill the two who swing you here, and then you gotta stop the guys who planted for heaven. Nice, and then you work your way back. Every time you get a kill, you get more time, and essentially you'll just keep racking up points and try and go as long as you can. Okay, gotta get the diffuser, nice. You gonna have enough time to get this one? Ooh, that was clutch. That was very clutch.
Thank you very much, Troy. Make sure to check it out at that iBuyPower booth.
The adrenaline was pumping.
She was, hey, you know what? I guess not only is she good at FPS games, but also she's got Faflaren to help her out as well. So, you know, a little Counter-Strike Pro. So you got all that stuff out there.
I knew she had it as soon as she
as soon as you see the keyboard there, she's like,
it's over.
Yeah, way to go, way to go. That's awesome. Good stuff there, Smix. It's a shame about the flub on the iBuyPower. I'm kidding. Okay, she's gonna kill me for that. Let's go ahead though and talk about what happened.
Dude, why would you? You're so mean.
Let's talk about what we witnessed here yesterday. I'm not mean. She's my homie. Okay, we kicked off stage one with Leviathan versus Cloud9. This one went the distance. Exciting game, but I tell you, did not go the way that people were expecting it to
Bala
go.
expected this.
I did not
He thinks that Leviathan is
expect
the bottom 11.
Yeah, that's a little harsh, but
That's crazy.
I definitely think the hype right now for Leviathan has died down to a lot, especially after this game, and I think it was already dying down before this event started, right? Not for you guys, but I mean, yesterday obviously we saw the proof in the pudding, because yeah, it just wasn't there.
I mean, it was insane from Cloud9, but then we went into the second game, which was a trouncing. NRG looked incredible. That second half of Breeze bringing it back with some incredible clutch moments. And then once we got over to Sunset, they looked great. They picked up that Sentinels comp. They were running it really well. It was clear that they'd spent a lot of time practicing. On top of that, Demon 1 hitting for him. He had his little debut on Raze and did incredible there as well.
Yeah, you can't forget, like, NRG, they lost that tough game back in Kickoff, and they had so much time to get on the grind. Like, this is a team that even back then, they didn't get to represent us on the international stage, but we knew they were going to be good, and having that showing versus Loud is just an instant, like, ring of success. You can have faith in this team.
I think it's kind of a difference between the two. Both were like a vibe check of the two teams that people were calling super teams, of who's really going to be up there, and I think NRG knocked it out of the park, but there's still kind of more to see from Leviathan if they can hit that mark that people expected at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll definitely be keeping eyes on that. But, you know, in regards to that Leviathan Cloud9 game, though, we had yesterday C9, you know, they went into overtime. It may have broken vanity, but this was one of the tweets he put out. Success isn't only measured by your life's accomplishments. It's also measured by the number of people you inspire.
Beautiful.
Be that light. You'll give others the confidence to do the same. There is work to be done in your community. Go be the change you want to see in the world. Now, that juxtaposed with what he said after the fact.
Is this an attempt at censorship?
Are you going to read this?
No, I don't think I will.
That's
but I will read Valorant is back, baby!
Is that you?
Yes, that is my face.
That's a lot of
Men
you.
overpeak. Men lose every fight. Men knife the diffuser.
Yeah.
True.
That's
Valorant's
it.
back, baby.
True things that were said by Vanity. Great. Vanity, I told you I was going to get it on the show, and I did just
I feel
that.
bad for him because every time he plays well, they lose. And every time
Literally.
he plays bad, they win.
Well, now he knows what they got to do. So that's it.
He's got one job, baby.
Keep it going, baby. Make sure you trash when you
Buy
get out
another
there.
judge in OT. You'll get it this time.
All right, folks, that go ahead and brings us to what's coming up today. Maybe some more shenanigans, maybe some more craziness. We got G2 versus EG, and then afterwards, it's going to be a social media manager's dream. It's Sentinels going up against 100 Thieves in another clout match. We love the clout matches, for sure, but I'm excited, though, for these two games. They're going to be excellent matchups.
It's rematch central, right? And
That's
the
right.
previous matches were so close between these two teams, even though you wouldn't necessarily have expected it. So we're definitely in store for some great Valorant today.
Yeah, it's going to be excellent. I'm pumped. We're all excited here. But what's also awesome is that this is going to be the first time that we are going to get to see Sentinels since their trophy lift. And we had a chance to speak with the team as well as some of the other Americas pros about that hard-fought win. Check it out.
We're coming back to LA from Madrid, where we just came back from winning Masters Madrid. This is my first time winning with the crowd present, and so being able to lift that trophy, seeing all the crowd like clapping, it's definitely something that I will look back on and remember for the rest of my life.
But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sen City, here to play, here to stay, and history has been made.
I would say the win is a really good sign for the region. It gives me a lot of faith that the Americas region is still extremely competitive on the international scale, and even at home, all the matches here are so close. So I think that a lot of the Americas teams can really compete at a high level.
Sentinels ter vencido o Masters foi muito bom pra gente, né, que mostra o poder da América, e a gente tava torcendo pra eles com certeza, principalmente pro Saci, né, que é brasileiro, né, como a gente, então a torcida tava toda pra eles.
Honestly, a super good look as a whole, like John QT moving up and just winning the first international event of the year just goes to show how deep the talent pool is over here.
Oh, and they on top. Our worst team could be, EU's best team sometimes.
Bueno, el hecho de que Sentinels haya ganado la Masters obviamente lo hace como difícil para todos los equipos de América porque prácticamente están asegurados en Champions. Es muy difícil que no clasifiquen y vamos a ser la única región básicamente donde vamos a estar peleando por 3 cupos en vez de 4.
I was rooting against them just for the sake of champion points. I don't want them to get ahead of us. But outside of that, I mean, I'm happy for them. I know what it feels like to win a tournament, so it's definitely the greatest feeling and the feeling everyone's been working for.
I would say it makes us even more motivated than before, just knowing what the feeling of winning is like and wanting to chase it again. At the same time, having the knowledge that because we won, teams are going to want to beat us, and using that to motivate us too.
Definitely a target on our back. I felt this experience before after winning Reykjavik. It's kind of the same deal, but I think this time we're going to be more prepared. It's time to get back into the Americas VCT League and get started.
America's on top thanks to Sentinels in Madrid after an incredible run. And yeah, I mean, you heard it in the piece. I think a lot of people do feel like this America's region, super competitive and for good reason. I mean, everybody is bringing it in this league here. And the parity between the teams, it's so small.
Yeah, I think I felt this immediately as we started kickoff. Within the first 2 matches, I feel like this is the best quality we put out for every single team in terms of depth here in Americas League. It is very high level and very competitive this year.
I think this is also a massive motivator in both ways for the other teams in Americas to really hunt down Sentinels, to be able to figure out how they play, to beat the best. But also, like Second was saying, when you're the best, staying up there is even harder. And that's a massive motivator for the boys on Sen as well.
Yeah, something that stuck out to me in that piece as well, King saying that, with Sentinels winning Kickoff and winning Madrid and having that points advantage, which we talked about yesterday, it will be very difficult for this team not to qualify for champs. So it's like he said, we're a region fighting for 3 spots rather than 4. That's going to make things very competitive, and it's going to set the stage quite nicely for this next matchup here. 2 teams that are going to be vying for that opportunity. One of them, a world champion. The other one, brand new to the league. You got yourself the 2023 champions in Evil Geniuses going up against G2 Esports. Now, Ender, this is going to be a fascinating matchup because these two teams have already played each other before, but this time around things a little bit different.
Yeah, and let's not forget, G2 also winners in their own regards.
That's right.
Winning challengers here to make it onto this stage. And when these two teams played the first time around, it was close. It was a 2-0, but both maps went the distance. OT on the first one, Icebox was a 13-11, where Jogamo busted out that deadlock. That was so crazy to see. But G2 really gave EG a run for their money.
I think it also set the tone for what to expect from both these teams. For EG, it felt like a continuation of previous, where they're really trying to set their own style, to cook things up. It was really reminiscent, for me, of the early season of EG last year, where they're pulling out all these interesting ideas, but it hasn't fully clicked yet in the fundamentals. So that makes me really excited to watch this team now in the main stage.
I think the expectation for them is to continue to punch way up, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have expectations with the roster that they put on paper, and everybody's like, this isn't going to work. It's not going to happen again. But I think we already
if it's
saw
the same story,
It'll be nuts.
And granted, like, it has to go over now 2 splits, right?
Sure.
It's an even longer season than last year.
But that could be a good thing in a way, right? Having all that time to really flesh things out. Because this is one of the, most of our teams here have had 1, 2 changes, have had a little shift. EG is really our only roster that is, well, there's a few others, but it's really the only roster with, like, no core. We're building it from scratch. But G2, on the other hand, this is a team that has been the same for so long and is now, after only playing a few matches, making a big change.
That's right. As you can see right there, we see Net being left from the team, and you got Icy is going to be taking his spot. And it's certainly, this is a team that has been known to be, the band of brothers, right? They've been together for such a long time, incorporating Leaf this season, but the core of this team had been together for a minute now. So it really is kind of, Ender, I guess, a little bit shocking to see this change coming in right as the season starts.
100%, especially after they played a week's worth of games, right? This is a completely new team now after the team that won champs or won challengers last year, right? With Leaf and with Icy now coming into the roster, and it's very interesting to me to see that change made, because I didn't feel, at least, that it was any kind of individual issue with this G2 team. I think that they played a fairly predictable style. They're playing heavy retakes every single round. And I think that's something that a team like EG was definitely taking advantage of. So the fact that they're just like plug and play and this is going to be the solution, I don't personally see it.
The thing is, I don't think they're expecting it to be plug and play. To me, it almost feels like, it seems to me from the outside, that the players and the coaching staff might have thought that the team needed a hard reset, that what was happening, what was consistently going on, what they had been building towards wasn't working, and they needed a big change to be competitive. Because this isn't something you're really going to do lightly, right?
Yeah.
Taking apart a roster that's been together for so long. We did hear rumors in the past about maybe Net not being with the team way back when, even before that Ascension run. So I'm not super surprised
out of all the
to see
people
a
they
change
might have
coming
replaced
through.
coming into G2.
Especially since his performance wasn't great in the first week. But I really doubt that first week performance is the reason this change happened. I imagine it was like a long time coming, with them feeling like they needed a reset.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking one of the things that it could be about is a different read on the meta as well, because Net, obviously, in the Sentinel role for them, Icy was playing a bunch of smoke. So if they wanted to take a position that is a little bit like allowed, for example, and playing no Senti comps, that could be a major motivator in terms of a meta read, in terms of a player swap.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see. Of course, matchup should be coming in a little bit here. But for more on G2's roster shakeup, let's go ahead and send it over to Smix, the pro aimer, who's standing by with Valen.
Good morning, Valen. Great to see you, and I know historically you've always usually played with the same group of boys and always talked about this ethos of playing with your band of brothers, but obviously recently there was a roster change. Could you share with us a little bit as to the reasons as to why?
Well, do you want the PR answer or the real answer?
I think we want the real answer.
Okay, the real answer is buy the G2 bundle, but actually, I mean, there's no bad blood within the team. Like, we've always enjoyed playing with each other, even towards the end. But some things just don't really go your way, and that's kind of esports, and that's being a part of a competitive team, right? In practice, boot camps, like, we didn't see the results that we wanted, and we felt that we needed a change as a team. And whether it's the right or wrong one, time will tell, but we still love Mike, and I hope he's still cheering for us, but we'll get this win for you, bro.
Thank you for the real answer. Good luck today.
Well, of course, Valen, just being upfront about things. I think, like, had to be difficult for him, you know, being the leader of this team, playing with these guys for so long. That's never easy, you know, having to say goodbye to someone you rolled with for so long.
I mean, all the way back at Reykjavik, like it's been years and years that it has been the same core.
Yeah, and I think people have been respecting that a lot, actually, getting a lot of flowers throughout the pro community, too. But to me, I look at this and I see Icy. I see him playing on the EG reserve roster last year. I compare it to Demon One coming in after a few matches. I don't know, man. It's something.
The thing is, I feel like that's you looking at the most optimistic possible thing, right? Not everyone can be a Demon One. There's a lot of talent depth here, but not every Tier 2 player is going to rock up to Tier 1 and blow the doors off. But it just can't happen. Maybe Icy will be great. Maybe he won't be, but I don't think we can expect that the reason this roster change was made was because he's going to be suddenly like the next best player in the world out of nowhere. He could be, but I think it has to be more around the team needing a change, something new like that, more to what Valen was saying in that interview.
Sure. Could this team, I mean, we've seen what this squad can do at Ascension and, you know, how they've achieved great heights. Do you feel like with this change, like, is it motivating to at least be like, okay, maybe they're thinking forward here. They're not just trying to, like, stay with the past, what worked before. They're trying to, like, move forward with this. Do we feel confident about this with Icy coming into the lineup?
Well, the thing for me with Icy is I haven't watched a game of his for, like, a year almost.
Yeah. Because playing with EG Reserve, he didn't play a single official,
secret,
right?
Yeah.
The hidden team. We heard they were doing well in scrims. We heard they were dominating the Champions.
And then they played one
team.
event and like got 0-2'd or something.
And that was after they got dropped by EG.
Yeah. Well, folks, let's actually learn a little bit more about Icy, but this time we're going to learn from his former teammate. We have Evil Genius's Apoth standing by with some mix.
Good morning, Apoth. Obviously, I know that you have a great game ahead of you today, and I'm specifically curious about Icy as he was a teammate of yours last year. What did you think of him as a player, and what do you think it is that he brings to G2?
I don't really want to comment on what I think about him as a player, but please buy the EG bundle, and today we're playing for net.
Sounds good. Buy the EG bundle.
Okay, I like it. People putting themselves out there.
Sorry, the bundles are the worst thing to happen to player interviews in the history of esports. Like, can you give us any? We haven't seen this guy play in a year. Can you give us any thoughts? No, buy the bundle. Yeah, great. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
For context, the reason we asked him that question is because Apoth played with this guy for over a year on EG Reserve, on the secret roster. He's one of like 5 people outside of other teams who scrim them who knows about him. But
no, buy the bundle. Yeah, thanks.
To be fair, I mean, he's his enemy now. Like, I'm fine. I'm kind of
fine. He'll say what he needs to say in the server, right? Maybe that's how that plays out. All right, folks. Well, no one knew what to expect from the 2024 Evil Geniuses roster. But here's the thing. They managed to, I think when they came out, a lot of people were really down on this team for good reason. You know, World Championship squad gets blown up. Roster's not together anymore. Then they come out and they start trying some new ideas. They're as we mentioned, the EG of old. And it's been really fun to see them cook in that regard. But I'm curious to see how much more they've developed with this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that came out with the deadlock on Icebox, then going into that series against Loud on Ascent, and they drop in the Cypher, right? And all of a sudden, Loud have no way to actually exec into sites. I thought their reads in how to counter that out was very, very strong. Even though it didn't net them the series win, they took down what was looking like one of Loud's best maps.
To me, to kind of expand on my previous point of why this is reminiscent of EG at the beginning of last year, it's because they have really good macro ideas. They had a great counter strat against Loud. Their Icebox deadlock comp, it's weird, but you can see the idea there, juggling around utility. Yep. It's clear that they're cooking. There's a reason they're making the decisions they are, but the fundamentals, the synergy between the players, those things still need work to be on level with top teams like Loud, to be able to do more than just take that map.
I would caution to not conflate maybe last year and what you're seeing in terms of the creativity about the meta and counter-stratting versus what actually we saw in 2022 with EG, which was a lot of counter-strat wins.
I mean, we did start with the same stuff at the beginning then, and it didn't end with the World Championship.
Right, exactly. And I think a lot of the time, like, a lot of that heavy prep can take a team that maybe is a lot lower of a level than other teams and beat out some of the overdogs in a sense, but not actually allow them to have consistency to beat them in the long run when Loud is stopping to do gimmicky stuff, when they stop going for, like, Phoenix and stuff on
and that's what happened the last 2 maps out series.
Oh, we disagree, apparently.
Yeah, you guys disagree.
Apparently, well, I don't know. So someone somewhere disagrees.
Are you in the room?
We have no choice in the matter. What I'll say, and hopefully I don't get the buzzer, is that I love... All right, we can move on.
goodness.
Well, you know what? Actually, we're going to keep the conversation going with EG. Let's talk about that boy Jog. I like that. There you go. Let's talk about that boy Jog. Jogamo, of course, one of the best duelists in the game, and he's always been that type of player that has no problem taking those risks, trying new things, like playing Deadlock, for example. It was pretty awesome.
Well, look, his Raze movement is best in the world, and his Deadlock, well, you don't need the movement, but it also looked pretty good.
I think we can say he's the best Deadlock player in the world.
Actually, factually.
Wait, can we get a buzzer or a ding? I don't know. Whether that's the best player in the world.
Loading.
There we go. We'll take it.
But this is the thing that I think is so unique to Evil Geniuses and the way that Potter sort of builds the comps that this team plays, because she'll take star players and she won't build comps around them. It's not, oh, Jagamo's Raze is insane, he's playing Raze every map. It's not Demon One's Jet's insane, he's playing Jet every map. It is Potter having a read on how she wants to play a map and then putting her players in the right place. And you have to have an incredibly flexible and willing roster in order to be able to do that. For a Demon One to play a Brimstone, for a Jogamo to play a Deadlock, but it works, and that is what I think gives every EG roster sort of that longevity, is the fact that they can play all these different styles, and it's not just a Raze for a Jet, it's completely different styles of agents, and they can switch on a dime just like that.
I think what's important, though, is that it is Jogamo, right? This guy is turned into a superstar back from when he was in 2022. He was still a very good player. He was a star. Now he's a superstar, and you're allowed to build comps around him regardless of what he's going to play, and he's going to fry in the server because his confidence has boosted way up in the...
For the record, he was a superstar in 2022. He was just like, he was LeBron on like a 10th grade.
What do you mean? That was still the most attention any athlete has ever gotten ever.
I don't know enough about basketball. Also, he wasn't.
I know he's no MJ.
You made a basketball reference, and honestly, I'm quite proud of you, Mimi. That was pretty awesome. All right, folks, once again, let's go ahead and send it over to Smix, who's outside at the block party, chilling over at the EG booth. What you got for us, Smix?
It's here at the Fan Fest at the EG booth with our lovely Christine. Christine, I have to say, the Sentinels booth over there, they had a pretty big trophy. Wait, what was that? Oh, the Champs trophy is a lot heavier. All right, I'll take a look. Carlos, you gotta help me because I hear this bad boy is very, very heavy. So I'm gonna need you to help me with this. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go!
All right, Carlos, additionally over here at the EG booth, we have a nice little setup here. I'm gonna let you take this and I just need to shoot this, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, check it out. You can be either as great or as bad as me. You'll find out in about 5 seconds. Carlos, I'll let you take the mic.
Going in for a first shot. Oh, she gets the first shot. One hit wonder.
Check it out. You can be as great as me. Over here at the Fan Fest.
I'm sorry. Did Smix just say, hey, I just want to go outside and do some stuff and grab a camera? What a G.
She's an aimer. What is that?
An aimer.
In server, out of server, sharpshooter.
Don't matter the game.
It's
you
funny
know?
because I saw in the hallway, like, after those things, she was like, I had so much fun.
I haven't seen the sun today.
And now we know why she had so much fun. And you should go outside. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and take a look. Yes, that is true. Everyone should go outside. Get some vitamins. In any case, so, folks, let's take a look at our class of 2024 rookies because the pool is even bigger. Thanks to some roster moves over in Stage 1, because now we add in Moose, now we add in Icy, but overall, I mean, gotta say, one hell of a class of 2024 for these rookies.
Yeah, the rookies have been going insane. From Oxy getting that win
John
yesterday,
won a championship.
EU having a great debut to 100 Thieves, and of course, John QT, first international, winning the whole damn thing.
Wild.
Pence did that too, though, so to be honest.
So true. So true. No, ding.
No.
I like it.
No,
I like it.
Well, you know, guys, listen. No, you can't be the soundboard guy, okay? You can't have all that power. That's dangerous.
One day I will be.
One
day I'll own this city.
I'm scared.
Well, guys, here's the thing, all right? We're going to have to make this graphic fit a few more faces because I don't know if you guys know this. There's a fresh crop of talent. That's right. That is on the way and could very well change the game forever. Check this out. With Stage 1 just getting underway, teams across the league are making big moves to shore up their rosters so they can make the cut for Master Shanghai and Champion Seoul. Here are some of the latest developments. Cloud9 has signed BRB, a rookie from Tier 2's Snack Attack. This duelist is always eating on the comms and puts out good vibes in the server. BRB can frag out like no one's business. That is, of course, until they go AFK after some questionable takeout.
I've never seen somebody eat an entire plate of wings during a game, but he did it.
MIBR recently picked up her support from the Tier 3 squad, Sad Boys. This E-Dater Flex exclusively plays healers. And don't let the name fool you, he is very single. You can always count on her support to be at your side during a fight and in a Discord call every night at bedtime. That's weird. Potter is ready to make waves with another exciting rookie. It's just a little guy. The EG coach scouted this hot prospect right when they signed up with their account. That means little guy is technically in Tier 0. But when that account hits level 20, they can hop right into ranks. So watch out, everyone. Leviathan is bringing up a mysterious player that goes by the name Manbay. We don't have any officials on record, but the streets are talking. And they say he's a beast on Rays and will smoog into any fight. And I know what you're thinking. He definitely looks a lot like King.
We were talking about strats and his mustache fell off. And he acted like it was no big deal.
This dude's entire salary goes to DoorDash.
A very eclectic group of characters that have been picked up across a variety of different teams. Got to say, though, I mean, you know, just seeing so much new talent now, Mimi. It's incredible. A little guy, he really just impressive.
I think Mambay's next up for real.
If he can keep that mustache on, I don't know.
They're winning it all.
Yeah, really, so long as the facial hair stays on, you'll be okay, buddy. I believe in you. All right, guys, well, you ready to go ahead and see where we're going for our maps?
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well. Let's move on with the show. Our coaches are ready for map select, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Alrighty, welcome to day 2. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. G2 will be Team A, EG will be Team B. G2, you will have first map ban.
We'll ban Sunset.
G2 bans Sunset. What would you like to ban?
We'll ban Bind, please.
EG bans Bind. And you have first map pick.
We'll pick Lotus.
G2 picks Lotus. And what side would you like?
We'll pick Attack, please.
EG picks Attack. And you have map pick.
Icebox.
EG picks Icebox. And what side would you like?
Defense.
G2 picks Defense. And you have one map ban.
Ban Ascent.
G2 bans Ascent. And what would you like to ban?
We'll ban Split, please.
EG bans Split. Decider map will be Breeze. And what side would you like?
Defense.
G2 selects Defense. All right, best of luck today.
We got Lotus, Icebox, and if necessary, Breeze on the docket. What do we feel about this series? How do you feel?
Well, number one, I'm very happy that G2 is not allowing Sunset in the pool.
That's wonderful.
They had an addiction at the beginning of this year.
Every single series it was there. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then the other thing I noticed is Pollard taking a little pause there, and then she confidently says Icebox. I'm wondering if we're seeing the deadlock. I think there's more cooked there than.
You think they might change things?
Yeah,
See, I was thinking
so.
G2 might change things because they were playing the Brimstone on Icebox back in the kickoff, which, I mean, it's like some ideas back that Mech were playing back in the day. It's got sweet retake. You can create some one-ways and stuff, but. No, I didn't.
You love Matt. He loves Matt.
I do, but I did not like that Icebox confidence.
No. That's fair.
Icebox. That
That's
is not
fair.
a thing.
Well, what about you? How do you feel?
Yeah, I think Icebox is a real interesting one for me because I think that's the map we're seeing in the pool with like the most comp variety right now. And I think it's a good chance to see both these teams' unique look. Is G2 going to continue with the Brimstone stuff? Are they going to go to something more standard? And what is EG cooking? They always have a surprise when you give them prep time.
Yeah. Really what I want to see from G2 is more strategic diversity. I think especially on their defensive side, regardless of comp hump, they were so happy to just play like heavy numbers retakes, you know, like backing up. What are you talking about? Did you watch the games? Person that's pressing the thing? If you've been pressing a thing?
I love it. I love it. Enders is getting, our analysts are getting harassed by sound effects. This is incredible. All right, folks. Well, we are out of time. So let's go ahead and get this Sunday started because we got some great matches. It's G2 versus Evil Geniuses. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Day 2 of VCT America starts right now.
This setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Doesn't get away with the second. How on earth has Leaf done that? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clutch moment from Superman. He does it again.
G2 is a interesting one. I haven't played against their new roster. I know they're bringing in Icy. He's the one person that I've seen drop a 40 bomb in a scrim, so that's pretty intimidating, but it's his first time playing on stage, so I think we'll use that against him.
So the first match against EG, this is actually my old team. I was on the reserve team. This is a little bit of a revenge match for me. Yeah, I think their main strength is the individual firepower. I think any given player could make a hero play or win them around.
He's good for those three. It's clean.
They're strong, but I do think we can beat them.
I definitely think their strength is like their IGL. Like he's definitely like making sure all their players are in check.
Chance here. Okay.
30 seconds left.
No. Jump spot as well. Good discipline. Klaus is off to the side here. No way, Valley. No way for him.
Biggest threats on EG, I'd have to go Jogamo. He is very versatile as a player because he can play any agent, it seems like. Like, you know, he's on Deadlock one day, and that other day he's playing Raze and Jet, and he looks like a superstar in all of them. So shout out Ja, he's definitely like the go to that team.
Riot Games Arena, it is time to get this Sunday started. Please welcome on stage our first team. It is G2.
Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you survive the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this ton of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a wild west. We ain't faking what I claim, it's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. Yeah, we G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, by the
And let's give a warm welcome to G2's opponents. It is Evil Geniuses.
G2 and Evil Geniuses have met before at the Americas Kickoff, and it was an EG 2-0. Does G2 have what it takes to be able to topple their foe, or can EG just have history repeat again?
Look, it was a 2-0, but these games were close. We saw multiple OTs on the first map, the second one a 13-11 on Icebox, but now we are headed into a series and a first map that neither of these rosters have played this year. It is two brand new looks for these two teams.
I'm looking to see exactly how much time and how much they've actually been able to implement both sides, right? One with a new player on the team, and then one, EG, which you heard the crowd cheer for Potter, would be one of the only teams that has the coach more cheers than anything else. But this team cooks, and how much better are they going to have gotten? Because back what you said, Ender. These teams were so even before.
And for G2, I'm wondering, what's the big change? What's the reason behind bringing Icy into this roster? What can the guy bring? He's been on a roster under EG where he was playing no officials. He's played so few matches in the last year, but he's been scrimming a hell of a lot. And there's a reason that teams have been impressed by the guy. This is his chance to showcase it.
I feel like seeing Icy versus Apoth is so cool if you know the backstory of them both being on the roster together, but also two players with a bit of excitement behind them. I don't know, I've been following Apoth for a few years now and just love to see what he does.
The guy was sick like on 2022 EG.
Literally. But then, you know, it had been a while. He's back here on the stage next to Icy, or I guess across the stage from Icy.
And that's also going to play a role in this as well. Let's not forget, I mean, this is Icy's first time playing on a VCT stage, so it's kind of a big deal.
But he's played against EG so many times.
I mean, this is the team all year he was scrimming. That's the reason the EG reserve roster existed, to help EG.
We got some info, too, from Derek a moment ago. He said, this is the only guy I played against that dropped a 40 bomb. And back then, Derek would have been playing on 100 Thieves. So, like, there's some info here. I think I see somebody who's really, really hyped up behind the scenes. And let's see if there's a reason for it or if it's all just talk.
You get a little spoiler there, but Leaf is going to be switching over to the Sentinel role now. Previously, from the Duelist, he's always been a flexible guy. He can play anything. But I'm questioning how the rest of these G2 guys are going to fill in. Who's swapping over to that Duelist role? That's the answer we're going to get in a second.
Yeah, we'll be getting this agent select in a moment here as the team set up and get ready. So everything can be squared away for this matchup. EG, G2, of course, as we mentioned, familiar with one another in more ways than one. But Ender, there's certainly going to be something fascinating here as we get ready for this agent select.
Yeah, you're going to have reads, but also you know that there's flexibility with everyone. I think talking about Leaf switching things up is maybe a little surprising, but also Leaf is a guy that back on C9, he was playing Viper, he was playing Sky, he was playing all that stuff on top of the Duelist.
And Icy's playing the Duelist.
Yeah. Put some pressure on the guy right away.
So that's literally the reason to make a roster change right there. Like if Icy's just playing Duelists on even just a handful of maps, like
and then you can take that pressure off of Leaf and have him, you know, maybe even be the backup for like, you know, the LMS situations and stuff like that. Like there's a lot that they could do with this.
And you talk to Leaf, he's like a guy who loves the flexibility. He loves getting to switch around roles. He doesn't like play a ton of ranked, but he watches so much Valorant. He's really a second voice in this team.
And I wonder as well how this actually unlocks Trent to play a lot more Initiator constantly, right? Because this is a guy who a lot of times was flexing to that Viper. A lot of times he was flexing to not play the Initiator role for the team. So I'm very curious how that's going to go as well.
It feels sort of like in this meta, Trent is almost locked into that place of a second smoke agent on a lot of maps because that just is the go-to, and especially on a map like Lotus. But it is going to be the Fade for him. So I feel like Scout Initiator, whether it's the Fade or the Sova, that has always been Trent's bread and butter.
And it looks like both teams just going to lock in that like standard Fnatic comp. A lot of the NA teams switch over to the Sky here, but the Fade has always been solid. This is a map for me where we're not going to see a ton of the counter-strat, the prep. Neither of them have played in an official before. This is a lot more about how are the fundamentals locking in.
I think that's for sure. Obviously, there's no footage out there of both teams on this map, but the Cypher here is something that we're seeing, I think, EG go for a lot now. You saw it way back on the Ascent as well. This is not a common pick, but it's one that is viable on this map for sure.
And it's very common for Apoth. He's great on this role.
All right, folks, well, this is it. We're ready for our first match of Sunday. Riot Games Arena, why don't you go ahead and make a little bit of noise as we send it to your casters. In another life, they were once called the Legion of Doom, but today they're just Vancillion Riv.
I still think that just Vancillion Riv is still pretty cool, though, don't you think? But I'm really, really stoked for this game today, Riv, because we have a debut of Icy now on the VCT stage, and at the same time taking the Duelist role, while you have some changes from Leaf going to the Sentinels. We'll see today now if those changes will be the missing pieces for G2 to get the revenge against Evil Geniuses when they lost to them in at Lock-In.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while. There you go. It's been a while since both teams have gotten their hands dirty in the server. And now we're back for VCT Stage 1, so we'll see what they've been prepping, what they've been playing. Lotus rarely on both of these teams' chart for the past few months and even before the year. Yeah. But obviously have been scrimming it. Let's see what we got as we hop into game now. Got that Viper wall up towards A as expected. They can continuously play pressure off that, but let's see how G2 is going to receive this. 4 leaning towards that A side, ready for Baby Door Explosion if they get knowledge of Rubble, but it's going to be a quick B entry. Not too easily done, though.
A quick stop indeed. So now this pressures EG to work towards this A side. Door is going to get open, revolving on the A side. Big paranoia out on the defense. And really, G2 is currently shutting down any push coming out from the Evil Geniuses, leaving out Superman alone. But he's not going to be able to go in the clutch against 4 players alive of G2 after winning their pistol.
It looked like all the focus was going to be ready for A, but still having 2 towards that breakable door. They turn around, they absolutely decimate who's trying to come into B once that wall goes up from the defensive side. You see that getting placed again, and there's the wall. They actually didn't get tagged by it too much, just APOT there. But that timing, the timing is what it was all about for G2 to be able to collapse on what EG wanted to do. So EG looked to kind of spread the map a bit. Distraction at B with a slight lurk that would have been towards A on that round. Completely snuffed out by G2.
A great start too, though. First pressure that Icy gets, already gets a kill and an assist on that, shutting down the B side attempt from EG. Forcing them now on a full eco. 2 shares to work with and controlling orbs at least on one end. There's a deep alarm bot out for Mound here.
Been seeing it a little bit more.
React to it. Yeah, they just listen to the noise and trying to figure out if EG is going to try to pivot somewhere else.
Letting him walk into the util. No Omen smoke here to stop them for now. They got the Viper orb. Easy control there. Then the Omen smoke will follow, just to delay a little bit more on that timing as the smoke will go down. So G2's playing this one patiently. They already have a good push onto Rubble and Icy. 2 big frags to start off this one.
Yeah, interesting enough how that was being played here for EG. They were watching their backs, afraid of some sort of push in front of B. So once again, very similar storyline to the pistol. Losing the players on the initial push, they're forced to work in the opposite direction where the numbers are left. Already damaged inside the site. At least a plant will be nice.
30
in
seconds
the checkbox for EG in this eco.
Gotta be deep. They're looking to hide in this one. Trent starts it off.
Yeah, too much util right now for EG to really get set up in a post plan and get anything done. At least they have a Bulldog. An upgrade for Superman is currently playing towards the water. So first contact will be Derek. Both of them once again working together in the clutch and instantly denied by G2. A great start. A strong on a pistol, a great conversion on the second one for G2. And it looks like a pretty strong bonus round going into the third.
And Icy's ready to get going. It's just a Sheriff on the first round for Icy with the nade, the signature for a raise. Second round, buys up on the Bulldog, gets a few frags at Rubble, charging up the Showstopper already. And G2 played this one calm. A good plant, however, by the side of EG. They're going to be able to use a bit of that money coming in next round to make sure everything is ready to go to see if they can pull back on the bonus. Get a quick tech pause as we feel it. We feel it.
Yeah.
See 3-0-1 right there on the board. Valen 3-0. Really calling the A strats off the start for G2. Patiently being able to hold. We saw the Viper orb into Valen, delaying with the smoke as well. So they have the ideas to slow EG down.
Yeah.
Will Jogamo start being Jogamo and blast past all of this? It's one of the tried and true things you can always expect to see. If VG's getting forced to play slow, they'll start to play faster on their own terms.
And as you can see right now, it looks like it's a small in-ear issue with the rookie right now on the stage, Icy. So that'll get resolved very soon. About a minute wait. And as I say that, already 50 seconds, because that took me 10 seconds, right? So it's not going to be that long. But we'll be able to get in now and finally figure out what EG will try to do in the gun round. But at least when we start things off right now for G2, I find that the map pool is going to be quite decent with them to start things off on Lotus. A 3-map site, a great way to default a little bit more and really allow players like Icy to dip his toes in the server and get comfortable here on the big stage. Well, same thing for Leaf, right? It's a whole big role change going into a Sentinel. Although it doesn't really feel as of yet that they're really being challenged yet. So that's a great way to kick things off.
And I like that point about G2 getting the rounds, the map, the momentum here on Lotus, because you don't know what EG is going to do on Icebox. It's going to be maybe Jogmo on Deadlock again. Maybe they change it as they showed you that and want to pull away from it because they have something else. Yeah, Lotus will be a nice boon for G2 to be able to put under their belt and start this series off. Starting off, good frags, like I said, for Icy Valen. 3 away from the Showstopper there. There's a focus towards C, but more of a default across the map, as this A push is constant orb farming just for Icy to get him online.
Exactly. Farmed a lot of kills in the first 2 rounds, getting really close to the Showstopper. You saw at the beginning of the round 2, Apoth was looking for a lineup to at least place a cage or a camera, get a little bit of pressure towards the B sign. So EG once again trying to hold a default, working different extremities around the map, breaking utility on the C side first, turret down. And it really doesn't force G2 to swing out yet. They maybe want to use the alarm bot as their first wave to use util. But it's EG that puts the first step.
Yeah. Not in a position to commit just yet. EG trying to source out some utility, find what else they can take. They actually have not heard the alarm bot or the mollies, which is now cooking Jogamo.
And that allows Leaf to swing out right there as he was trying to escape. Leaf was able to line up two quite quickly with util on top of that. And once again, EG had to backpedal into the opposite direction. At least for now, though, there's only VALORANT that's playing it very passively to get information first so that G2 could play the numbers on a retake. Nature unfortunately down to 12 HP as he was trying to scale up here towards this A side. EG, the plan continues to try to finish towards the B side with 10 seconds left on the clock. Prowler to scale out, spotting nobody in the site, and G2 is okay of giving this up.
Spike planted. Where are you?
So there will be noise and pressure here as the revolving door gets hit on this C site.
And again,
trying to keep them back at bay, so it'll give a chance for the defenders to swarm back up here, come out from the B heaven side. There's that paranoia initiated. It's going to hit one, but Nature is playing the off angle. Almost got that one into Jonah B, but the trades are great for G2 once again. They convert the bonus round to get 3 on Lotus.
Really, really neat. Look at the pings on the mini-map right now. I was just going to talk about this. Really neat positioning. Remember, just in the first few rounds, the alarm bot was far outside C, where they could attack it, then know they took alarm bot down, play with a little bit more space. Pushing in that time, they found turret, but not alarm bot, not the mollies. It eventually became their demise once they found out those mollies were ready to cook a little deeper in sight. And they have to either blast up towards Waterfall or go all the way around Bend to make that work if this is going to keep changing on that C side. We'll see how they actually position the alarm bot this time. It does look like they are again maybe going to put it outside. Hasn't even set it down yet. It's actually over towards B. So another change up of where that alarm bot's going to be. They've put it right here at that B side now. And it's going to be another look towards C here for Evil Geniuses with a little less map control. And this A info is giving G2 so much to start with every time.
Well, EG's already lost Superman towards the C side too. So as Leaf was jiggling for information towards the mound, I'm sure he instantly popped one. And yeah, these nanoswarms, it's really just to not allow EG to get across here towards water or get heavily damaged until they get to the wooden ramp. Yet Nature still gets the opener.
Good push.
Jonah P answers right back. 3 players spamming through the wall from Waterfall just to try to damage, prevent the spike from getting planted, but it will go down. With the last 2 pushed up towards the spawn is Apoth, denied here by Trent. And now you're alone, not gonna work out with the Sheriff. G2 are not really giving EG any chances to not only get into sight or set up or even move in as a whole team in there because they're losing a lot of players in the beginning of these rounds for EG side.
Yeah, incredible teamwork right now for G2. They got flooded in sight, backed up to play more of a retake after they lose Leaf, and just continue to take the site back together. EG trying to push forward and maybe grab a gun, but it was a flood on that defensive spawn side for G2, which did not allow EG's encroachment into that area to work. All right, guns across the board again, 4 in a row. G2's post plants so good right now on all these diffuses.
Yo.
It's going to be that showstopper up for Icy, and now they're going to attack C this time. It's been quiet from G2's defensive side on this area until now.
It's a nice call, though, because we're so close to the ultimates. Opportunities for EG to swing things in their side by leveraging ultimates on the side of Jogimo, and they want to contest it. A as they push it up towards the Rumble. Nature gets popped. And once again, you lose that control on one extremity, you have no choice. You have to try to make a move now on the other end. And they know they've been pressured a lot for EG towards Mount at the beginning.
And they're ready for B. They have eyes everywhere on the map right now. G2 is so ready.
But Jogimo picked up the orb on the C site. So definitely, especially that. Nanoswarms came out preemptively. Might give a chance here for Jaw to satchel in. But they've lost Apoth on the lurk. There you go towards the sky, lands it onto Leaf, down to 20 HP. Jonah P lines up the 2, entering quite easily, and there's a showstopper in retaliation from Icy. And G2 now have 5 in a row on their map pick.
And they're keeping 3 alive. They're keeping quite a few alive on these rounds, so the bank is good. That means they can take the chances. They can go to farm these orbs. They can keep pushing extremities with the C play they have, where Icy was one of the big factors. They've been able to push A and use that grenade, or use the raise nade to get positioning on Rubble. They're still able to do it with just Trent, just Valen.
Boys. Let's go, boys. Big ult round.
They're just vibing right now.
EG calling a timeout, and this is giving me flashbacks of Kickoff, actually, when they were playing on Sunset, and G2 had a very one-sided start. And it came down to 2 early timeout burns from Potter. And then you started seeing EG coming back here in the second half to really battle it back on Sunset. Will it be the same story right now on Lotus? Really, it seems like Christine has figured something out, or at least trying to figure out how they could iron out those funnies of their default play, because they're realizing the heavy pressure that G2's bringing out on either extremities. Yet last round was both at the same time when EG had the gun round. We're really close to these ults. So EG's coming out with a new surprise. Should I say G2 coming out with a new surprise this time around too, on how aggressively they want to play on defense.
They seem to always have 2 together, where there's the rotation now actually back towards Icy and Valen over towards A. We just saw that again being Trent and Valen as Icy went C. But it seems like they're just using that buddy system so well. And if Leaf can't control, they back up and make sure everyone's together. See if EG can break that defense. Quick haunt over out of B. They're able to destroy it. And they have to be very wary about this control. They've seen G2 here every single time, and this low buy means they're going to creep up even slower.
Uh-oh. So much utility being thrown here towards the A side. It's countered back by a Nightfall that gets information on 3. So that's the call for EG to move inside B for a plant. And you know, off these timeouts, EG is not afraid of using these ultimates when they have a lower buy. Look at the forward pushes towards the spawn because of that information. We're moving behind enemy lines here for EG, but a rotate comes back from G2 out at the Hobbit door. 4 players streamlining in, traded out to start things up, but EG takes the lead, at least in the situation. Head-to-head, out towards the heavens. Derek then answers back onto Valen. It's doable now for Joggimo and Derek of EG against Trent and Jonah P, who does have the pit. Forced to fight out against Joggimo, back towards the waterfall. The tap on the spike, the wall comes up, isolating one of the 2 players remaining of EG. Hot now being thrown out. Derek marks them both. Oli has his share, lands the first shot, and now it's ticking down on that spike. Derek hears the tap, swings out, and gets it! The clutch master is once again back here for Evil Geniuses!
Derek with an amazing weight. The patience there. Playing all the mind games necessary to pull the round into EG's favor. It took everything. And it has just about each one of these rounds to put down G2 just this one so far. 5-1 after that shot. And we start round 7. Operator in the hands of Joggimo. The timeout for EG paying off big here. Can they get the momentum? Oh, Icy, cold, shuts it down.
A big start, it's quick on that A site. Even once again, Lurk denied on B. And as that momentum you thought was gonna come back from EG from that Thrifty, it gets instantly stopped by G2's, again, forward position on the A side Rubble.
And now with no map control, losing A path towards mid as well, they have to regain a little bit of an idea of where EG could be pushed up.
You have a great idea. I mean, that smoke
rather.
was thrown towards the C side.
Yeah.
And then you have an alarm bot. You'll know for sure if somebody's moving in from Mound. Then the Prowler came out towards front B. So nobody is moving from EG, even continuing their focus of 3 players playing semi-passively towards the A site to try to deny EG moving up here towards A.
And the G2's aggression has been constant, right? Even for the save round there, the pressure they got on Rubble, Derek Nightfalls to return the favor and try to get back. I'm sure they'd love to have Nightfall here on this buy round. To be met with Trents, Jonah P's already ulted C. G2 are not holding back, and this tree hit's gonna have to work for EG.
At least there is a snake bite being dropped here at the drop area. The pressure coming in, Icy Gets flooded from the left side by Nature. Here comes the attempt of a plant. You heard VALORANT coming out for the TP from the shadows to support quickly for G2. Coming out towards the drop. Spraying with the Odin. Superman falls, and once again, EG will have to try to go for a clutch. A 2 versus 4. Snakebite on that spike, denying the first point. Leaf not opting to use his lockdown yet. Everybody's just spraying across. Still being quite annoying with these doors. Nature finally gets the pick. A second one there on the Jonah feet. A third! And he gets the ace! What a clutch coming out for Nature! That's 2 clutches in a row! Tying in with an iBuy Power Ace!
You can't ask for any more from these players. That is going to snuff the momentum of G2 completely. Sure, they have money to buy here. They're going to be calling a timeout. But the mentality that G2's had over these first few rounds, to lose to clutches like that, the ace on this one as well. Nature opened up the site with the first kill. So already a pivotal frag in the round to make sure that A was something that they could work with. But then to ace the round?
Like this.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
And now we have a timeout being called by G2. So with this timeout, it gives us a chance to talk about iBuy Power. I mean, with that ace, you just could follow their socials as they're giving away a free PC using the iBuy Power aces I currently see here on the VCT stage.
Yep.
So make sure you check out their socials and have a chance to win a PC.
And thank Nate.
Dude, I feel like every time I'm casting these games, we got so many aces. Does iBuy Power like to work with me or not?
I don't know. It's ever looming. The aces will be plentiful here. We gotta have the kickback. Gotta have the kickback now from G2. They've got to show us something. The longer the round goes, it seems like EG is able to get a better foothold, at least a little closer on the positioning, and then make their attack that much stronger because they're at the front door. The rounds G2 had a hold on, the rubble push was coming in from Icy. They were already getting frags. C was on lockdown. Nobody would even get towards B. Apoth was blocked by the wall. But things have changed after that timeout Potter called. And now we're into round 8. Not as much push pressure on the extremities here from G2, and that will give EG the room they're looking for. Fast play, little spray, and Jogmo's in.
At least there's no alarm bot this time around to do the double damage on these nanostorms, so we get through it quite easily, but instantly Leaf pops down the lockdown, pushing them back. Jogmo gets detained, but he's going to be safe for now.
Yeah.
Gives a chance now for EG to re-hit if they want to. So the paranoia will slowly set in for G2.
Yeah.
They'll make the first noise for EG, though, by grabbing this orb on the C site.
This wall we have every time coming in. You see on the backside, Icy's trying to play that. The wall's been used a few times by Nature off the play, so you have to wonder, is somebody pushed up? Are they going to be around a corner? And that's just the kind of added pressure you can get with this Viper wall all the time. Goes up, and they'll have pretty clear movement on Rubble here.
Especially then when that initial pressure came out from EG on the C site, they can't really get that A site control that they've been doing so well here for G2. So all 5 players of EG grouped up.
30 seconds left.
Using a smoke towards the staircase, now making themselves heard. Opening the revolving door and executing towards the A site. It's going to be open for a plant. Although, there's Util coming in. The satchel's out from Icy. Clears out, at least a pop, but gets instantly traded out by Nature. Then the frags are coming in favor of EG. Plat now in, out for the tree side. 2 players left alive for G2. And that's Leaf and Jonah P with barely any utility left. The only thing Leaf has here is Timmy the Turret. He wants to use it with the door. Making sure, though, that he clears out the backup rubble. Let's see if this roll suits him.
Too many.
Too many on both sides.
Just too many.
Surprise on every single door. Jonah is now alone. And with the money that you see in the bank currently for the rest of G2, he's definitely going to try to save the weapon. So far being hunted down by Nature.
Yeah.
But no matter what, the round will go to EG.
Big smoke up top from Superman, kind of forcing EG to fly into the site. 2 going drop, too. You would think maybe a few more dropping with Icy there, if he's going to go close and just look for a kill right there on the backside of sight. But yeah, I also think that G2 didn't expect EG to have that many in sight. They were all looking towards drop spot, ready to defend as G2 did a flood retake, and it just did not count. So EG 3 in a row now, and it will finally be able to get a little bit under the skin of G2. We see the low armor coming in here. You might be buying for rounds to come, too. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Bucky,
half buy.
Stinger. So they're going to look to have a little bit more in the future.
There.
Because they're going to try to really get the focus of this orb now for Icy. Being damaged down to a little bit of a snakebite, down to 24 with a spray too. And the other players pushing forward. Yes, they'll have a showstopper now, but with low HP, this is still a tough condition for G2. Buying around that rifle that was safe by Jonah P to try to win the round. The wall bangs are coming across. There's that paranoia. Nature and Superman working in tandem, dropping
Great
two
fight.
players of G2 and forcing those players back.
Good control. This is one of the rounds EG finally gets to kind of absorb this G2 aggression. They've actually been losing quite a few members at that first Rubble fight. And they go back to C. This has been the entry. Jogamo's just feeling comfortable on this hit.
I didn't know that Leafy's there with the Bucky. Forced to play a different angle by the waterfall, and EG understands that, so they're going all the way around towards ramp. We'll take the free site, the free plant. And the biggest damage they could do here is at least Icy with his Vandal. Sees Nate combo, but the Seas misses. So will not do any damage here to EG on the pulse plant. Here comes a swing finally. They do get the contact onto Derek. A chance now, potentially, if they're able to drop one more and utilize this showstopper. But Leaf just fell. Icy and Trent now, high and low on the right side of the C site. And it's not looking good at all here. EG able to score now 4 rounds in a row in their favor. And we're finally starting to see a game quite early in this first half of Lotus.
Incredible that they're instantly able to pull around 4 in a row, because it wasn't coming from a lot of the frags in the round. It was the post plants, right? This EG wasn't able to get into those first few fights. The first blood goes towards G2, and then it seems like the round fell apart too much. EG's doing a really nice job of playing a bit more of the map before they start to play the site. And that's one heck of a call to be making, especially when you're just 5-0. Figure out what the right one would be to grab 4 back in a row. Icy still with that showstopper now, a lot healthier to start this round off, but he's going to meet Jogamos as well. And there could be face-to-face right here.
Showstopper out, counter showstopper on both ends. Who hits who?
Wait!
At least it's guns instead. Instant trades on both sides. Hat coming out to get information, and now it's thrown here by APOC. Knowing now that the A side is open, but Superman's trailing far behind still. Door closes, time wasted. Valen in the drop spot. Just around the corner is Nature. There's a first sprays now hit by the snake bite. He's manages to find a spot where he's okay. Superman finally trying to go for a plant, but taps first. Trying to see if G2 is going to swing out, and they do. Managed to get a snake bite kill onto Derek. 45 seconds left. Door reopened now by Superman. 8 HP left. Dang. As they're going to try to pivot towards the B side. TP across, and now Nature cuts the rotation. There's that first and second, but instantly Trent trades it out. The attempts now towards the B site, now down. Throws out a smoke as Superman, now plays inside of it and around. First contact will be Trent, there's that first, and instantly there. Valen sprays through the smoke to trade it right back.
Quick flick there to end it, but yeah, EG again on the verge of taking another one, and that call to switch it up, but have the clothesline, the cutoff there coming in really big, almost able to capitalize. The ults is starting off, not coming up with too much, but gave him the space to want to be able to get into the site, play over towards A to start things off. These A fights have just been wildly chaotic too. Everybody's dropping into site right away for G2. I don't know if EG can use that to their advantage, but it seems with that and the util, they were able to get out that time from G2. This makes it seem very tough, and they get that post plant back in order. C push and A push again, it seems. No, just the deep alarm bot going out again over towards that C side.
What will that do right now as it's being posted up? Giving a chance now for EG just to once again farm a free orb, and that's going to be in the hands of Jogamo. Nightfall available and ready if EG wants to use it. Apoth once again trying to find late information. Cage to come up. Here's the shots coming out from front B. It's a bait shot from Trent here, so now Icy could battle it down head to head. But Apoth knows better than to peek. EG still trying to break some util towards the C site.
They're trying to work off a few of the precedents they've seen G2 make. You know, somebody pushed A a few rounds ago. Mid had a little bit of pressure that Apoth just kind of saw. But G2 is playing pretty safe right now, all things considered, with the way they've shown the past few rounds. EG is going to get that time down to about 30 seconds. Looks like we're going to get a crash onto A. Slow movement in towards rubble. Jog's pretty far away, so the team's going to have to do this on their own. It didn't stop Nature before.
Now a couple of them are going to get hit here by the Nightfall. Paranoid also comes out here to counter out and hold the push. 20 seconds left on the clock. EG has to now move inside the side. Counter Nightfall out on the defensive side. Numbers are down even. Make that an advantage for EG.
10 seconds
Plat
left.
now successful. You mentioned Jonah P being too far. And now he's going to have to try to retake it inside an attacking Viper's pit. So now he has to think on his toes. No util to work with, and he just made some noise. So they know that he dropped down towards the rope. As he walks in, gun first, Nature fires first, and EG win the round.
Last round
Just sourcing the map for information and playing off it. Really nicely done. They've had a few rounds EG has starting at C, getting themselves back in, and these fights over at A just have been their bread and butter to end some of these rounds. Real happy with the way the rest of this one's been going, especially to stave off G2 after they quickly pull back around. That's gonna do a little ditty on G2's money for this one, and they're on a low buy for the last round of the first half. 4 on C. Let's see if they play the fake. Do they let somebody go out, play a little aggressive, and then trap EG with the rest of G2's members in the site? Oh no, they're just waiting family photo style. High-low here.
Quite crazy about Superman's the one running up to tap on the orb, seeing there a trap play coming out from G2, but he's doing that with the spike on his back. Finally, leaves it behind for Derek. Goes for a second attempt. G2 staying patient. And Joggimo now at the point. Paranoia behind to support.
Yeah.
Prowler 2 towards the front.
Repeat of last round. A little bit less aggression on what the utility of C offered, but that's good enough.
And the Haunt as well, getting so much information. Now Valen alone has a Vandal at least. Spraying back into smoke are both teams. It looks like EG decides to pull back. Towards the C side of 1v1, nice little snake bite. Flushing out Leaf. So unfortunately he falls. And he gives the whole site open now for EG. A TP out from Valen, but it's a 1 versus 4. Stopped right away, no plant needed as we tie up the game 6-6 on a half.
In that last round, you see Nature just mollying out one player, right? Finding out where they could kill Leaf. Other kills on the other side. Just dissecting where G2 is hiding. That's what EG was doing that map to bring back 6. Absolutely figuring out how G2 was defending. And we got a game on our hands now.
Oh yeah. And definitely we're seeing EG playing a lot more slowly. Just want to make sure the aggression's not there, but at least they get it. But before we start the second half, let's hear from G2's IGL Valen and get his thoughts on bringing Icy into the roster.
Yeah, so the biggest reason why we ended up picking up Icy is because he's very fundamentally sound within the game, and he kind of understands already like how tier 1 teams play or how we kind of envision the game. So bringing him in was really easy. And in terms of his mechanical power, like, he's insane. So I'm excited for you guys to realize, like, yo, this new kid on the block is gonna be something special. If he's disciplined within his practice and it really just kind of tries to mimic his play, like, in other words, don't be a scrimmer, right? Like, I've been telling him, like, hey, like, make sure when you're practicing with us, like, really try to understand why we're playing this way, what your goal is or your job in the situation. So he's gonna make it really easy for himself doing that, and in turn, when he goes out and performs on stage, like, it'll be like a cakewalk for him. So I think you guys will be surprised.
And so far, so good, right? Yeah, talking about Icy at this point and his performances on Lotus with, you know, being the new kid on the block and doing his role. He's done that exactly. Paint shells coming out, creating space, allowing his teammates to move forward, not being selfish to try to run down first and try to get the pick. Maybe that's the type of play style that G2 is currently looking at, trying to deny EG in these forward positions in the beginning.
It's a good balance of what if I and the team would want me to,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
What if I did and no, they probably, you know, they'd want me to do this. And it seems like if he can keep those fundamentals going, it's been working for G2 here. Being able to entry pretty fearlessly on the other side to get the sights back in the post plants, which worked out heavily the first half for G2. But then it was just that late round attack. EG completely working the map, pulling all the strings that they could on G2 before they finally decided. Nature popping off too with a few rounds. Derek with a huge, or I'm sorry, not Derek. Oh no, it was Derek to pull off that huge sheriff round. To start everything off after the timeout. So
for sure,
it definitely took a bit, but EG found that power, and now we got the even game. I was wondering if the wall dropped for a second. Nobody even moved. They're just looking for the haunt to come over before they move out here.
Even jump spotting was Trent to see if EG is going to play the wall contact on their end. And an early defender wall comes up, and that's going to keep G2 behind theirs as Trent pulls his up too. Haunt to try to get info, gets shot right away, but for EG, it's potentially, okay, maybe still just a lurker. They don't have too much going on the C side, yet EG still wants to gamble. The instant rotate out from the C site. Jogimo looking to move in here with the rest of the players towards A.
And Apoth could not have his utility stretched out further on this one, trying to cover just about every site with a little bit. Is it going to be enough?
Scoring first is Apoth, though. EG in the lead in the situation. Close to the traps. Also a little high to go against the Satchels, but the Satchels will be denied by Apoth once again with the classic. G2 finally able to come back for trades. And also taking lead in this situations. Jogmo wrapping around. As the haunt misses him, he has a timing across. Leaf is low on HP, so is Trent. Another jump spot.
30 seconds
Do we
left.
see him here? Here's the reload! And it's enough here to bait Jogimo out and Trent to get the kill. And G2 win another pistol.
It took a bit. They got close to that wire, and I think instantly, collectively said everybody left side A. Because that was a very fast switch from G2 to only hit rope side. We saw a few people go, and then they all said, nope, we're crashing. Yeah, coming out of stairs too was a big reason they wanted that left side. Nicely done. Bulldogs out here for G2, making sure they can put down EG no matter what the buy could be.
Yeah. Similar to that second round, BB Door also broken instantly for Jogimo. So we're looking for fast rotates on their side. And quite interestingly enough, a lot of util being thrown from EG side. I like that. Sacrifice your life, deny the orb. And also making sure that it's not going to be potentially like Icy trying to pick it up.
Did he get it? 2 for nature?
Yeah, at least that helps him on his side too for Viper to get 2 orbs right away for an early pick.
A little rubble control here for EG, and G2 should be able to suss this out pretty easily. And Superman, I think, heard a quick footstep there. He starts to back up and get into position near door. So re-clear here on A. G2 is just trying to not make any mistakes, keep every weapon in, get all the ult orbs on their side if they can. It looks like it's going to end up being an A hit here if they don't actually decide to get this baby door double kill.
When you look here towards the A side, the orb was also denied of that end here by Superman. And there's Icy looking to farm a bit, but gets denied. But once again, both Superman and Derek working in together from Baby Door to get the kill with the classic. Pain Shell doesn't do too much damage, and we have a safe plant for G2 and even safer positioning on the pulse plant until this lurk from Leaf also gets stopped by Epoth, who gets a stinger upgrade.
2 of them now. This could be problems if they get those stingers together.
And they're all around this A site. Yes, Jogimo is there alone on the top of heaven, but he's only got a classic, so he gives a chance now to create the space for these two to come back towards tree. Nice ADSing by VALORANT to get those picks, even a 3rd in the round. And Trent will finalize the last one. Another pistol round converted into a dub for G2, but all armor damage, 3 players lost in the process and against a full classic that EG had.
If you think of the way that G2 started that 5 alive, they were moving slow, trying to protect each other, and yeah, it got scrappy at the end there. They would have loved to avoid those frags, but it is going to still be a good win and the bonus now for EG. VALORANT just clapping with the Bulldog.
Remaining.
If anything, it was nice too that Trent threw that haunt to get that ping on to nature to get that kill. And
yeah, the first opener.
When you're trying to deny that orb opportunity to get an ult out earlier out from Icy, it's actually Trent that got closer now to his Nightfall. And they'll go for it again.
Continuous pressure here every round so far from Evil Geniuses. Superman takes control of the position, a little bit of help there from Jogamo, and then Jog and the rest of the team can make better informed decisions on the map. We saw already Superman able to get out of this once, so not a problem for him to be pushed up and get the info.
And the good thing is that support system on the A side, no util was being used by Ja or Derek. So Superman actually is able to make it safely on top of Rubble. He could try to delay, get info, and we'll still have util for EG to retake the A site should they lose it here. On this attempt of a push from G2, with another one-way smoke being thrown by Superman, they decide to stop.
Heck of a delay. They have no idea who else is out there, and at the rate Superman is defending it, it's like he can defend it with somebody else, and they have to respect that. Just really putting up a good front there, a facade on Rubble. And they may have to force towards B. 30 seconds left. This could be a door play, but they're going to be running into that site for util.
And you might have a C's nade set up here. C's gets thrown first. There's the
There it
nade. So
is.
a little bit of a mistiming there, but it does a little bit of damage. Jogmo's the one that's heavily damaged through sprays under retaliation. And G2 rotating out towards the C site now. Apoth avoiding his own C's nade, stays alive for a bit, spamming through his own cage. Jogamo around the corner. Beautiful hot coming out from Derek. That lines up 2 kills for Nature to throw out the hat. Info in the last 2. And there's no time left. The last 2 players of G2 are forced to fall back and save their weapons as EG is able to get their gun round.
What a round from Evil Geniuses. Just to summarize that round was basically, G2, we want you to do this. They were directed away from A, they were directed away from B from the C's nade, right into the waiting arms of Cypher Util at B, the Haunts, the Util, the dump, and EG just slaughtered G2 on the entry. That was so organized from Evil Geniuses.
Nice shots by Nature to follow those kills after the ping, and he's dropping 20 now in this server for EG. A slower start that he had the first time he played against G2 on breach rolls, on KO rolls, but on this Viper today on Lotus, he's definitely come out to play.
And EG get the same defensive setup almost every time for free. Instantly, Superman's up, grabbing info. It's the C hit, though. G2's focus is only forward on this one, it seems, with Nightfall hitting and Icy in.
They put a snake bite towards the waterfall, somehow gets a second one. As Leaf finally is able to answer back, but that support was already there from Nature. Advantage still out for EG. As Valen has made it through the spawn, and he's gonna try to get behind.
The winning factor.
Well, Leaf goes for the plat here at the default spot. Sees nade, nice little bait out. Also trying to win some time for Valen to execute this backstab. It works against Superman. They try to answer right back, but Derek is able to avenge his teammate. Back to a 1v1. Jogamo against Leaf.
54-62 are the HPs.
Has a turret to work with, so makes it a 2 versus 1 in terms of information and angles that could be watched here against Jogamo. Jogamo breaks it right away, cleans down the 4K and around for Leaf. As one more shot coming out of Jogamo could have been the win, but it's a strong hold for G2 in the end without a plant needed.
Sentinels usually doing their work under the radar, especially a Killjoy, but Leaf put in the situation, still stepping up when he's needed.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's the KJ or not. Valen so close to making that one work, but EG was still ready. They took so much time in Waterfall to say, wait, we've only identified one. Okay, it has to be a lurk. It's been too long. They're not planting, they're not protecting each other. So good mind games there.
GB mentioned Leaf in his role have been forced sometimes to play the LMS, right? The last man standing.
Exactly.
What are the question marks there? It's been answered. Could still fulfill the role, could still clutch now, could still give a chance for G2 to maintain their lead now, but that 5-round lead that they had at the beginning of the game narrowed down by 2. As in the later halves of the halves, it definitely starts EG snowball of a couple of rounds here once they figure out how G2 plays. And it starts off with an outlaw by Superman, contacts onto Icy. Heavily pressured, another paranoia being thrown out, forcing Valen to TP away. And the G2 Leaf able to get that lurk.
God, they're so ready for every push.
For EG indeed. Except not for the rotate potentially towards the seaside. So Jogmo wants to try to get the contact, but bumps the ceiling. And now Valen's on the lurk, but gets stopped. Trying to pinch across, trying to get trades. They lost a spike in the process. And they lost all of their fights for G2.
Again, they G2 cannot uproot EG from their defensive positions. Again, this play at A, Superman was mostly there by himself with an outlaw, but again, G2 assumed there's way more behind it, right? Also, this shot and then peeking again. It's just like the audacity of it is kind of blowing G2 away. They're like, okay, we gotta back up. There's way more here. It has to be it. Otherwise, you'd think you'd just smother this guy on rubble every round. They go towards mid. There's going to be a crash onto B here. That Cypher Util spread out pretty thin towards sights, and it's going to stop him for the hit. But the low buy entry, and it looks like the train is on the tracks. Not much is going to stop this one.
Except these mollies and balls and smokes out from EG.
Okay, they ran out of coal. I thought we were still getting the blast packs.
Ran out of steam. Now you have Stingers with no armor as well for Leaf and Valen. Bucky, full shields for Icy. So your call is still right, though. They still want to potentially leverage these two satchels for G2 to create some space and close the gap and potentially get a big opener. Might be choosing towards the C side, especially now that the Nanostorm has broken the trips away from Apoth.
Nice hit there. I think popped Cam as well, so they can't use. Caught looking. That's exactly what they need.
Exactly, and off that kill, a lockdown becomes available. And even better for G2, that's going to create the space for a clean plant. And with the guns that they have, they can close the gap and play up towards the spawn with these lower buys.
There.
Oh, nice. Giving a spike to Icy. A plant coming down, has a showstopper in the ready as well.
With their showstopper, they should be able to defend this.
Well, AG's doing the same thing as G2 right now, being annoying with these revolving doors, so Nature's the one that's opening it up.
3 outside sight, they gotta get in. Spike's planted in sight.
But Icy pops out the showstopper, adding fear to EG, forcing out the rocket, avoiding it, then trying to push down to punish. But Icy stays alive. Now at the top of the boxes as EG Derek is moving forward with the rest of the team. Out for the kill! And with the drop from the top rope! G2 gets the round of the Thrifty.
You just saw him for a moment on the screen. That's how wild these fights are getting. Oh my gosh. For the low buy round, be the one that G2 is able to snap back with here again. The classic kill there, the flood into sight. G2 skirt back in from Mound just in time. They didn't plant to be able to shoot on stairs and Mound. They planted deep in sight, so it was required for everybody to crash back in. Did it at just the right time, and Valen able to swing a haymaker at the end there, as you said. Oh my word. Timeout now for Evil Geniuses. Gonna get a moment, get these ults in order. How can they best be used? How can we best defend or retake, if that's going to be the case? Man, this back and forth has been wild for the economy in the game too. You see how everybody has hardly any credits in the pocket. It just makes it so tough when you're trying to stretch out these last few rounds and make it to 13.
Another important timeout coming out from Coach Potter. Discussing here, again, you talked about how going back and forth, but that Thrifty that was just won by G2 hurts the economy a bit of EG going into round number 19 here. Which then again, you'll see it once we get into game. There was a couple of rifles being bought, but they're all buying down now to something more affordable to play a later round, a later game in terms of rifles, but once again, potentially utilizing rather these ultimates around these Stingers.
Hit towards A. Ooh, finally getting a little first aggro out. Yeah, G2 wants the space right away. Superman will not be able to reside here. They're going to be at C, though. So it's that full retake. They do have the Nightfall for this, which is why we're seeing such a change on the side of EG. Site's going to be G2's. They should be able to get a little bit of forward push here, too, if they go towards stairs or A-Link, but being smoked off, that might be too sketchy.
Contain the spawn for EG. The trip still towards the B side to give him a chance to have information on a lurk, which is not currently available here for G2. So they're going to try to work as a group, winning the first wave of util, potentially trying to flood back now and activate any trades. There's that Nightfall for info, a swing out from the orb, but it's G2 answering first. 2 on the board for them against 1 of EG. Vandal upgrade out for Jogimo, though, as they're trying to fight towards the tree, and he swings in alone. All of the plays are G2 waiting at the revolving door. And not Thrifty this time around. will not come in favor of EG after Potter's timeout.
Such an awesome shot from the POV of the players in the Nightfall there. You can't hear anything. It's chaos. You're shooting based on anything you can identify that breaks that wall, that line of sight. And they all just stay and trade with each other. Very nicely done.
One enemy remaining.
And a faster strat here from G2. Seeing the call from the timeout, they say, all right, we're going to play something fast. They go towards A, and they did not stop on that. They're going to have Jonah P's ult after that. He'll need one ult orb at the end of the round. Rinse and repeat. We'll get the same strat. A little bit more of a lurk from Leaf on this one, though.
Oh. Going out for a TP right after the paranoia. Avoids a little bit of these bullets. And now with a beautiful haunt being thrown by Derek. Allowing Jogamo and Superman to just shut down the initial push of EG outside of A. But Jonah P is still up and alive. So is Leaf to answer right back.
They're giving all the fights. They thought there's maybe enough damage done. A little antsy there, and G2 come out on top. Apoth, healthy, still though low armor on this buy. And it's going to be the slow work from G2 as they clear everything. They know Apoth could be one with a wild lurk, that spot you're not expecting. So they're using everything just to get a bit of ground here or make sure they can displace Apoth and find out where he is immediately.
And he's jiggling and watching.
Yeah.
Nana Storm being thrown. He knows there's at least a KJ, and there's that first one at 5 HP left, though. Again, still has an idea, especially with the revolving door being hit on the A side, that Leaf was there with his teammate.
30 seconds left.
Now off the plant, Apot does have a cage to work with if he wants to block vision and try to move down. Oh, but decides to move down silently.
That turret could be his demise.
Unfortunately, he's not going to see
He's on the good side.
He's looking away here.
He's good.
He's trying to get behind as he's lurking up right now. The turret, it's not even looking towards tree.
Oh my gosh.
And that gun is not even sticking out here. That was so close as Leaf walks behind, but he looks the wrong way. Leaf will still get the round and put G2 at that point.
LMS still got it. Leaf comes up again with a very big round. That would have been 1,900. Like I said, practically nobody had money in the bank that round. Valen had maybe 3K, everybody else on 700, so on 1,900, that's not going to get you much. They keep the cash, they keep the cash flow, the momentum, and Leaf keeps clutching. What a runaround, a little game of cat and mouse at the end there. And now game point for G2, and this battle to start off on Lotus here. The Omen ults are up. If they can get on the site, Jonah P can quickly put the Viper's pit down. And it's just, again, G2 a little slower, but we get the same strat. You have your lurk by Leaf and A control as they move up ever so slowly.
And EG wants to play the distance. They only have Guardians really to work with. 4 of them, 1 Bulldog for Apoth. Trying to close down tight line of sights. Shot a little bit too early on that haunt, so it does get a bit of info. It's gotten thrown out by Derek. Which also pivots, jogging him out towards the A site to try to support Superman. He gets hit by a paranoia, forced to fall back. Counter flashes, repositions with Jogamo.
Good find. Clearing a lot of info. Oh, Superman though.
Now we commit. Nightfall on the attack. Jogamo at half health as he's hit by that even the haunt, and that's going to make it a little bit easier until I see that. Jogamo gets the pick, but there you go. G2 stops the opportunity of EG to turn around over in their favor. 2 more kills needed to close out the first map. Nature and Apoth hit even out on the attack. Rendering things a lot more difficult now for Evil Geniuses. They hear the drop, the wall comes down, Nature connects onto Leaf. Upgrades now into a Vandal. Both players on both teams virtually at the same health. Apoth trying to walk in, decayed now by the pit, avoids the first snake bite. Sprays across to try to get a timing. As he swings in, there's that first kill. A second one easily done by Trent. 4 in a round to put G2 with the first map under their belt.
It took some crazy rounds across these teams as well to make sure they were able to get the dubs. EG started off with a huge frag from Derek, going down to a 1v1. Then we had the ace from Leaf, or not Leaf, Nature. Then we have Leaf clutching. Both teams were bringing it all out here on Lotus to start. But G2 able to get a little bit more momentum as they make their way into that second half. and figure out what EG were trying to do. Once they finally got that A control, G2s from their attacking side, and they pushed Rubble back, it seemed like they were a lot more comfortable to continue the round. Superman was just able to give up way too much info otherwise if they didn't have that area.
A great start for G2 as they didn't let their lead slip here in the first map. We'll see if EG can fight back on the second one. Their map pick on Icebox happening after the break.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? How on earth has Leaf done that? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clutch moment from Superman. He does it again.
Smick standing here with Coach Josh after G2 takes down EG on map number 1 on Lotus. And after watching that map, I noticed there were a couple of changes that were made, mainly in IC playing Duelist, and we see Leaf on Sentinel. So I'm curious, especially with the recent roster changes with IC joining the team, was this change made by design? What was the thought process there?
It was actually by design. We thought Nathan could play Sentinel really well, and IC is clearly a really good duelist. He's taking all the space for us, getting the entries, just leading the forefront. It's working out.
Amazing. Looking forward to Icebox then. Best of luck.
G2 managed to pick up their map pick, on Lotus, but we'll see what the future holds for them. EG, though, certainly did not make that feel easy whatsoever, but it was still impressive to see G2. Despite the fact that we were seeing some great clutches from EG, G2 still managing to fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, the 2 pistol wins that they had made it really difficult for EG to fight back. And you saw some moments, right, where you have hero moments, those types of things, trying to keep EG back in the game. But it was kind of the snowball at the beginning of everything.
Yeah, it was a 5-0 lead for G2, right? And then timeouts called. All of a sudden, you've got these clutches. I mean, Nature plays this so incredibly well. And I mean, the spams the smoke on the diffuser, it's gorgeous. But that was necessary in order to give EG a chance because of the fact that G2 won the first pistol. They won that bonus, right, after getting 2 picks early in the round. That was really what set the tone for the game.
Yeah, and the recovery from that from G2 was really impressive as well. VALORANT, I think, called a great game, especially on the attack side, doing a really good job at playing when EG was sending that aggression, going for these late round hits. He's an IGL who, like, former players of his text described him as like a mastermind. You feel like a chess piece when you play under him. But he really does take a lot of that control. And he himself was absolutely owning this map. But the focus has to be on this new rookie, Icy, who showed up and I feel like did fine.
Yeah.
And that's fine for a debut, right? They played a good game. He did his role well. I have no complaints.
I think he played great, actually. I think, especially when you compare it against the other side, where Jogmo kind of had a slow game in general.
Like the worst game we've seen from Jaw in a long time.
Absolutely it is. And for me, I see, like,
both duelists are at the bottom.
But for me, like, that first half was him playing very well.
Yes.
And maybe the second half kind of slows down, whatever, but they don't really need that at that point.
Yeah, we'll continue to see him how he plays in the series. I think the story for me was our IGLs, right? Nature frying in those late round moments, always showing up. But Valen on the other side too with 21 kills. And that's coming again, right? The nail in the coffin against EG was with Valen up on top of box on that C site in the Thrifty round, getting 2 kills with a Stinger, right? We were dead even right there. And then all of a sudden G2 win that round and continue to win out from there.
And to no surprise, Leaf switches over to a new role. He still plays excellently. The guy will hop onto any agent, and he's great there. Whenever he was having a hit come to his site, when he was playing on the kill joint on defense, I thought his movement was really good. He has a great understanding of how to play around his utility. Honestly, no matter what agent I see the guy lock in, I have no worries. He was great.
Yeah, it was, again, just another example of why we've continued to praise Leaf on this desk so many times now. But as we take a look at the other side of the field, let's see what Coach Potter has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach Potter after map number 1. And I'm curious, Potter, it's been about a month since we last saw you during kickoffs. That's a lot of time to prepare, to practice. I know you didn't have too many chances. It was just 2 matches back then. But what did you really focus on ahead of stage 1?
Keeping our gas. You know, I think after that Loud series, it was obvious that through maps 2 and 3, we were just losing kind of confidence. And I think map 1 showed that for us as well. It was a really slow start for us. And as a newer, younger squad that's kind of finding themselves, we really need rounds on the board to really kind of give us that momentum. But I'm proud of the guys for at least making that comeback happen early on in the first half. But second half, things kind of fell apart for us.
Well, we've seen you certainly build teams back up in the past before, but for now, best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
It's always good to have the cool hand of Potter in those situations to be able to guide the young players, in the right way. And maybe this is going to be an opportunity for them to do just that. As we get ready for map number 2, it's going to be EG's pick of Icebox.
This next map is going to be a 1-for-1 rematch of what we saw in the match between these 2 squads at kickoff. Then EG was playing a deadlock composition, the only team.
Are we going to get it again?
Try something like that. I honestly doubt it. I think there were some cool ideas there, the way that Judgmo was moving around his utility to set up these trap plays on the defense. I don't necessarily think it's an idea they're going to stick to. I think EG, they read me as the type of team who will have some pocket comps like that they want to play in a more one-off tournament like Kickoff.
See, I'm not so sure because I think the read for Power, that was a no duelist comp that they were running, and that is a very different meta read. You saw a team like Lev, they were playing Lena, and they switched to a Jet, and that's just because they want to have like some flexibility. That's a pretty easy pivot. But coming in and your first read on the year being we want to play no duelist on Icebox, which is perfectly viable, I don't think you make that pivot immediately away from that after only showing that a couple of times.
You're team Deadlock, you're team anti-Deadlock.
I'm team Deadlock. I could also see them trying, something else out in that slot, but yeah.
I like the comp. I don't think it works consistently.
Why don't you think it works consistently?
I think it's more so that once you start to see some of these ideas, for me the biggest takeaways, particularly on the defense with how they were doing it, was setting up these kind of traps with the sonic sensor. I think it's a comp you can really contact on a lot that can get punished, and I think EG likes to have those kind of gimmicky one-off ideas and then change away from history.
I will say the things that make it hard is the initiator slots that they give some options over there in order to do some early scouting. But okay, they do switch over to Jet and Harbor. I'm a big personal fan of this Harbor comp, like I've said a million times in the past, though.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we've seen so much of it. I'm really curious on the other side, though, right? The Gecko for Icy, right, as the debut as well. This one's super interesting.
We talk of no duelist. This is going to be a no duelist.
And they're still playing double controllers.
Yeah, a lot of the time you see Gecko KO. This is a Gecko Sova. It's double info here for G2.
Well, let's find out if this one is going to go the distance. It's going to be exciting nonetheless. Let's send it back over to your casters. Let's find another tag team to reference. We'll say, I don't know, Heartbreak Kid.
All right, we'll take it. Thanks, GB. But yes, this second map is going to be quite good here now on Icebox, as the Deaths nailed it. We had now 2 different compositions for both of these teams, changes things out from the last time they played on Icebox. No more Brimstone on the side of G2. Yep. Now also for EG, there's no Deadlock, so you're maybe removing and stepping away from that one-off thing that, kind of got discovered against Loud when EG played it on Icebox after
feels
beating
good.
G2 on it. Yeah,
feels good when you can get it in there. People don't really know how to react to it, and it lasts just about a few weeks, maybe a few games, if you will. Since that was the time. Yeah. So looking at what we have before us, I feel like it is going to be a bit of a slower play unless it's info, util, and crash, right?
Yeah.
So this game has a lot of ways to be played, but we don't have the Sage Wall. See some other regions playing the Sage Wall makes that B play a lot safer, so we might just have a heyday here. The both teams coming in pretty hard on this A site over and over. Not too many crazy buys going around. Some ghosts as they slowly work up alt orb. Trent's going to be first contact here for G2.
All right, Cascade was used for pipes so that he could just play contact from the lower grounds. And now to make full noise, High Tide coming out on the A side as EG on the attack. Or the ones trying to set the pace for the attempt of a plant. Both Nanostorms preemptively popped though on the defense. Paranoia as well. And it looked right away like G2 wanted to fight instantly. But it gets planted. Trent gets the pick off through the dome. As Apoth after the plant falls. Gecko Dizzy now being thrown towards the air to get information, and Leaf is quite good for those 2 kills swarming inside from that screens. Joggimo low on HP with Superman, up against a full roster, quite healthy of G2.
Oh
Trent with 3 in the round. And G2, this is their 3rd pistol now of the series.
Yeah, really strong on the pistols. Trent, like we said, he was just pushed up towards pipes. First bit of sound he heard, they started backing up. Throw up the Viper wall from Jonah P. They start taking the fights. That push, that was towards the end of the round. But yeah, instant control of the sites, able to waterfall in. And 2 were B to start off. Same 2 that are starting off right now over on that side as we see Icy and Jonah P setting up on that side. So the Killjoy utility going to be mid. See how long it takes EG to kind of get up and mess with that or figure out how much it's being moved, because it's always one of the games you can play when you want to start working kitchen. EG going fast again here for this second round to get a little bit of orb control.
Yep.
And they just pause.
Sectioning the scaling here towards this B site. Top green. You don't have the Allen drone to try to clear out towards yellow though. And at least the audio cue of the Dizzy is going to allow for EG to start swarming in towards the top. Juggle gets to contact, but it was a little labored. So now G2 is already there to help ride out on the first player at the Gloss on yellow. Very, very clean second round.
A little bit of room for Leaf to peek out there and get quite a few frags with the Stinger from Nest. 4-0. We have a lockdown pretty fast too, so even if EG start to kick back as this bonus round comes around, you could have that lockdown to stave off their pressure. All right. Vandals, everyone. Oh no, there's a few Phantoms in there for EG. Looks like they will be going towards B again, but a little bit more mid-lurk. Throwing up this cascade, pushing behind it. Sometimes you see the drone here for full clear going up behind, just added free space, but they're still keeping util to make their way into the site.
And you talk about aggression, potentially on middle on the attack, but it's actually Leaf walking all the way down on the mid side of that too. It's a big dizzy that gets a big blind out the Jogimo.
Oh, aggressive.
Tried to dash away, and there's that push down, punishing Superman. And at the same time, look at those bullet holes. They added a lot of pressure for G2 on the A side, so it almost looked like a pincer maneuver on all the angles of the map.
Spike down.
Feels like Lotus early rounds all over again. Spike already down, out towards yellow. Derek alone now, towards the B site. Nature on the other side at A. At least Derek's able to fight back. Icy falls early. Recon guard to work with. Chance now for Nature to move back with him. So they could try to dwindle down the numbers of the defense of G2 towards this B site. Toward those spots, Derek runs out. Jonah P.
Spike down B.
Is answered back by Nature.
30 seconds left.
He's clutched this before here, this IGL for EG. Jump spot though from Trent. Just saw him forcing out the paranoia. Information for Nature to know there was two players there towards orange. But it was a last resort no matter what. Confident round now for G2, once again winning another bonus.
Yeah, and it really, the way they played the economy for the first few rounds, we saw G2 with Vandals and full armor on a few of their members coming into that round. That's not what EG's expecting. You know, they're expecting G2 to have gone through a pretty easy, almost flawless rounds to start off, but I'm probably not expecting to find so many gun sames, expecting those gun diffs. All right, towards A, here we go. Killjoy utilities set up. EG is going to be running into a trap, but it hasn't stopped them before. It is something they can clear. And the way that G2's placing those mollies too, just on the boxes, so very hard for EG to come in and say, oh, there's a molly at my feet. No, it's head level, ready to just kind of slice you up as it goes off. Back to mid, Trent, same spot. Rinse and repeat a pistol round here from both teams.
Yeah. EG really using this cascade to block line of sight, not only from Pipes, but from Jenny as they try to come out here from the bottom of the A main area. Now util being dumped on EG's side, clearing out, or trying to clear out KJ util. But none of it got broken, so Leaf could still do a lot of damage here, yet Nature is still able to get that kill before he falls from that util. Paranoia now being flushed out. Contact here coming from the bottom of the site. Double swing out from EG. As Trent is able to get one onto Apoth on the top of the rafters. Bubble now being popped. As EG slows things down in terms of not letting G2 know what the next move is going to be.
That is such a neat thing. Looking back at the mollies there that we had in A that were just, if you look at the minimap right there for Killjoy, moved slightly. The first time they used those mollies, it did allow for a little bit of a hide in Jenny. If the molly went off, you could tuck yourself in and stay safe. With the mollies moved that time, Jenny wasn't safe, and that's where they tried to hide. Neat little changes. Here comes the site take.
Just too much utility.
Yeah,
off the
way
tap.
too
They all
much.
came through, and EG falls. Yet a lower buy that you had for EG has made G2 lose 2 weapons in the process.
The little changes throwing EG off on their take. Reckoning is up here. Still a buy coming through as we watch the replay. Once more, you see how those mollies switch up. Just affecting the entry in. And with that spike down, it becomes so much tougher to organize yourself again. G2's been moving so quick on these retakes. And we see Icy now going from a raise to a gecko, right? Still just as quick, just as comfortable, it seems, with the team being able to organize the strats, cascade forward, and it doesn't even give Jogamo enough space. Valen's there.
It was a change of a cascade here to allow Jogamo to run out. Reckoning instantly pushed out as well on the attack, changing gears, hitting a few. Recon dart with information, but it's a TP out from Valen. Advantage still out for G2. Slightly giving space here for EG, but trying to force him and funnel him towards the back of the site.
Possibly a little lurk up towards the kitchen. I don't actually think Superman wants that right now. He hears the turret. It's going to see him right past the window. Almost a spam.
At least Timothy Turret gets the spam.
Oh my gosh.
Superman falls. Nature 1v1. At least contacts onto Valen. Derek as well as Icy falls. High Tide, second cycle out. Bubble for a plant. Being denied currently by the Hunter's Fury of Trent. Connects and A-Pop falls. Low HP are Derek and Nature. And Jonah P's on that flank. And he avoided all that util. This is perfect now. There's that first one to fall. And Nature at least gets Jonah P. But he's still up against Leaf and Trent at 18 left in terms of health points. The tap on the spike, and Trent knows they have all the time in the world here. As Nature felt pressured.
Yeah.
G2 there. Another 5 rounds in a row to start.
Lockdown's ready too as they come into this next round. That should be 2,900. Over to the side of EG, but still low buy, we think, to come in here. And just time after time. A is the hit. We expected this to be what they would go for because of that difficulty of taking the B site. Especially, you could still do it with Harbor, but they're choosing not to. It's just a little too tough. Trent to come in with a drone or a dart could foil every wall you put up if your members are seen behind it. So this is the time to call a timeout, right?
Yeah.
Deja vu. 5-0, timeout, come back. Derek's about to clutch the next round. and then we got a game. All right. Script is working. Script is working. Yeah, see if Potter can get the info in that's necessary here. It is a lockdown. It is the Sova ultimate for Derek, that lockdown for Nature, but Leafs is up too. So do they lock down bait and destroy one? Is the Hunter's Fury for post plant? A few ways to play this one if you really want to punch back at that ultimate that Leaf has. Not too many on deck as well for G2, so you may be able to get out of this round without even having that lockdown go off.
Yeah.
A is the focus, though, to start off as they're hovering on this timeout to discuss the past 5 rounds.
Also, you're playing a double controller here for EG, so they have a chance to really up that tempo and maybe preemptively put and force the lockdown to be put down by Leaf so they could re-hit, or just really get a safe plant, hide behind those 2 walls, and even use these 2 walls on the post plant.
I mean, just the round we saw at A, it seemed like EG was in sight for so long, and that's because they can keep putting up walls, use that util. They have time to create the space they want. It just looks like G2 always wants to be a step inside that space to start off.
EG has to modify the way they want to scale towards the A site. So instead of using these cascades to push out, they're using an early owl drone from Derek to make sure you can push away Trent and Valen. Last time Valen had a spray moving behind the cascade to get the pick. Now you get owl drone out, you can recon in the site with the rest of the high tides coming through.
Yeah, they dumped it all.
Yeah. Valen is trying to slow things down by placing a one-way up towards pipes. And as we mentioned before, getting the high tide out first forces out the lockdown, and yes, it's a chess match to bait out the lockdowns, break it on the other side with the Hunter's Fury, trying to create space. Jogmill couldn't get the float on top of screens, so no punishment on Trent. Silver lining, EG gets a plant. The lurk, though, denied. As Icy gets the headshot on Superman inside kitchen. Some players playing inside the site, some playing post plants as Thrash is available for Icy for the retake. Nature holding towards the dice. A second one in the face of Trent. Valid answers back. And the Thrash is trying to find info. Oh, Jogman almost had that kill. But Valid was able to save Icy.
No post plant util.
And a 2 versus 3 at a disadvantage for EG. Tap on the spike, the smoke, the deniability off the sprays. Wingman with the defuse. 6 rounds go in favor of G2.
Punishing retakes and the ability to slow it down too. 3 were hard rotating over, and they're like, you know what? Superman, where? In tube, gets the kill. They're much more sure that they can just fight what's in front of them, and they do not second guess any angles that their teammates are watching. G2, all of them just in that flow state right now. The post plants, there was a reason they were coming back really hard as well on Lotus rather. And here they keep it going. Sheriff by Guardian there for Jogmo. He's got a little bit more in the bank. And with the spike down to start this one, they expect EG to do something a little tricky. So it's going to be an info to start. Is EG, or sorry, G2 to do something tricky, I should say, is EG lurk this tube again. They know the turret's going to be mostly towards boiler. They can just wait out somebody getting antsy and peeking. Oh,
take flight.
They don't want to be antsy. G2 wants to push forward. Paranoia now keeping EG at bay. But the turret did get broken here towards boiler. Superman slipped through towards kitchen. Jongno was trying to see if anybody was going to push under pipe so he could try to get a punish. But as that happens and nobody was pushing through, EG now groups up together towards his A site. Superman holding towards kitchen is able to get that rotate, catch the first one, upgrade into a weapon. A second one, won by VALORANT instead. A 4 versus 2 advantage. As G2 is denying the push from EG. The death ball attempt on the attack. As that hero guardian that they had at the beginning now becomes an upgrade. But he doesn't give a chance for Jogimo to set up.
It just seems like G2 has all the answers. By that, I mean you lose a guy down kitchen hallway and VALORANT's there to instantly trade, not let that Phantom do any more damage, right? That was supposed to be the crux of the play that would really put G2 on a tough rotate, not allow him to get anywhere, but it's instantly snuffed out and they go back to work. Go back to retaking the site A again. And I think they're starting to feel it is that A is going to be this hit. EG doesn't seem to have what feels comfortable at B with the Harbor Wall and the Viper Wall encroachment to go deeper and deeper. Maybe if they come up through mid on a possible play here, they have been kind of setting a precedent that a few will be mid. They get a fight that they want here, and it could be coming from Icy.
The rate's been so good for G2 at the beginning. Blade Storm pop, pressure towards middle instantly. We have a smoke out from VALORANT. He's also pushing out towards the belt. It's gonna be a 1v1 against Superman playing all the way towards spawn.
Wild.
As he gets spotted, he falls back, but they have full control of the A site. So EG has to start working towards middle, using the next cycle of the Poison Orb to try to cross over. They'll be able to do so. Cascade on the other end, updraft by Jogimo. Attack in the chest here, onto Trent. Now behind the wall. Leaf is waiting towards the B site. Swings out for the first. Apoth with the trade.
Oh my god.
Jonah P holding towards yellow, and Jonah P getting the kill towards yellow until Nature is able to get 2 of his own. Superman in a clutch situation, and Superman cannot be the hero this time around.
Oh. Again, exactly where they want to be. VALORANT getting up to belt on that round. You're just like, hey guys, by the way, probably B or mid. It's easy right now for G2. They have so much information to work with. They just have to have the crosshair placement, and it all falls into place right now. Nature looking to get these calls, and it will rout G2, but G2 is always there in the end.
Second timeout now for G2, for EG rather. And more needs to be discussed, and more needs to be discussed as to how can EG really set up Jogimo at this point, because as they're trying different ways of using this cascade, this controller, so he can get behind it, or he gets picked off, or there's more utility being thrown by G2 to deny all the visibility for EG's attempt to scale at the beginning of these rounds.
Well, what we've been seeing from EG is almost what you do default A with this composition. Once you make it up to pipes, Jet's already in the verticality zone, playing on 410. The Harbor Wall goes up. It creates a small sliver of space that you would get if you look on your minimap right over towards screens there. And then shooting down, Jogimo has all the time in the world. Nobody can really hit that as you jump back to 410 and you just start playing on top of the site. But they can't get into that spot. G2 is not allowing this space freely at all. Trent already looks like he wants to push up into alt-door position again. And just a little bit of util behind him is going to be able to cover that exit if it gets dangerous, as it's been happening. A bit more of a spread here from EG. Let's focus on their side. They're going to cascade. A little bit of a ruse towards A here. It could become a play if they get a kill, but this focus, the drone initiator for Jogimo over towards A to see if they can get some space.
It's quite interesting too, though, for G2. After EG's timeout, they're trying to use an operator this time around and trying to rotate Leaf around this op.
Yeah.
Right there. Controlling kitchen, going back towards boiler. That will make things a little bit harder to retake here if EG hits towards this A side. And that wall, yes, is to try to bait out those players, but the Allen drone was like, it really came out by Trent.
Yeah.
and spotted nothing really. So they know this is a fake from EG to start.
Orbs up, a little bit of a one-way now for Jonah to play with, as they're going to take a more anchored position in the site. A little bit less than a minute left. You want to play safer, and they're going to get the second hit. We're getting towards B here, maybe third if you count the mid plays that didn't make it.
A little bit of a delay here. Second snake bite being thrown down by Jonah P. Orb came up and information off the reckoning.
Oh my gosh.
Deniability, Hunter's Fury out on the defense. Dizzy blinding Jogimo, who's still trying to move out towards danger. Spotted by Valen on the top of the pipes in the hallway of kitchen. Now more utility, denying more attempts of a plant. It forces EG to have to try to plant safely, but Valen's still around the corner. And watches his back to take down Nature, and a beautiful anchor hold by G2.
Valen 3Ks, Jonah P 3Ks this game. A lot of people are fragging out. Leaf having a few of those clutches as well earlier towards A to lock in. Just look at it. Cove is up, but it's not going to matter. You're getting dropped on by utility. You're not getting shot at. So it makes it so hard. We actually see a reason why EG haven't been going B, because they just get util dumped. And we didn't even really see Trent's arrow becoming a problem there. They still had the arrow to deliver in if the walls were up. EG looking for more answers now. What's the next step? It's going to be a low buy here.
EG's looking for any answer right now, actually.
Anything. Spike's down here because they expect to be pushed. They expect for it to possibly be dropped. They don't want to give that info. And that could have been it right there, right? They lose the harbor wall. And now forced to just expect more pushes from G2. What a absolute masterclass here by G2 of just map information and control, not letting EG get a foothold anywhere.
And right now they kind of anticipated that push that you just mentioned, Riv, towards L of Valen, yet unfortunately couldn't even win the duel, couldn't do any damage. Valen even manages to fall back at full health. Soloing now this A site, one wing towards pipes, slowing down EG's attempt of a push. At least we have a lockdown now for EG. So giving up all that space allows for them to move forward, but it's going to be another one of those lockdown to lockdown.
You should run.
Jogimo pushing forward, though, is able to get that pick onto Valen.
Placing swamp grenade.
And that's what we meant here. Maybe some of them will get detained, but it doesn't matter. At least you get the pit down. Now you can get also, or the plant and then the pit to play pulse plant from jail. Now Jones spotting Leaf on the top. Dizzy being thrown out on the defense. G2 trying to move forward and together inside the pit behind the wingman. It's nice for IC to get the first. Jogimo answers right back, and a nice flick on the third of the round off the Trent. And there's that lurk running out of bullets, but at least Jogimo is able to keep Jonah P in a tight spot where he can't get anything done. Nice spray in the end with the Phantom, as that finally, they were looking for that first answer and they finally got it.
It takes the 4K to get one, but it is the one. As EG fans rejoice on that. And G2 say, all right, let's go right back at it. A little bit of low money there from the way they've been going down in these, but EG had to scrap for this. G2 is not making anything easy here. And the ultimate as well, making it a little interesting because you're not getting players that are low health. You're getting players that just presented themselves in the Viper's pit. So they're actually pretty healthy. Jogimo didn't care. He was snapping heads off left and right.
It's quick at the beginning, though. Recondard out for a tenth of a control towards this B side. Cascade coming out too, and both players holding this B site. Valen and IC forced to fall back and start using early utility rather. Try to hold that push, but again, it's seems to be a play for EG. At least not again for the first time, trying to add pressure on middle and B, so that maybe Nature could get some sort of value on a late lurk. Lurk starts off with Super Bendo inside tube.
Poison's off.
No utils really going to be watching it because they broke that turret at the beginning of the round for EG.
Can't tell if they're fully info gathering or they're just letting the round play out as slow as possible. It seems like now they're moving up tube.
Knew where the thrash was coming from, so Derek gets the contact with the Hunter's Fury. It's quite interesting at the same time, though, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Valen's still alive at yellow, second in the round. TP's away now towards green. Second smoke being pinched from behind, but Nature is able to reach that kill before.
Yep.
A+ was able to turn around, though. Get the plant. Now Jonah P is in a 1 versus 3. Economy's not too great for G2, yet Jonah P still wants to make it expensive now against EG. Scaling up towards orange. High-low contact here on the right side of the B site. And Superman's gonna get it. I was gonna say it was quite interesting to see how G2 instantly went for double ults. One to try to find information, as you mentioned before.
Yeah.
But the second one was also for deniability with the Viper Spit all the way out towards the A site. Made it kind of difficult for Jonah P to rotate back.
For sure. Finding these hits towards mid.
You were a mistake.
Interesting mid play. Not seeing G2 push A that time and EG not being kind of scared of it was interesting as well. EG still want to just play their own game, pushing up towards mid. Seems like they will go for full map control on this one, but they're getting the push this time. They're just trading tube control each round.
Forced buying because the majority at least could have rifles now for G2. Triple walk in mid. 2 towards the tube. Trent at the bottom.
Yeah.
Hit by a decay of an orb coming up on the attack for Superman. As they have 5 players on their end, now leaning towards this A site.
They should be able to focus on A. Slight push here, at least by Jonah, can deliver the info. Jump peek as well. And leaving those 2 in mid, Valen and Icy will hold. Looks like Trent just starts to rotate back and forth until they hear this drone.
And the thing is, we won't have Jogmo trying to create space because he has an operator now trying to walk in long range, so he's spraying through the A tower to give a chance. Oh, that's late. Okay, there you go. That's okay. Nothing happened. We're still going to try to move inside the site for a plant now for EG. Nature, once again, a great spot towards the dice, adds value into that. Blade Storm now available for Jogmo as he activates it and helps out the rest of the team on the pulse plant. Trent, though, has something else to say. Tying things up on a 3-3 situation with all 3 players of G2 now working towards the back of the A site. Jogmo back with the operator looking back towards A as a TP comes across at Jenny. Nature catching one, sleeping and even 2. Whoa. Valen's forced to be alone now. Easy one with the operator in the end. We have the 9-3 curse.
Whew, what a start from G2. Both timeouts from EG throughout that first half. The pistol round, G2 start off and run with it, but it is the last 3 rounds, and it took some frag power to make these rounds happen too. Nature coming up big, and the rest of the team able to put up some numbers here to make sure they come away with at least 3. It's gonna be a tough second half.
Definitely a beautiful timing done by Nature there to allow EG to have some sort of breathing room, some sort of hope to turn things around here on the second half if they can. But before we get into that, let's toss it down to the desk and see what they have to say.
I just wanted to see how long I could balance this on my head. Turns out, quite a while.
Were you that bored?
Got a very flat head.
The game got good in the last 3 rounds.
EG won 3 rounds in a row, GB.
Oh, no, it's fantastic. Oh, no, it's falling apart. Listen, guys, listen.
I mean, it was for EG for most of that half.
Hey, look at that, tying it back in. That's a segue. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we just saw in that first half there. G2 obviously continuing to look good.
It's all about the pistols, right? They've won 3 out of 3 pistols, but really it's the bonus round. And here in this 3rd round, because in round 2 they go for an FPX buy, they've got Bulldogs, they've got rifles, they can fight forward here. But they made the choice against an EG that in both of those round 3s across both maps have been going into these spread out plays 3-1-1 on the map. G2 crept up in B main, in A main, down mid as well, and they find 2 great opening picks that instantly turns the round.
Their retakes were looking flawless throughout. We saw a great performance out of Leaf now on this Sentinel role. But EG have got themselves a chance. They win 3 rounds in a row towards the end, and now heading into the second half. Some of these big pieces are coming online. We're seeing more moments from Nature. We're seeing Jojimo, for the first time this series, starting to look a little bit like himself.
Yeah, Mimi, that's great, but they still gotta win a pistol.
Yes, and that's the big challenge.
Like, win a pistol, and if you don't, please do something early, because they've started both games
statistically
off
speaking,
0-5.
right? If you're able to pick up the pistol here, maybe you can get yourself back into it, but history doesn't look good for EG.
But if you lose this pistol, series is pretty much over.
Oh,
this is going to be the most important round coming up for EG.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically going to be a wrap here if EG cannot secure this pistol. This next round is going to be very, very pivotal, and we'll see how it all plays out for the world champs. Send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, GB. And definitely you saw at least the last 2 shots. Both coaches seems to be quite comfortable with the plan that they have cooked up here for this pistol round, as there was still 10 seconds left before this round started, and nothing else needed to be said. So it starts with G2 with the Dizzy. High tide being thrown on the defense to retaliate. But G2 rather are still moving up.
Lots of armor here for G2.
Yeah.
Post plant 2 mollies. That's definitely a focus for Jonah. Let's see what they can make here as they get into sight. A little bit of a mid control for EG. They're looking to play more retake with a push down mid, maybe one flanker, but this is the hit. G2 has free space. It's what post plant they can set up that's going to matter.
It's good at least EG killed that turret right away on the attack, so that gives a little bit of paranoia to G2, forcing one player to instantly rotate back towards the spawn. And that's going to be Leaf with that responsibility, giving a chance for EG to have to fight evenly, or able to fight evenly on the retake towards the A site. Jogno scoring first. Valen then after, with help from Trent. As we're all around, really not looking towards the verticality. Everything is really clean and good for G2, and Mimi mentioned it.
Yeah.
If VG loses that pistol round, it might be GG right there, but do we believe?
I don't know. I don't know if we believe. G2 has so many things prepped here. We saw the classic armor, right, coming in for a lot of them. The 2 mollies were actually used for denial of room here at screens. So with the armor, they can push up the screens. They all face the fight coming into the site. It's not post-plant mollies. It's denial of getting back into the site mollies for EG's defense. So really good forward play from G2. And now they'll switch the side. A, now to B for second round. And they have the setup with a Leaf watching that flank. So they could stay here for quite a bit. The wingman and the drone just to get space here, not taking any chances. They have to clear yellow. Done.
Yep. Quite easily too.
Yeah.
Didn't even need a recon dart to have Superman trying to peek out and find a timing.
Not coming back.
We saw 4 players waiting right there towards yellow and or towards green rather, and that allows here for G2 to get an instant plant towards the B site. 4 players grouped up on the pulse plant at yellow. Really no big util to delay except for that 1 nanoswarm still in the back pocket of Leaf, who throws it now. This half buy, lower buy stingers that we had from EG.
Flawless.
Exactly. They're greeted by a flawless from G2, who only need 2 more rounds to really dominate the series.
Yeah,
put it that way for sure.
Definitely dominate the series. The first one still is a big scrappy back and forth there, but G2 showing quite a bit of control once they did figure out what was happening, and now running away with that control here. To clean up 11-3 now as we get into the bonus round. This is so necessary for EG, but it's already been the force. They're already trying to get control early, so it makes it tougher with the low buy. Push in, Superman just trying to get that early info, giving a little bit of alt orb control to Derek as they're getting each advantage they can falling out of this game.
Yeah, it really is the only saving grace now for EG, if they're able to salvage a couple of these rounds to get that Hunter's Fury up ASAP and maybe have that most important swing round in the series, but we're thinking way too far ahead. State of the game so far, it's been one-sided domination out of G2 all along here on the second map of Icebox. A map here where EG came out with their one-off deadlock that really surprised G2. But now this time, both of them coming out with new compositions. And G2 is ready for it all the way. 2 more left alive now, Derek and Nature. Stinger close range, dropping the spike towards yellow. Wall up on the attack, trying to spray behind it are the players of G2, and Derek and Nature just trying to find his timing. A nice little double swing out from that smoke. G2's at 12.
It's honestly an achievement for both teams to try and plant a B this game. They are giving each other so much hell just trying to get down that plant as it goes into the site. And that just tells the story so much of why we've seen so much A site from both of these teams. This one again, G2 just clean it up ever so slowly. And now they are on game point track. Open up possibly with the Hunter's Fury here as we see the end of that replay. Cleaning up the kills. Operator for Jogamo. Looks like they're going to go straight ahead and try to use this right away to Pipes with protection.
Still on the ropes too. VALORANT already drops that. Dizzy did way too much. 2 players are falling down, and that operator is all solo. Once again, hit by so much utility. As that operator had 0 value. Nor are the players. Last one in. Jonapi with the kill. A flawless round to give the series to G2 in a dominating fashion.
G2 coming away with the win pretty handily there in the end. Showing that power, obviously, at the end kickoff where they beat Sentinels with, right? Which I kid. But what a game. Leaf stepping up. Wonder what happened on the Sentinel role. Didn't matter. Icy stepping up. And indeed, Icy is a fitting name. A lot of plays where it was just full on, forward. You had to be cold to get the results, and he was. So looking good for G2. They got to be happy with that result as EG made the changes and did not see the results. A night and day from both teams.
Yeah. And the desk was mentioning here for Icy joining this roster for G2, usually coming into a duelist role, but he also has a lot of experience playing some Sentinels roles, some really flex roles, really. And it adds more value to G2's change of compositions if they need to, with what you currently see here in front of the screen. Putting a lot of value in terms of utility as well as a support player on that Gecko. Really allowed G2 to add domination right now against EG in that series. And VALORANT IGL, we talked about IGL fraggers for nature.
Absolutely
fragging. Well, this time it's VALORANT, definitely owning it there.
Doing so well, 18-6 on the top for his team from that controller position. It seems like you're the controllers, man. Seems like we got some real good controller fraggers coming in throughout this season.
Your controllers, your fragging IGLs.
Yeah.
You remember that was a huge topic back then during the offseason, and now it seems everybody's just, calling that fragging is something that all of the IGLs currently do so far.
And that's going to be good. We talked about the pistol rounds. We talked about the success from G2. That's one way they made a mark on this game to make sure it was nail in the coffin to be able to take down EG. Also, I think the progression on Lotus, for what we saw, EG was starting to manhandle the map, figure out what was going on, and be able to just pinpoint exactly what G2 was doing.
Yeah.
They were able to figure that out and break it apart and realize that's the way that EG wanted to play everything. Push him off those early pushes, get Superman back into his own sight, and they won't have as much easy time taking the round.
And that's the thing, if you look at the series too, G2 never really gave a chance here for EG to really set up in those situations where you really had to count down a lot of these clutches, especially on that Lotus on that first map. Something that also happened for EG in that first series during Kickoff where you had the 2 versus 4 clutches on Sunset. And then finally here, G2 didn't give a chance for EG to really come back and get the momentum to win the series. But at least for G2, they got the series and they did it for net, and they did it. But let's send it down to the desk where Spix will do our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili, and congratulations, VALORANT. What a intense showing from the side of G2 and taking down EG. It has to be said, this is the beginning of stage 1. This was your first match with Icy, and of course, with this win, you're now also getting revenge against EG for that very close 0-2 loss back at Kickoff. So a lot of firsts, a lot of wins. Tell us what's going through your head right now.
I mean, I'm just really proud of the team. Like, we went through a lot of adversity the last couple weeks, picking up Icy, who's a rookie, and he's been integrated in the system really well. As you can see, he's very aggressive, and he takes those timings on duelists. So he's the unsung hero of this new roster because he's making a lot of space for the team. Like, he's so selfless. He goes in with the utility. He usually gets his one, and from there, he just lets the rest of us shine. I'm just proud of the guys because it's been a tough couple weeks, but we did it. We got our revenge, but job's not done, and we're going to continue working hard, and hopefully this new G2 continues winning.
That's amazing to hear, and honestly, you make it sound easy to integrate a new player like that, but the truth is it's far from it. It's actually very hard, and especially with the short amount of time that you had. What was it that you really focused on? Was it knowing that, okay, Leaf is gonna go to Sentinel, we're gonna make Icy shine as duelist? Was it really about focusing around new strategies around that?
Yeah, I mean, at first we were trialing duelist and Sentinel players, But as soon as I saw Leaf on Sentinel, I literally messaged Josh right away. I'm like, Leaf is playing Sentinel on this team. A lot of people were confused with the roster change. Like, why would you put such a star player on Sentinel? But it matches his playstyle well, and he's just such a scary player to deal with on anchoring sites, lurking. His shot is so clean, so you really don't want to peek that guy, right? And then have a more selfless, just go in, dive in player like Icy on Duelist. It makes a lot of sense for us, and I'm glad we were able to showcase that today.
I love to hear the confidence, is also see your confidence on the server. You were fragging out of your mind.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm curious, now that you are, obviously you have this win here, you've been practicing with the team, it's clear that you believe in Icy as well as the new potential with this roster that you have. Now that you see the other competition, we're starting to see some results come out, and obviously you're scrimming these guys.
Right.
How do you think you guys stack against the other teams?
I think it's hard to say because we're still pretty new. I mean, my self-confidence tell me we stack towards the top. You know, of course, I'm gonna be biased a bit, but really, I feel like if we're on our A game that day, we'll be able to compete against any of the teams here and probably qualify for the international event too.
Absolutely, love to hear it. An amazing performance once again today. We are gonna head to a short commercial break, but when we come back, it'll be a North American showdown with 100 Thieves taking on Sentinels.
Red Bull gives you wings. It's over. Sen City, here to play, here to stay, and history has been made.
Coming back from the Masters win, there's definitely a target on our back.
They're looking super strong. I'm sure they're very confident going against us. I think the biggest threat is definitely if you just look at Zekin. The kid is incredible. He's just dropping unreal numbers every match.
Disadvantage position. Gonna watch that one though. 80th second. That's 8 seconds left.
They have a lot of individual talent that can really pop off in moments that matter.
Here's the footsteps. Doesn't know where they are exactly, but strikes correctly. Round ended.
Our aim is better than theirs in terms of 5 players with 5 players. So if we can just slow down the rounds, just play our game plan, we absolutely can beat them. If we can just come in, beat the Masters Champions, that'd give us a huge confidence booster.
I think if we give at least like 70-80%, we should win the match.
For now, I won't say anything crazy, but if I beat them, I will talk shit.
I respect that there, Boosty. Welcome back to day 2 of VCT Americas and our second match of the day. It's an NA Classic. As you know, it's the clout battle between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I'm Golden Boy, once again joined at the desk by my esteemed colleagues.
One of these days,
Paula, Mimi, and Ender.
One of these days, we're going to come into this match and not say clout match.
No.
Ooh, one day. It ain't ever that ain't ever Good use of the sound effect. I'll take that. All right, well, let's talk about both of these teams having been, I would say, like quite a bit of a level up from the inaugural season to now. I would say quite a bit.
One a little bit more than the other.
You don't feel that same? I mean, I think I
feel that about Sentinels. They're the best team in the world.
Yes.
I feel like we saw 2 games from 100 Thieves, and they
Not
were
enough to
close,
give you-
solid games.
That's not fair. They played 6 whole maps.
Not enough to give you that confidence. Well,
Ding.
Well, I think Sentinels fans should have a lot of confidence because there was concern about whether or not John QT would be able to make it back to the States for today's match. But all is well, folks, because the hero has returned. As John QT has landed in LA and will be playing in the opening game.
Sad day for Curry. Not going to make his debut.
That's tough.
It would have been nice. It would have been fun. But
it's a good day for Sentinels.
It is a good day for Sen.
Yeah, I mean, they, of course, are going to be playing with the full strength of their roster, the Masters Madrid winners. And, Ender, we're only on week 1 here, stage 1. But I tell you, it feels pretty nutty that we're getting a really prepped and ready Sentinels team that have just kind of been all over the world at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they went through the absolute ringer in Masters, right? Going down to the lower bracket, playing so many games to end up clutching up in that intense final. I mean, they were really challenged from a kickoff to Madrid, playing so many games, looking so good while doing it.
Remember, they were in the wild card finish in the group stage, right? They had to go all the way through.
That's crazy.
G2.
Remember they played a show match against G2?
They had to win that one map to get there in the first place. Like, lower bracket in Madrid and then that as well. I mean, you're absolutely right. A complete gauntlet.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We talked about the maps. They played a ridiculous amount in comparison to the rest of the field.
The maximum amount of maps that any team in VCT could have played was 45. And Sentinels somehow managed to play 41 because of the silly show match day and because of going to the lower bracket in Madrid. And when you compare them to the rest of the league that we have here, it is a major gap. Loud, also top 4, right, at Madrid, only 25 maps. You look all the way down the list, 100 Thieves have only played 6 maps. Sentinels have played 10 times as many maps as Furia.
And the thing is, they did that even before then. They played more than anyone else in Americas during the offseason. They come in here, they play everything. But it's ridiculous the amount of VALORANT this team has played. And sure, you can give the argument, there's tape out there, there's a target on the back, they're the best team in the world, everyone's gunning for them. That's all true.
Speaking about the tape, for me, like, that's a crazy thing that they're able to win Madrid while having that much footage out there, win Kickoff
but
while
also
having that much footage out there.
For a team that made big changes coming into this year, they've just had a ridiculous amount of time, a ridiculous amount of matches to really get used to this new roster, to feel so comfortable together. And you saw it there, them digging deep in that 5th map against Gen G where they weren't favored. Having that experience to pull it out and win the whole damn thing.
That's how you win tournaments.
Yes.
I mean, straight up, it's having optimal play throughout the entire thing. It's stuff that you can't really counter against. And don't forget, we're talking only VCT there. Off season, they played the most out of anybody as well. they've set themselves up here to go on an absolute tear this year.
The amazing thing, too, is like they started getting found out, right? Remember, like, their split was the best in the world. Then they started losing the teams on it, and they still were able to come back and continue making those adjustments. That is the most impressive
and what's
thing
even
to
more
continue
impressive,
that.
they were just doing that thing on the fly, day in, day out. I mean,
yeah, literally day after day.
Kaplan like freaking out at breakfast every morning. Yeah, like it was very, very impressive to say the least here. But let's continue to get a vibe check here and go check in with Doug, actually, who's standing by with Sassy.
Excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me. Sassy, if I may, a word. Sassy, anything. Sassy, just a, no? A crumb, a morsel, anything?
Wow, well.
They really do.
Sad Doug.
They used to be so nice.
Sad Doug.
They used to be so nice.
Sash emote. I like that. That was great. They clearly are, they're feeling themselves here, guys.
The fame change.
The ego.
Yeah,
I miss the
I always knew it was
Sentinels.
going to happen. Yeah,
I miss the Sentinels who lost every game. I don't.
What?
I don't miss that.
Mimi, what?
I don't miss that.
Don't worry, Mimi. Sentinels 2021 win Masters.
No.
Lose every game. I'm just saying.
All right, but see, the reason why I'm not worried about this is because I got a question for the desk. It's about that guy right there.
Which one?
Zekin. Is he considered to be, for your money at this point, the best in the world right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Before Masters, I was like, he up there, but I don't know if I can give it to him after Masters. Yeah, he's got my vote. He was just on another level. And again, it's not just a flash in the pan thing. The amount of maps he had to play and continually putting up press performance, it's not just the numbers. The way he works into sites is just on another level. He is so locked in.
I think for me, what I would say is form-based right now, yes, he's the best in the world.
Okay.
I think we still have a lot of players out there who we just haven't seen that much of. I mean, talking about all the Fnatic players. Yeah, where's Durka? Where's Alphayear? Like, where are these guys at? These guys who were up there last year. Again, even Demon 1 you could put up in there as well. Like, we just haven't seen enough of them yet. Enough of them at a top level. Enough of them playing up into semifinals, grand finals sort of level that, I mean, right now, Zekin's almost the only guy in the conference.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just taking like a biopsy of the moment, without a doubt, he's the best player in the world.
Biopsy of the moment. I love that phrase.
Yeah, it's like you're cutting a little sliver off.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm qualified to do that.
That means you are. You're ready.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, best thing to ever happen to the state of New Jersey, it was all downhill up until this guy came along.
I thought you were saying until I got a biopsy. What?
As a New Yorker, I agree with you. Sorry, Liz. Okay, so, guys, let's go ahead and move on, though, to 100 Thieves. They go out early in kickoff, but, of course, their losses, they came to Sentinels, the team they're about to face here today, and Leviathan. So, I think that, guys, there's certainly going to be an uphill battle here for 100 Thieves. They're coming into this matchup, the underdogs, 100%.
Yeah, sure, but I also think this is a team that came with a lot of cool new ideas. They were able to take a map off of Sentinels, a map off of Leviathan there as well. He was playing a bunch of the Fade, and they're trying out all the stuff, right? The Gecko for Boostio, the Boostio up, maybe a little overcooked on that front. But I thought as far as teams went, with a unique and forward-facing lead on the meta, 100 Thieves are one of my favorites.
He ain't quite something.
We don't think he's Kung.
But for me, 100 Thieves is a team that I wanted to give a lot of time to. And I think actually throughout the offseason it was like, big, like they need a lot of time. But Kickoff, I think, was impressive enough that I'm like, okay, they're probably going to get there. I think they could have a peak that is making an international tournament is very much possible for this team. I don't know how much further than that I would go.
Sure. But them coming out with the Gecko Fade stuff throughout that gave me a lot of faith in the system of Boostio and Zix and what they were bringing. It was the first time to me that 100 Thieves has felt fresh in like literally almost 3 years, that they're coming back and we're seeing these new innovative ideas. On top of that, the new additions were looking great. Boostio was popping off. He was bringing the vibe. Yeah. EU had some great moments. We had all the good early signs, but they were in the group of death. They got deathed. It happened.
Sure. They did get that. Now they're lifed back again. You don't just have to face down against 3 of the better teams in the league. But I will say what I especially appreciated them, especially on their bind map that they took off against Sentinels. Yeah, their set exit, anything that was like very clearly pre-planned in terms of their hits or their retakes when they're playing this Gecko Fade comp with a ton of effective utility for clearing out spaces. That was always precise. When the rounds got more chaotic, I think that's when they tended to struggle a little bit more. and Sentinels found their groove. But this is a team that when they are in their element and they are doing the stuff they've practiced before, look really, really money.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a little challenging, I would say, for them to get too comfortable here, especially going up against Sentinels. One of the matchups that we're looking forward to here is going to be Cryo versus TenZ, because you got two players that very much did similar things. They moved over to other supportive roles, but they still continue to carry that fragging potential that they've always had with them.
They have the same start to their trajectory. Top of the world, considered one of the best players in the world, then falling from grace and having a really tough season. But TenZ has had a revival, right? Coming out here looking incredible at Masters, switching over to controller almost full time and playing incredible there. And I think we saw some similar signs from Cryo, right? He was playing a ton of the controller in Kickoff, and it's the best we've seen him look, I think, since the Chamber meta.
He looked really good at sort of holding his own on sites, in a solo anchor position. He's got the talent to be able to do that, but dodging around some of the smokes in those big highlight rounds was fantastic. I also think it's interesting that the similarities continue. Even with the role swap, you've still got TenZ dipping over into the Yoru sometimes. Cryo's dipping over into the Chamber too.
Right? They have those resources to be able to do that. That's what makes
But I
these
think
guys so
the
scary.
biggest thing is getting these guys off the primary dive agent. Letting them play an agent where they have the flexibility to make their own plays, but also can sit back, can anchor a site, and just rely on those insane mechanics.
I think the most interesting part about it for me is TenZ is such an aggressive player and Cryo is such a passive player. The swap still kind of makes sense on both ends, right? They still have the ability to make plays, and it's working out pretty well so far. I'm a little bit more passive or bullish on TenZ.
I mean, of course, he just won the trophy.
Yeah, of course. But for me, Cryo is the guy who's getting criticized constantly in terms of who they could change on this roster coming in from last year. Everybody was so hyped about him. It's this guy. He's the problem this year. But I think they found a way to kind of silence that right away here in Kickoff. And right now, it's all about how they can actually use Busio, his energy, and actually make something here with this team that they can have some, some incentive by themselves to make plays.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad you mentioned Busio, because we actually have Smick standing by with Boosie to find out what his thoughts are going into this match.
Morning, Boostio. I think every player likes to have their own pregame ritual, and you have made it very clear you love holding that boombox. What do you typically like to listen to?
Any anime music, some like 90s emo, some rap. We listen to it all.
What did you play today?
Black Rover, Quaver, just a couple anime songs.
Amazing. Good taste. Good luck today.
All right, well, I think something that we are certainly going to be looking out for, as you saw in the interview there, it's just going to be how the vibes are for this matchup. And then on the other side of the stage, you got Zelsis. Now, this guy, we call him the vibe merchant, but now he's a vibe champion, okay? He's won. He's managed to hold it down and pick up a dub. So
is that what you call someone when they win it?
He's a vibe champion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
champion of the world.
Giving him the title. But this is going to play a role in this match, Ender.
Yeah, he's like the vibes auctioneer because he's so actually loud, getting out there.
He's a vibe banker.
Always out of his seat, yeah. And even though, look,
profession here.
Boostio, he lost the gecko hair, and I think we're all a little disappointed in that, but he's still out here bringing it round
and
up
I mean,
around.
that's the vibes optometrist. I think it is really important to see what Boostio can do.
This is big.
Yeah. As a vibe merchant, I'm worried that he's going to sell his services to some other team at the end of the year. He's doing it for multiple.
Oh dear. So, guys, how are we feeling across the board? Does 100 Thieves have a chance to be able to pick up this win here, or are you guys going with the Masters Madrid winners?
To pick up a win.
2-1?
Look, I think they can pick up a map, but Sentinels just won Masters. How can you ever vote against them, no matter how much time they have?
All right, folks. Well, I think we got our answer there. We got a sold-out crowd. People are hyped up and excited. So let's send it down to the stage and get this show started.
Riot Games Arena, get ready for a classic North American showdown. Please welcome on stage our first team. It's 100 Thieves! Facing 100 Thieves are your Masters Madrid champions. Make some noise for the Sentinels!
With trophy in hand, the Sentinels are looking, I would even say, to maybe intimidate a little bit on the other side of the stage. 100 Thieves, you're coming out there, you holding the trophy, you know, it's kind of like holding over someone's head.
Just in case 100 Thieves forgot that Sentinels won it all.
In case you don't know.
And for Tens here, he's been in this position before, being a world champ, coming back home, having a chance to defend that title again. For all these other boys, it's a new feeling, being on the top, having that target on their back. But they've said in that intro that it's something that is going to motivate them to be the best they can be here in Americas.
Crazy how the bundle, or the target on Zelsis' back says bundle, but I don't know.
It's actually his new name.
That's his new name.
That's he actually legally changed it. I don't know if you know that. Yeah,
that's just what happens to
City Hall did it. I was very impressed with him. He was very committed to the gimmick. That said, though,
this is really interesting to me because they haven't had much practice, right? John just got here, like what, yesterday, that sort of thing.
And you have to think, if 100 Thieves, that's something to keep in mind too, right? If Sentinels managed to pick up this win here, and 100 Thieves have had like a month plus to do this, oof. That's a kick in the gut.
Absolutely. The confidence will get shot a little bit more than it already is, I think, for a lot of the players in 100 Thieves. Yeah, the practice thing is huge. And from 100 Thieves' perspective, again, it's like you don't have much to think about in terms of what they're going to change here. You're going to think they're going to play very basic, a lot of defaults, that sort of thing, stuff that you don't need to practice as much.
We're getting a look at the maps here. So Icebox split Sunset. It will be fun. I do think that it's important to say for 100 Thieves that, like, we've seen a few teams now already come in with that practice time and look very good. Hit the ground running. C9, right? We just saw G2 come out and just trounce EG. So I'm not necessarily looking for win or loss here. 100 Thieves, I don't really care when you're playing against Sentinels at this point. What I want to see is them come in with those strong plans we saw from Kickoff. I want them to look better, and I want them to look better in the more chaotic round states.
I think one thing there to look at on the maps is Sentinels wins that second half, right? They have Icebox, or they have Split and Sunset.
Yeah.
That is just two of their best maps overall.
I mean, those are the maps that put them on their run, that eventually won them that championship.
I thought it was interesting the 100 Thieves did pick that Split, though. I guess it's based off of the fact that, well, they got the playbook.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And now Icebox first. This is one I think that 100 Thieves in the past has really struggled to figure out exactly what they run.
But it's kind of been the same for Sentinels, right? This was never a consistently strong map for them. They only won it in like that crazy pop-off at the end versus Gen G to eventually lift that trophy. But we're seeing some locks come through, and Saucy is going back to that Gecko, which we've seen a lot from him throughout their run in Masters Madrid and in Kickoff as well.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves are also playing some of the Gecko ideas too for some trap ideas. But I mean, honestly, like I feel like Icebox is in a really interesting point in the map right now, where really the main flexibility in what you're picking comes down to what actually plants a spike. Is it a wingman? Is it a sage wall? Is it a harbor coat? And that's usually where that final slot ends up shifting around. And based off of that, you can have a few different reads. Harbor gives you more flexibility. Sage gives you the ability to sort of entrench yourself very, very nicely. But the Gecko gives a lot more proactivity. And I think a guy like Saucy, a team like Sentinels, really enjoy having those looks.
I think this is a must-win, actually, here for 100 Thieves. Based off what we said about the mapper, the whole map pool earlier, Icebox is definitely going to be a spot where they have a bit better of a chance, and they have to win if they want a chance in the best of three.
They absolutely do. What I'm looking at in this map is really the head-to-head between two world champ IGLs, between Boostio and John QT. For both of these guys, right, they've kind of proven themselves in the set stuff, mainly for Boostio, but for John QT, it came down to the scrap, came down to the adaptation. That's what we need to see more from. 100 Thieves in this match.
Well, we are ready to get into the game. So, Riot Games Arena, why don't you go ahead and give us your energy and get ready for this one. It's going to be a banger as we send it over to your casters, the dynamic duo known as Baby Doug.
Baby Doug somehow gets worse every time. Dre, I'm very... What?
What's up, brother?
Oh, gosh.
What's up?
Unbelievable.
Special teams here.
How did you get me to agree to... Forget it. The point is, we have Sentinels, we have 100 Thieves, we've got a banger of a matchup. I think we do need to talk about Icebox right at the beginning. Paula was talking about how it felt like this map is a must-win if you're 100 Thieves, because if you don't gain traction here, Sentinels should, in theory, run away with the rest of it. Do you agree with that?
I actually do agree with that, and looking forward into the map pool as well, like you have these Raze heavy maps where like we're gonna see Asuna on that role, and I think, yeah, you're right. If they can actually snag this map away from Sentinels, you have a higher chance of beating any team, really, when you have Asuna on that Raze. He's looked great.
See how it plays out. 100 Thieves on the attack. Sentinels looking to keep up and really continue where they left off from Madrid, walking out with the hardware and everything, and quite frankly, I don't blame them. It's well learned, but the defensive side here is about to be tested. An A, they've got a bunch of utility to hopefully keep them back. Wingman dies, the spike hits the ground. And this will force a quiet moment. There's so much going on around the map, Dre. You've got a three-man flank coming in through Spawn. You've got a little bit happening mid from Zelsys as well. Cryo.
They're so worried about Cryo. They're trying to re-clear him, but he hasn't shown since he updrafted earlier. But Tens is still not missing a beat. The human aimbot back in action, bringing it over from Madrid. He's been so great. Even in Madrid, he looked phenomenal.
He looked world class.
Yeah. And again, better than ever, which is like, I mean, that's tough.
Speaking of which, pushing forward, spotting the IGL, 100 Thieves. Feeling the pressure and handling it beautifully. Yes, Zelsys was there on the other side. Saucy's just going to hold the defuse. Sentinels are going to get it. And that, honestly, that felt very effortless.
They're so confident in their retakes, and they don't skip a beat. They understood that Cryo made a lot of presence in that mid area early on. And I thought Cryo played his spot pretty well. I mean, he delayed long enough, made the entire enemy team re-clear him, but it just wasn't enough. And the chemistry right here between Zelsys and Tens, it was amazing, right? Tens knows that when he's taking pop shots on the guy on the left side, that someone probably will swing him from the right. Zelsys is already trained on that angle, and it ends up just being a 2v1. Beautiful start to this game for Sentinels. And Zekin. He's so confident. Pops that dash.
At the ready with Guardian in hand. No one dare challenge. At least not yet. And now as he spots 3 different heads.
A little scary. Oh, Tyson.
Just when it looked like Boosty was going to get a timing.
When you're Boosty on the spot, you hear the KO running away. You're like, oh,
I'm good.
I got the timing.
Exactly.
But no. Saucy's right there for some reason, you know? Oh, what is he cooking with this pop flash?
It's a little something over the wall to try to fight through. Again, still haven't managed to get the spike down. It's sitting on the floor as they try to win out their fights. He used the only one left, and he falls shortly thereafter. Sentinels continue to cruise.
Nice. And a lot of guns purchased from the side of Sen, so this is a pretty healthy bonus round for them. Like, this could be very devastating for 100 Thieves if they don't get early kills. Oh my gosh. 605 days.
Yikes.
Dang. Quite a bit of time, bro.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, you were just mentioning the bonus and how much of a healthy buy Sentinels have here. It's a share for Tens, but rifle surrounding it. Zekin again, alone up here, has the dash to get away, 2 jump out. A little damage dealt onto Cryo, but that's all it is for now.
Hey, look at the support. He has John QT just sitting off site, watching his cross. And probably a molly will come out, I'm assuming, after John makes the contact. So Zekin can just hold down this yellow area. And when you have control of this, you have so much information. So as soon as this A utility comes through from the side of 100 Thieves, you're going to see Zekin clear out this B area and maybe rotations come in.
It seems like Bang is ready for it. He's waiting.
This should be the cue for Zekin to start prodding for a little bit of information.
Again,
shortly.
I think Bang has a lot to do here. If he can cut, oh, but the knife's gonna give him away.
Yep.
Now Zekin with an understanding that there is someone waiting. He gets a kill onto him, and he was smooth, steady with it.
That is a huge kill. But you see this, the rotation's still coming into A. This is actually really good IGLing from Boostio.
And I guess maybe you make it a little bit more sellable with Cryo
left.
being the only one A, but the rest of 100 Thieves has gone B, and they're doing so quietly.
This is a really, really good call from Boostio. I'm very impressed with this.
Spike wings.
And they have complete control of site. What do they do with it, though? Do they try to get pushed up? And here we go. You have Boostio, the IGL himself.
In such an unexpected position.
Yeah, it is a one and done, but he is just going to have a one here.
Oh,
if he
it's
wins this.
Zelsis on the other side. The elbow has been spotted. The bullets swing out, and Zelsis falls. Boostio tries to drop into another kill, but ends up dropping to his death.
And that's the alarm bot.
Start to see some of that utility come through. Cryo on the late flank. The dash is proc. The first is found. And an attempt at a re-aggress as John looks like he's going to be able to get it to happen. He still has so much to deal with. 100 Thieves on the board.
Wow. Boostio's IGLing in this round was an absolute... It was just an absolute wonder to watch. I mean, yeah, Bang died early, and you know how hard it is on a map like Icebox to win a round when you don't have Viper smokes up? But he understood that they showed so much presence toward the A side of the map that... I don't know what that was, but they showed so much presence towards the A side of the map. They understood that they baited the rotations out, and then when Zekin gets that kill on Bang, it solidifies that even more. Okay, everybody's probably towards A, because after he killed Bang, he didn't see anybody else on the screen. There's no reason to stay.
That knife didn't tag anyone else either. It was just a one.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
And then to have the heads-up awareness to, you know, try to even it out. You understand that it's a 4v5. You have to make numbers even and make plays like that. The reflank from Cryo is all really well done.
No Gecko util yet. A momentary pause. And a delay as they have to wait out the suppression.
That dagger hit a lot of people, and you know, the big key difference in this map is the Sova and the KO. That's what I'm saying, that the Gecko ult clearing out all of A site.
They've taken so much space, but can they hold it? We've talked so much about the prowess that is the center. Retake! But Cryo with 4!
Oh my gosh!
That's the round.
That was insane! Is Cryo back?
That certainly looked like it.
Oh my gosh. They just lined up for him right there.
Thrash isn't done with you.
I like how 100 Thieves in these post plants are playing a little bit aggressive, having people pushed up in these spots, not allowing Sentinels to just do their set retakes that they have. And I think that's a important thing to do against a team like Sen, who are so rehearsed and dialed in on these retakes. You want to disrupt them, not let them have their perfect image of that, because honestly, with how Sen have been playing, and we saw it in Madrid, 9 times out of 10 you're going to lose. Nice round. Nice 4K from Cryo there.
Hey, I imagine we're going to get a look at that one again.
Yeah, that was clean. And just that little peek. He hits the nice collab there, but that little peek, killing Zekin before that flash actually connects onto him is everything. I love the little nod.
So yeah, I did that.
Yeah, that was me.
Uh-huh.
All me.
5-2 for the Duelists, 1 away from Blades. Still rocking the Phantom, and they're playing so soft on A here. You see how far back they're playing, I guess expecting some aggression from the defensive side. But in fact,
very wise.
Oh, and in fact, it's actually B, where they're currently postured and pressuring. Zekin has to dash away. They've left a little trap.
It's all a bait. It's all a bait.
It's tucked in. There it is. Finds 2 off the flash. Saucy's there to get the 3rd.
And this is why I love Saucy. He just, I feel like he makes the correct play so many times. Like, yeah, he could have sat there like and just tried to challenge and gotten the kill and maybe secure the round had he gotten it. But if he dies, he understands that the entire round opens up for 100 Thieves.
I mean, I just loved, I mean, and yes, Saucy was a part of it, but I love the layers to what they just tried doing. Yeah. Zekin had to have been seen, right? Or else the threat isn't there. And then he dashes away and they think, oh, it might be free. And then 10 sets up that 2K. That was perfect.
Yeah, a little pop flash for himself. Even Saucy showing there as well. Just a nice little bait and switch. Cryo knows he has to do something here. He has to get an early pick onto this retake.
Try to get numbers back in their favor.
And Saucy's so smart to use it from there. To use the Gecko Ult from there.
It didn't get a ton of value, though. Gets caught early. Cryo dashing backwards. EU not far off.
Oh
That's
my
the
gosh.
first. And now we're at 2s. Now this becomes far more possible, far more doable. But Saucy drops the first. Cryo, the hero of the previous round.
He has updraft though.
Tries to get away and he falls. Yeah, you're not updrafting away from Zelsis there.
And yeah, it was a very early ult. Like, he used it from so far back, Saucy did, but I actually think it was so good because with the way that 100 Thieves has been playing these post plans so far, you can tell, especially when they're down numbers, they're trying to find something, anything. So just denying that early pick and getting that dash out early, I mean, it makes a difference. 10's already at 6 assists.
Yeah, it's been a great start for him.
I mean, man, this guy cannot be stopped this year.
Check in with a couple of ults on the side of 100 Thieves, Cryos, Blades, but more importantly, EU has his ult too. Cryo starting to feel some of the pressure that Zekin takes, and there's the ult that we were just referring to. This tandem has been very effective for 100 Thieves so far. Zekin's not able to find any value as 100 Thieves continue to push towards A. Saucy's left alone. The only thing keeping them apart.
No way. No way.
Is the wall. Oh, not a single kill is found.
Oh my gosh.
Such a tough situation to convert into. Zelsis getting one with 4 more to find and nothing doing.
And 10's actually got caught lacking up on that top gen. He actually made that jump as a KO. It's actually really cool that he's able to do that because you don't expect a character like KO to be up there, but I mean, just gets taken out by the wide swing from Cryo and then trades coming in, being overwhelmed on that A site. This is the dangerous thing about, you know, being pushed. Huh?
You have the telestrator. You need to break that down or something? I don't know. That's your job.
Well, as you can see,
that's your job. Turning attention over to round 7. Glider by for Sentinels. Zelsis with a stinger. All attention B behind the Viper wall. Boostio's ult online and invested.
And a fast pace too. This is like right off the rip of the round. We haven't seen this so far from 100 Thieves. Taking control of all that B space, putting the KJ ult down.
Yeah, honestly, I like the pace too because you don't really give an opportunity for Tense to use his ult reactively. They're going to take so much space though. Bang has gotten behind them. The timing on this is huge! They all fall. Another one in favor of 100 Thieves.
Very convincing round right there. The fast, decisive B hit after they've been kind of playing semi-slow. Showing a lot of utility at A in the previous round. Now just going for the B split with late lurks.
Sentinels calling a timeout, giving us a moment to discuss what we're seeing here. I think for 100 Thieves, they look confident, they look comfortable, they don't look phased by really anything. They're playing their game at their pace, under their own terms, and it's working.
I think they have a great game plan so far. They've been doing a lot of pressure in this mid and A area of the map, and that kind of opens up that entire B. And when you have B site down, I feel like it's so much harder to retake on B than it is on A.
Yep.
So I really like the way 100 Thieves have approached this match so far. Even Cryo, he just looks so much more confident than what we've seen in, honestly, previous matches compared to last year, everything. Like,
yeah,
off the rip of pistol round, you know, just jumping up on top of that mid area and just being a menace. Just making Sentinels have to clear him out while his team plants the bomb. A little bit of a slow start from Sentinels as well.
Still
in the gun rounds.
Yeah, there's still plenty of VALORANT to play as well, but you're right. I mean, 4 of the last 5 going in favor of 100 Thieves. It's not too shabby of a streak. We'll see how things change on the other side of this timeout. Saucy, the only one from the defense with the rifle. Meanwhile, if you look at the side 100 Thieves, they've got resources for days. And their ult cycles are starting to come online. Many of them just 1-2 points away. There's real danger of a snowball becoming an avalanche And Sentinel's just getting crushed under it.
Oh my God.
Talk about comfort. Cryo's sitting cozy right now.
He came ready to play today. He's trying to make a statement right now. Yeah, you may have won Madrid, but I've been sitting here watching you play and I want it.
And yeah, these are eco frags, but I think, again, we talk so much about confidence and we talk about what that does to play throughout the rest of the map. I think it has pretty tremendous implications.
Yeah, and especially on the duelist role, I think it's very important to be warmed up and heated up and have that confidence when you're swinging players to, you know, not just swing to swing, but to swing to kill, you know, is a big difference. When you have the intent of someone being there, you're just more dialed in on your crosshair. You hit every shot like he just did. Look at this. I mean, it wouldn't be Zelsis if he didn't get a kill with the Sen bundle.
Last player standing.
Shonky T tried getting into it. Zelsis not able to convert on another, so nothing really saved. 100 Thieves with the 2-round lead. EU 1 away from having his ult online. Bang has his carried into the 9th.
And I think that timeout was mainly for this first gun round. So let's see what Kaplan cooked up. And here's the replay. It really looks pretty easy for Cryo right now. It's not like he's hitting some insane shots. It's just very, very good crosshair placement.
This is gonna be fun.
I think one notable difference here, Zekken has the op. First time of the map, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's going to be hard to clear him out without having that KO knife to, you know, tag him, find out where he is, because there's a lot of unbreakable knives that you can throw that'll give you that info.
Oh, it's going to be on Boostio to go exploring and hunting, fishing, perhaps.
Yeah. I love this Viper wall. It allows you to lurk into the spot that Boostio's at, play the mind games, listen for the rotates.
I think
and if anybody pushes up, you can punish.
Yeah, but I think the interesting thing is this is the same thing we saw a couple of rounds ago, but it was Bang. Right, who was in this exact position.
Yeah.
With Zekken on the other side. Now, mind you, previously it was a knife from Tens that gave that away. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case this time, but...
And that's a great shout, and I wonder if Bang is going to show somewhere on purpose so the enemy team understands, oh, you know, we saw the default before and he was actually lurking at B. So maybe if he shows somewhere, maybe if he shows on A or something, even just a molly, that might make the rotate from Sen go to A site, but not budging.
Zekken has been patient in his positioning.
Monster on the loose.
Reasonably so, given that John's over his shoulder. The Thrash invested A.
30
seconds left.
Yeah. And that's the hit.
Another free site.
And again, it comes down to retakes, but this time there are two considerable tools to work with. They have Zelsis's ult. They have Sasi's ult as well.
Wow, look at this Viper ult. That is so cool. It gets a little cubby over there. And of course, Cryo playing in front of his team.
And Bang playing tucked away as safe as humanly possible. There's going to be a late flank out from Boostio if the timing is right. Cryo and Asuna have fallen. And Bang is going to join. Everything fell apart on this one. It didn't get to half, but it's a 1v5, and there's plenty of time. The retakes again.
Ball was committed in that. I don't know if I agree with that. You're down 1v5. That's a tough round to win. But yeah, the retake was amazing. And they even had the Gecko Molly to fish out the one gap in the KJL. Those small little details make it impossible, because if that Molly doesn't come through, Bang can survive and get back into the gas, and you're good. And you just play spam on the bomb with the Soul Vault, and everyone's one-shot kill. And we saw, you know, Cryo still tried to disrupt the retake, but that KJL, I mean, he had to push back after he used that dash. But now look, Boostio has an off in play, attack off. Let's see if he can catch anybody off guard early on.
He's been historically good with it.
Yeah. And actually, Bang told him from the previous round, hey, Zelsis likes to peek under the tube, so that's why I think he bought it. He's holding that under tube area. And as I say that, Zelsis gets a pop flash peek, but info gathered, that's it.
The alarm bot left to protect. And now 100 Thieves have a moment to slow things down, as really has been the approach in a couple of these rounds. I do think the interesting thing about how we've seen them play this attack side is that it's been dynamic, right?
Yeah.
They've been pacey, they've been more methodical and meticulous.
And even mixing up the sites that they're doing it at.
They've shown a lot of depth and a lot of intent in playing the entire map. to its full potential, and there's the pick that you were looking for from Boosty.
What do they do with it now?
That was pretty.
And he gets the info of KO being there. And look at B.
He's so far up. Bang has gotten behind them.
30 seconds left.
If there's an attempt to save, it might be spoiled.
Oh my gosh. Easy pickings right now for Bang.
And they're running circles around Sentinels right now. Cryo's playing well. Bang is getting space. Boosty's picking people with the op. This is a great start for 100 Thieves.
And you see the game plan right now when they do their A default. They're getting somebody inserted, whether it's Boostio, whether it's Bang, towards that B area of the map, just listening for the rotations. And, I mean, they could have gone back there this time. They decided to commit.
Yeah.
And that was the... Yeah, that knife was insane.
That was pretty. I think the tough thing is, too, we saw Zelsys set up the alarm bot mid, which is generally, if you're going to get a late hit, like if you're going to get late flank, that's where it's coming from. It's so much harder to worry about the exact opposite side of the map in situations like that. So, again, I think indicative of how 100 Thieves are really looking to play the entire map.
Yeah. And they invest a lot of utility early on to take control of whether it's early A, this time it's early B.
He was ready for it.
Yeah.
And again, 100 Thieves find themselves in a in a numbers advantage. And it's just one, but you just can play things so much more freely here.
Whoa.
Pit invested by John.
But they're already yellow.
There's a player just on the other side.
What a flash.
He still gets a kill onto Boosty. And that was the immediate threat.
That could have been very dangerous for Sentinels, but that pop flash from Tyson was...
It was perfect.
Amazing.
Again, showing proficiency on the roll.
Yeah.
They're leaning back A. They still have a lot of Zelsys' utility to play around. They've got all of the KJ utils. Zelsys falls, though. It's no longer around.
30 seconds
John is going to be late on the rotation, too. So you imagine Sentinels are going to wait for everyone to get together and then attempt this retake.
This is so hard. Everyone pushed up here, but this flank has to everything right now.
But even then, I mean, you have to be able to alleviate some of the pressure on the front, and they just can't.
It's too late.
Bang gets a couple of big kills, and John has no choice but to save.
I like that they're up 4v3, 100 Thieves, and they decide to all play in and take the fight to Sentinels once again. They didn't even care about the flank. They're like, all right, let's just flip it. Why not? And I think 100 Thieves should have an idea that John went to go save that off. And they've been doing a good job not getting, first blooded by anybody from Sen. Using a lot of utility, like I said, on their defaults early on. Committing the drone, committing the Gecko Flash, picking it back up, and then just holding. Or depositing somebody and going back to the other side.
That was big.
Yeah.
Because again, I think we've seen a lot of situations where 100 Thieves have a numbers advantage, and it's because of little plays like that.
Yep.
Where they're just so much more comfortable.
And, it might look troll of Zekin to, re-swing into that, but with the way that 100 Thieves have been playing, he has to, re-clear that to understand if they're there or not. Because they've been leaving a lurk a lot of the times. If he catches that one lurk out, I mean, that can give you the edge in the round.
A beautiful hat from 100 Thieves so far. Still one round left to play. Off shot rattled. Thrash invested. Zelsys has been here a couple of times. Gets a timing. I thought he was going to get punished by Bang.
Wow.
But they continue to double down. It feels like for the first time in a little while, Sentinels have a big numbers advantage. EU and Asuna, the only one around. Asuna falls, EU joins them. The last round of the half for Sentinels,
Not bad. Not bad at all. 100 Thieves looking pretty good. But can they keep it up on the defense?
Switching sides.
Sentinels is not a team that just rolls over for teams. They make it hard every single time. And we've seen them in a way bigger deficit and come back on their attacking side.
I think the one benefit for Sentinels is they've been in positions like this before. They've played more rounds than anyone else, and they're comfortable with it. Smix is standing by with Masters Madrid champion Curry. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much, Doug. The crowd loves you. The crowd loves you, Curry. It is such a pleasure to have you here with an introduction like that as well. Is this your first time here in the Riot Games Arena?
Yeah, this is my first time being here at the arena. It's amazing. I mean, the crowd is amazing, and I mean, Sentinels are going to win this game too.
We were chatting a little bit before this interview started, and I could tell that you were super, super confident. And even when Cryo was popping off, you were saying, oh, you know, I believe in these guys. They're the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Icebox is probably one of the worst maps for Sentinels. So even if Under Thieves do get this map, Sentinels are going to win this series 2-1.
I know that you have had an experience that not many players get to have, which is you actually got 3 days to practice with these guys, scrim with them. What was that experience like for you?
I believe we played like 12 scrims and lost 1 scrim, even though I was subbing in with Celsius IGLing. So, I mean, I just experienced how good this team is, and yeah, I mean, they're just insane. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, last question for you. In an alternate universe, it could have been you up on that stage. You're making a face, but what do you think that would have been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very confident. Like, I legit felt like we were unstoppable from scrims. So, if I was playing, whether John or me are playing, like we were gonna be 100 Thieves anyways.
All right, love to hear that confidence. We'll see if that confidence comes to fruition as we head back to the map with Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Smix. Yeah, Dre, I think the big takeaway is that Curry's up next.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be him.
Nate Shot might have some things to say about that, but I mean, he is him. We saw him in the offseason actually sub in for C9, and he looked phenomenal, honestly. Played some of the best Valorant I've seen him play in a professional setting.
We'll see if that confidence translates, as Sue said, because Sentinels are still down 2 rounds against 100 Thieves. And yeah, you can have the conversation and discourse around whose map pick it was and whatnot, but the truth is, it really has felt like 100 Thieves have had control of the majority of this map. Asuna already farming an early orb.
Yeah.
This pistol's big, though, on a close map like this. Cryo getting his first and getting away is big.
That's awesome. 4 people here for that setup. And EU is just tucked on top of this area. I don't know if he's gonna be hard cleared or not. He might just get free kills right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's tucked. Oh, the Dizzy might be a problem. The flash just drops down, plays his life for now. Cryo swinging backside as Saucy commits to the plant, or Wingman does anyway. Ten's doing his best to will this thing back his way. But 2v2 falls into Boostio left alone.
They didn't see him though.
No, they're both weak. Oh my gosh. Big from Saucy, big from Sentinels.
He went insane, seriously. The kill that he got on the Bang, I believe it was like an insta. And they were in a Viper's pit, all 3 players. So the fact that he just 2-tapped him like that quickly, was crazy.
And again, that was off of an opener from Cryo. They had the numbers advantage, and yeah, in pistols, that doesn't quite mean the same, but they had a lot of things leaning their way.
Smiles. I'd be smiling too if I would have pistol that way. You were down.
Yep.
Big.
No buy, no investment from the defense. Really, other than the fact that 4/5 of their team are sitting B, and that's where a lot of Sentinels are as well. Whoa! 1 kill found by Bang, but you imagine the rest will fall shortly thereafter.
Gosh.
John with 3. Yeah, he may have just gotten off the plane, but he seems to be clicking just fine.
Convincing. And yeah, 100 Thieves lost these last 2 rounds, but both times they had the majority of the players in the right spot. They had 4 people B when Sentinels did the B default. They had 4 people on A when Sentinels went for the pistol round at A. So the reads are in there, like, so clearly the prep is good. They understand how Sentinels likes to play this map. Cryo, early off.
Light armor too.
And he's going for a mid pick.
Well, that's not the target he was looking for.
He decides to not shoot the turret there, and I wonder if Celsius understands that that could be the off.
We're gonna have to keep a close eye on how many crashes we get. Saucy's already gotten his first. Spotted 2, if I'm not mistaken. But Bang boldly staying. The Dizzy in 1, the flash on the other from the KO, and Celsius swinging and dropping both. We missed it. We'll see if we can get another look at it. But Sasi's getting in on it as well. This was really where things feel like they were supposed to start. This is where 100 Thieves were supposed to be able to fight back with weaponry.
Oh, man.
And it's all onto EU now. A 1v4, a bonus converted. Sentinels look good on the attack side.
Jeez. And like I said, like we've seen Sentinels be down crazy amounts, most notably on Sunset of all maps, but when they get on that attacking side,
oh wow,
and they can control the pace of the rounds, they can do things like this. And winning the bonus is so huge. It just completely ruins the economy of 100 Thieves and basically just gives you infinite money for the rest of the half if you're Sentinels.
It's just such a cozy lead they've given themselves. But again, for as many times as we've seen that, we've seen teams pull out a thrifty win with circumstances that you think they wouldn't or shouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
We'll see if 100 Thieves can do a bit of the same. Already hot to trot, rotating B.
All 5 players.
This is just like what we saw 2 rounds ago. But this time they have a Thrash.
Oh, great molly from John there.
And you farm this blind. You farm this hold so many times, you can get another.
And you set that up perfectly, Doug. The thrifties. John has to go huge here in this mid area of the map.
A shuffling of the weapons, Bang and Cryo, the 2 with rifles. John has much to do about it. And he often delivers for his team. Gets the first mollies and gets away, buys some time.
Look at Celsius.
He's just a nuisance right now.
Oh,
no! A slight miss. And Bang cleans him up. The thrifty comes through just when it looked like there was going to be some stabilizing. It falls apart.
And I spoke about economy, but it doesn't even matter when you thrifty right back after losing the bonus. So they're still in it. Easily could have been a 9-7.
I think that's what most people expected.
Yeah.
But it's been the gamble stacks. You know, you mentioned at the beginning of the half, it feels like their reads are right. They're in the right place at the right time. And that's a large part of why they were able to convert this round.
I think that Tyson may have team flash there. Onto Zekken at the top, because when he dropped, you know, we saw it. Like Zekken had like all the white on his face, so maybe a little bit of a misflash there from Tyson. Ended up being in the benefit of 100 Thieves there.
They still have weapons. They still have enough money for Sentinels to buy. Light armor on 4 of 5.
And this is going to be the 1-2 punch combo with Cryo and Bang.
And Cryo as an op.
Yeah. A little up down. Wow.
Dude, Cryo is...
He did his homework.
Yeah.
He understands where Saucy likes to throw that Gecko Flash and what the gap is. And it's on that top box.
I mean, if nothing else,
so well played.
They look prepared.
Yeah, that was so well played, because even if Sen decided to walk into the site there, they had an up-down setup.
The knife misses. Unlucky knife.
Oh.
See if they can navigate around that. Tense pushing forward. Dizzy grouping everybody.
Oh my gosh.
How much more can
Crowd's in there.
And he's going to continue to push. Right past the wall, right past the defenses, right to another for 100 Thieves.
Yo, Cryo is looking... He's looking crazy right now.
He's got a 20 bomb.
He just ran. Yeah, he just ran straight into sight from heaven with a shorty, picks up a rifle, and then just pushes through the Viper wall. Yeah, this guy's feeling it.
Yeah.
Later.
A 1-round lead for 100 Thieves just when it seemed like Sentinels was going to be able to roar this thing back and kind of run away with it. You see the resilience from the defense. The op currently sitting B. That's not where the attack is headed.
So far for Sen, we haven't really seen a lot of like lurking or any type of pressure in mid too much. It's been just stacks everywhere.
EU with the flash in his face has to give the space up.
Jeez.
Now Asuna getting a bit of the same treatment. Unfortunately, walks into a molly, takes some damage, and then dies.
That gives the KJ all.
EU has no real way out of this.
Is he gonna stay and try to kill as many as he can?
I think he is.
Look at Bang Pine.
Do they clear him?
Whoa!
Oh no. Oh, that's like a jump scare. It's a horror game. But Cryo and Bang still get a couple. And now Tens is left in a 1v2. Quiet though. Can he do it again?
Spike retrieved.
Another potential Tens moment on the cards if he can pull off this 1v2. Blades used. Cryo has been confident. He's been consistent. He's been calculated. And he wins it out.
Wow. And I like that from Bang. He had the perfect flank, takes his time, gets his 1 or 2, and then groups up with Cryo there just to secure the 2v1. They don't want to give these 1v1s to anybody from Sentinels because they know, you know, Sen can win easily if you give them the shots. And this A hold so far from 100 Thieves, it's been very aggressive. They've been going for the fights. Even Asuna there, like, he could have tucked behind the box the whole time, but he decided to go for a swing.
Yeah.
Gets punished that time, but that is the game plan. They're all fighting, and they're fighting together.
And it's worked. I mean, it's working in wonders, really. We've talked so much about Cryo, and I think that's something that we need to continue to highlight because it's not just that he's having a good game. He's having an outrageous game so far. 23 and 11. He's been confident every time. It seems like, you know, I think about John QT getting the kill while he was planning there on the EU. Cryo instantly punched back with the kill with the op, and that was like such a small moment where it feels like the round could have gotten away from them. So Cryo has delivered in big moments. He's delivered in eco moments. Cryo's just been insane for 100 Thieves up until this point.
And I think like a lot of the feedback he got from last year was maybe he was a little bit too passive on the entries on the Jet, but that's not what we just saw on this Icebox. Yeah, we're in the second half now, but the first half he was dashing in, he was going for these aggro plays. He has the aim and the capability to do that, but I think, you know, coming in from chamber meta where he was more stationary most of the time, just holding lines down with an op, I think he kind of lost that a little bit last year. So this year, I think you can tell that that's been a focus for sure. And then on the defense, he can still use the op like he does chamber with the Jet. But just way more aggressive play from him in general.
And that aggression is working out. 3 rounds in a row for them. As we turn our attention towards the 19th. There's a bit of that aggression. And yes, this time it's intended for EU to get the orb. It's got some help around him. Cryo gets flash, has to give the space up.
They just give, yeah. They should give. They're maniacs. But they're maniacs, Doug.
Tens falls. Should be in a position to get rezzed. Yeah, there he goes. Elsis brings him back from the depths. Cryo with the up still. A miss for perhaps the first time this map. And now Zekin's up top. EU surely not expecting it, but he does. Lands a shot on him. EU and Cryo left in a 2v4 with a pit in their face. They're going to have to get around that.
I can't use
and
that.
their economy's pretty good, so maybe just going for damage here is the name of the game. But I mean,
yeah, the damage is a one-way street
spammed
right now. Yeah.
If I'm EU here, no, I'm going for a kill. At least you're gonna get ult online. I think that's what he's trying to do here. He's gonna do it.
Maybe catch an exit on the way out.
Yeah, from the way out.
That's big here too. He hears them. He
Even
knows
if
they're
he
coming.
dies, it's okay. It's fine. Get the ult orb though. It's so worth it.
They might not give him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna give him the fight. They're not gonna give him an inch.
And I wonder now if I'm Sentinels, maybe I do some kind of trap onto that A orb because 100 Thieves have been honestly abusing the fact that they can just grab it for free, even on pistol round, right? We saw.
They did it in the previous round too.
Yeah. They've been farming it. That's a crazy shot. I want to see the shot through the smoke. There it is. Okay, bye Cryo. NT.
Again, there was a ton of conversation around EU, 1 point away from his ult, what they're going to do with it. It doesn't seem like they're trying anything early.
And you see it, the whole play was to punish if EU went for that orb.
Yeah.
So it's very wise from 100 Thieves to not do that and just play the KJ ult, basically retake here. But does Busio get hard cleared? That's the question.
We saw EU here a little bit ago. Spotted. The blades don't land.
Now he only has a deagle.
That's normally enough for second. We'll see if it plays out that way. Saucy committing to the plant. The spike dropped, and they're going to have to get through a pit, too.
Is that going to break? No.
Wow. Channeled all the way through. And the thing is, 100 Thieves have taken so much space off of this. They want to continue to fight, and Bank delivers again. But the counterpunch comes through at just the right moment. Asuna not able to get it to half. He's left alone. A 1v3 will not convert. Sentinels tie us at 10.
And yeah, Bang, he took the timing to get pushed up there and get 2, but I'm just wondering if his Viper Pit was actually covering the bomb or not, because if it was, it probably would have been wise to just keep that up. Make Sentinels go for the spam. Make them expose themselves and just kill them, because they had all the space gathered off of that KJ ult. And that's a tough round to lose when you invest a big ult like that. Two big ults.
Yeah. One that feels like it should have been sure. Slips through your fingertips. 100 Thieves call a timeout. Tied at 10.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is like, I feel like we've been, hyping up 100 Thieves a lot because they have been showing a lot of great things.
Yeah, they look
good. But the score is 10-10, so it's like, even when like a team is playing at their best, Sentinels is still just like, yeah, we're still in it. Give us your all. We're resilient. What does this mean for C9?
That's such a good question. Big win for them yesterday.
Yeah, that was huge.
But again, tied at 10. Last time out called. We'll get to see how this thing closes out. EU with his ult. And Saucy has his for... It hasn't been farmed the way I think we normally see when it comes to geckos. He's had a couple, but not really to the same degree that we've seen in the past.
Yeah. I think 100 Thieves have been doing a good job of delaying bomb plants in general, and that's been delaying Saucy from getting his ult up online, like he does on maps like Sunset.
Yeah.
What does he decide to do with this ult? I think A is a great approach with the Gecko ult. You can clear out most of the site with it. And 100 Thieves love playing on top of the screen area.
Yeah, they've had, what, 3 different people up there.
Yeah.
Right, it's been Busio, it's been EU, now it's Asuna.
Oh.
Cryo down low. Oh. A hand spotted. The shot doesn't connect.
Get out, buddy.
Cryo has to dash away, and second went hunting. Hot on his tail, but ultimately dies for it.
Oh my gosh.
Cryo continuing to dash around.
my
Taking
gosh.
so much damage. And the aggression pays off once more. But even in the face of all of that, Bang's the one who's left alone. Chunky T and Celsius looking to get the lead over to Sentinels. Can Bang do anything about it? He's been really good for them so far, but he's not going to land the shots this time.
Jordan with the crab walk. One tapped him. And the crazy thing is Cryo played that nearly perfect, but it still wasn't enough.
He found so much value just when you think like, oh, he's going to die now.
He lived for so long.
Get more, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I thought Bang was gonna have the one up on him there.
Me too.
Zelsa's just too fast.
If I'm not mistaken, other than the pistol, this is the first time the Sentinels have had a lead.
Yeah. And very aggressive here again is Zekin, denying that orb.
Oh, he's giving his position away. Asuna takes a little bit of damage. Oh, Cryo again.
He's doing everything right now for his team.
I think the question comes down to, though, is that enough? Right? Is that enough?
This would be completely necessary. If Bang gets this kill onto Jordan, it'll really be tough for Sentinels to get the bomb down. You're going to see EU probably invest the Sova ult on the tap. And then Asuna has the Gecko ult for the retake, and that's the kill I was talking about.
It's traded right back, though. That was the only person anywhere close by, except for you mentioned with the ult, but...
This is so winnable if you're 100 Thieves. You have the Gecko ult, and this is why you see Zekin pushing up. He knows he has to get a kill, try to even it out.
The target matters too. You hear Dizzy go over the top, nothing found. And there's the first instance, potentially of more. They invest both. EU uses his ult, Asuna does too. Cryo falls, and are seeing some of those rifles come through and be a problem.
Oh no.
They invested heavy into this as well.
That's the worst case scenario. You have nothing, no ults going in the next round. Good job from Sentinels to dodge all the ults, dodge the Sova ult.
And we got it.
Dodge the Gecko ult. And that Gecko ult has to be invested early on because of what Zekin did, showing presence all the way pushed up on default.
Sure.
Had he not done that, Asuna would have no reason to use the ult from so far away, and they could have used it closer. Another timeout, last timeout from Run of Thieves. What can they cook up here?
Well, I think to go back to some of the conversation the desk was having, if 100 Thieves are to have a shot in this series, it feels like they need to win here. And so as you think about the landscape of the rest of the series and the maps that are before us,
split.
And then you think about the fact that Cryo has had an outrageous map. This feels like a really bad one to let get away.
Yeah, and on Jet too. From what we saw last time they played the split, Cryo was on controller and he looked great, but the stuff he's been doing on Jet so far has been like insane. So it's not going to be a feels good going into honestly what is probably Sentinel's best map if they can't bring this back. And Tyson is one orb away from KO ult. So I'm curious to see if they decide to try to farm that up and use it, or just go for a full sight hit and get that ult on the plant or through a kill on the entry.
Seems like the attack might try to explore mid a little bit. We haven't seen them do that.
One of the first rounds they've done it in the perfect time.
We haven't seen them do that very much at all.
You're on match point. Set up the lurk here. There's no alarm bot watching it, so the body has to be holding it. And I wonder off of this drone if Jordan tries to take the timing up mid, but 100 Thieves is wary of it. They're still holding for him.
Actually got a lot of value out of that. He clears so much space with that drone.
Yeah.
And look at the minimap. Sentinels are so patient right now.
Yeah, they're just letting it cook right now. 100 Thieves have a good idea though. They still have 4 here. They don't need to worry about it. Pretty much a retake B.
Including the op. Start to see some of the utilities soar across the sky.
This is the perfect call.
Again, they haven't done this. I think the one thing you got to be careful about is the turret that was in kitchen. Spotted, get cleared out. Now Busio's going to be on a late flank mid. The timing on this is going to be massive. Meanwhile, Cryo and Asuna up top, holding things down. It seems like Sentinels have been stuffed. Cryo with the op, Sasi with the filthy shot. He gets 3 on the round.
He's getting the res.
A 3v2, Bang and Bustio left alone. Bustio falls. Can Bang do it on his own? A 1v2? No! Sasi with 4 and Sentinels secure Icebox.
No wonder why you got ego. This guy's cold.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
Ice in his veins from the moment he stepped in to the arena. Wow, great resilience from Sen. Taking that attack half and just great team play, honestly. The trading, you see it all. The trading, immaculate. Individual prowess from Sasi, of all players. I mean, he really just took over the game in the last couple rounds.
That felt like a win that they grinded through.
Yeah.
It never felt secure, really. It never felt like it was in their hand. And, and you know, not every win is...
Cryo playing like this.
Yeah, and not every win is pretty, and honestly, it doesn't have to be. Right? They grinded their way through, and they pulled it off.
When you win against specifically a player who's just popping off like that, and you still beat them, I mean, it kind of feels like they've thrown everything at you and you still win. You have even more confidence going into this next map, and it's your best map.
Things looking good for Sentinels. They survive Icebox, split on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
First trip cleared, the dog went all the way around the pillar!
The wall working against him in his face! Cryo!
Smick standing here with Coach Kaplan after Sentinels take map number 1. Kaplan, I think this is the first time I get to personally congratulate you. Congratulations on winning Madrid. It was amazing to watch. And I'm curious because initially I'm sure that was your first Mount Everest, was to not only win kickoffs, but to do the more important thing, which was to win Masters Madrid. But now that you've done that, I feel like your job almost gets a little bit harder. I mean, the goal starts becoming, okay, we've reached the top, now we have to maintain the top. So what has the focus been for you and the team in practice after winning Madrid?
Yeah, I mean, it's been tricky. We've only gotten scrims in a little bit with Curry because John was in Morocco working out his visa. It's the most unique challenge I've dealt with so far as a coach. It's my first time dealing with it, coming back, making sure we're not complacent. So a lot of it today was picking up the energy. Hey, this game is really important, the way the format works. We need to win it. But then when we're losing, we have a tough defense half. Hey, we didn't get to scrim it. All good guys go next. Like, not our best map. We didn't get time to clean it up. Just being realistic with our standards is what we're doing right now.
For what it's worth, Curry had utter faith, even when you guys were down. So congratulations and best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sentinels won the game, but 100 Thieves gave the reigning champs a run for their money, especially on their attacking half, and it came through strong set plans and also great macro timing. We're coming into this round with 100 Thieves ready to drop a Killjoy ult in B main. They're separated 4-1 right now with Bang in mid, but we'll get to him in just a little second. First things first is they drop down this ult, and it doesn't really leave much space, actually, for players to play backside, right? You've got to go all the way back into Snowman, or you're very deep into Kitchen with a long pathway to actually re-clear space onto the site. So as 100 Thieves come in here, we've got a great Dizzy that comes popping up on the top, and a lot of teams would be happy enough to just simply allow the wingman to go down and plant the spike, but 100 Thieves have other ideas. They want to fight forward. So with that Dizzy coming through, Cryo dash updrafts onto the top of the site. If you missed that, look at the mini-map right here. Dizzy primes dash updraft top site, and that Dizzy timing allows Cryo to keep pushing into Kitchen. That's where he takes the fight. We've got to freeze, because it's just a 1-for-1 at the time being. It gets deeper than that, though. See this crossfire that his teammates have continued scaling up with. Those two players are going to freeze any players trying to come through Kitchen on site, even if they manage to get a kill. And Bang is now on the path forward. So they lock him there, and Bang comes in for a great timing. They're distracted by the two players on site, and they get the kill. But how does Bang even get there? Because he goes so quickly through this mid space, right? Well, look at the timing again of how he works with his teammates. Right now, he's inside of his own Viper Orb in mid, and he hears this Killjoy turret back on Boiler. That means there's no turret in Kitchen. Now, remember the Killjoy ult? Players can only be in Kitchen, but he waits for his teammate to swing into that hallway before he pops out here, so everyone would be turned away. Then, when they get stuck by those two players on site, he's popping up, shooting two players in the back of the head. It is a great plan, all about misdirection and allowing Bang to come in on a brilliant timing to win that round and go up to a 7-5 attacking half at the end. We'll hear what 100 Thieves head coach Zix has to say after that map number 1, and it's pretty nice calling.
Smick standing here with Coach Zix after map number 1. Coach, I'm curious, going up against Sentinels, they are one of the teams that have the most VODs you could possibly review, dating from kickoffs all the way to Madrid. Knowing that they were going to be the first team that you play, I'm curious, how much of the preparation was based around the VOD review you did of them versus focusing on your team and getting your team to its best shape?
I would say, well, I mean, in preparation for the match, we thought we'd be playing against Curry, so, that didn't help, but, I mean, we have a fair bit of a pretty good balance, I'd say. Mostly we're focused on ourselves, but we have little antes here and there that got us a few kills in map 1, and we'll see how many we'll get in map 2.
Sounds good. Best of luck on map number 2.
And it's going to be the Sentinels who pick up a big win on their, against 100 Thieves on their pick of Icebox there, of course. A very, very hard-fought game. It felt like 100 Thieves were given, as you guys had mentioned, a run for their money on the Madrid champs, but hey, you know what? Managed to pull through when it mattered most, and heroics from Saucy, everyone stepping up. This is the reason why Sentinel is such a scary team, Bala.
It felt kind of weird at the beginning of that game, how 100 Thieves was kind of controlling everything. And Sentinels was not having that fire that Kaplan was kind of talking about, especially in that first half. But you saw, I mean, you started seeing Zealous pop up in individual moments, Zekin pop up in individual moments, and you kind of realize, you're like, this feels like they're going to start getting into form. Practice or no practice, it feels like they're just going to return back to what they did in Madrid.
I mean, these are the situations they thrive in, right? You're down in a game, you haven't had much prep done, you're having to turn it around last second. They're so good when they have those opportunities. I was most impressed with Tens and Saucy, not only how they were using their util together to set up their A-side hits in particular were looking great with the KO Gecko, but both those guys were electric in the late rounds. I mean, that final round from Saucy was
nuts.
ridiculous.
Okay,
I get it. Sentinels are good. Team, we can all agree on that, right? No, I'm on board. I'm on board.
He's on board.
But I've also been hearing that for a long time, and I honestly was really pleased with how 100 Thieves played.
yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Like, they didn't walk away with
they
the
were
win,
in
but
control with the
yeah,
for like 3/4 of the match.
100%. And I think, again, what I was seeing was a lot of those set ideas looking very, very strong. So even moving into a map like Split that you know Sentinels are going to be wanting to play, I feel like they're going to have a lot of strong ideas heading into that too.
But I think they're going to get 2-0. I think they needed to win Icebox.
Okay, I didn't say they weren't.
I mean, we did see Sentinels get a little dismantled on Split in Madrid a little bit. A lot of work was put to stop that team on that map. They felt like it was a home map. Kaplan multiple times said, maybe not so much anymore. So curious, you know, could that maybe be the case here, or are we still very high on
You're
Sentinels?
talking what, Genji and Paperex, who kind of dismantled them on Split.
That's fair.
Very
I think that's a very different like tier and very different style of play. 100 Thieves play a lot more like Sentinels. They run this Gecko fade comp that is different than some of the other Gecko comps, but plays a lot more similar to the normal kind of double initiator ideas that we see played a ton in North America. The biggest downside of this 100 Thieves comp is you're giving up that Sentinel, so I'm really looking to see how John QT works the map and tries to find these gaps because he's so damn good at it when he calls attack side split.
This comp indexes far less into control, like the comp you're seeing Sentinels run, and way more into mid-range aggro, right? Between Gecko, Fade, Astra Stars to be able to set up. So it is very much about how they can pick and choose their fights in mid-rounds, mid-re-aggros, ideas like this. You can really dominate space with your utility in a very different way to a lot of other comps.
Things I really like from that is kind of the confidence from players who are already seeing. People like Cryo coming online in a massive way for 100 Thieves. I think that's going to be really important with a more aggressive style like we'll see from them on this map.
Well, these two teams are no strangers to going to distance when they play against one another. We'll see if it happens here again. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you, GB. Dre, I think the conversation was 100 Thieves tested the mettle of Sentinels. They pushed them on Icebox, but this should be an entirely different arena on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against one of the best Split teams in the game. But the cool thing is that you can prep anything you want going into this, any game plan you want. And honestly, 100 Thieves historically has not been that bad on Split in general.
Sure.
So I think it is a strong map for them. And having EU on this fade, he's very comfortable playing it. He's played it in the past on M80 and etc. So I think this is it's gonna be a lot closer than I think people think it could be. But I still think that it's gonna be an uphill battle for them.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is we saw them struggle a little bit in Madrid on Split. The proficiency that they had on it was exposed, maybe isn't the right word, but they certainly lost more maps than I think people expected them to. So with 100 Thieves having the ability to prep whatever they want, right? To watch all of that film for the entire tournament, I can totally see a situation, a world where 100 Thieves feel really confident. They feel prepared heading into this map.
Yeah, as they should, and you know, even off the last map, you know, they played very well, and I think that, you know, that's a testament to how much work they've put in.
I wonder though too, is Sentinels flirt with the middle of the map a little bit here.
They have contacted all the way from A main into the vent area.
Yeah, they have no idea.
So unique.
He has a frenzy. First kill found. Zeus is not able to find anything.
Gotta clear your corners.
Bang over the top. Helping him out and bailing him. Oh, dude, this contact approach that they've had around the entire map just continues. This time he used punch for it. Lucio not able to land the shots. And now Zekin going, hunting.
Spike planted.
Daring to challenge.
What a great nade.
I mean, it was perfect. Heel's gonna top him off, and now it's gonna be on 100 Thieves to retake the space. Find a little bit of room to work.
He does have satchels to get out of here.
Oh, he's gonna have to use them. Tries to get up top. Bucio plucks him out of the sky. Saucy down low, not able to do anything with it. 100 Thieves get the pistol.
Wow, I was really worried for 100 Thieves when I saw Sentinels contact all the way up A main and go into vent.
Yeah.
Had anyone actually been there, they would have lost the round guaranteed. But their pistol was good. It was a heavy male setup. And just pretty passive on the A, just, you know, playing towards that CT area of the map, giving all of that heaven space.
You know, I think another conversation, as I want to call back to Icebox one more time, because one of the big parts of the success that 100 Thieves found was Cryo just went nuts, right?
Yeah.
He almost went double positive, if I'm not mistaken, on Jet.
Yeah.
It's hard to deliver that same performance on an agent like Astra.
Unless you're Demon 1, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fair.
It's a very valid point. Asuna's going to need to step up big as well on this raise. And we've seen him do it time and time again. We know he's comfortable on the character. Is he ready for Sentinels, though? And again, this A contact from Sen. Conditioning that early on.
Right there.
Boosty dealing a little bit of damage.
Should be bombed down here. For free.
Right there.
And if that's all that plays out, I think for Sentinels you get a decent situation. Any gun that you can drop feels like a win. They didn't invest very much. 100 Thieves did into the round. Asuna pushing forward, dropping John QT. Ken's not able to find anything with it. So 100 Thieves will get their second. And honestly,
pretty clean.
Yeah, all things considered.
Pretty clean, and it's already a good sign for 100 Thieves. The fact that they're willing to give up the site, even on an eco round, not push it, not rush it, use their utility. And they have so much utility, by the way, for these retakes. You have Fade Prowlers, you have the Eye, you have Boostio with the Wingman to defuse the bomb, or a Molly to clear out Hell. It's a lot of utility with this composition.
Lots of tools at their disposal.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing Sen already do this game plan of let's contact, because they understand that if they make a lot of noise and presence, they could easily run into a Tether Nade or a Gecko Flash play. You know, it's tough when you play against all this utility, but
that's a really good point.
A good way to outplay it is by just walking into the space, not making it obvious that you're there.
A 4-0 start for Asuna on the raise, 1 point away from Showstopper.
This is aggressive from 100 Thieves on a round. 1 for 1.
He's got his ult. And I mean, the fact that you have the ult round 3 suggests that, I mean, you want to invest it, right? Go ahead and use it.
Yeah.
Try to steal a cheeky round if you can.
When we spoke about how important the bonus is in the last map for Sentinels, this would be everything. This would be a great start to the half for 100 Thieves if they can win this round. Maybe get one more kill, invest the rocket.
Asuna getting pressured. Fear of what might be behind the dog. Has to drop the nade.
Yeah, and I don't think Sentinels want to hit this site where the raise is at.
Yeah.
If I was Asuna, I'd probably already be leaning once I made presence on this A side and just go to B already. Because of this right here.
Gonna get a lot of room to work mid. Remember, it is just Cryo who's B.
The A main clear was a little bit too late. Not going to be here in time, but if Cryo can survive for long enough, the rotate with the rocket can come in. Oh, that was very, very interesting.
Ambitious?
Ambitious, yeah. To say the least.
I got you. Spike planted.
And he gets punished for the ambition. Sentinels with site control, with the spike planted, with a gun advantage, with a numbers advantage.
It's tough, you know, maybe he thought that someone was in B main. Yes.
Enemy remaining.
But this is just,
Yeah, this is getting cleaned up. Asuna's the only one left. Looks like he's going to carry the ult into the next. Maybe find another with the Guardian, but can't. Sentinels are on the board. They punch back. And the one benefit here is, again, as we think about how the finances have played out at the beginning, 100 Thieves have plenty to work with here.
Yeah, they do. I think they had a really good chance of winning this round.
I think so too.
Had Cryo not made that small mistake, and that's what you see when you make tiny mistakes like that against a team of the caliber of Sentinels, who are like champions right now, the best team in the world right now.
Yeah.
They're gonna take advantage of that completely. So what ended up being a very winnable round for 100 Thieves that would have put them far ahead. Sentinels just steal it from them. A lot of A main pressure from Sen in all of these rounds, but this time the lurk up B. Cryo dialed in.
Zealous has tried finding a timing.
Very ambitious there to peek after that first kill. Maybe just getting that one and getting out. Playing the 5v4 would have been nice.
I also think, as much as we've talked about Sentinels and their contacting through most of the map, I think we're starting to see some adjustments on how these are using their utility to sniff that stuff out. Right, like as soon as the cages go up, EU dogs to clear out A main to confirm there may be somebody there. And I think because of that, they're able to rotate much earlier than they would otherwise.
Oh my gosh. Such a good call from John. but Hunter Thieves might beat them there.
Yeah, it's a foot
Timing's
race.
not quite there.
It's a foot race, and I don't know that they're going to win it.
Yeah, they didn't do anything to actually keep the Hunter Thieves players on that A site. Oh, but they're second guessing themselves again.
Second ult invested. No one on the site. How far up does he push? You imagine as soon as you clear the site, wow, I thought he'd be a little bit more aggressive with it. As soon as it fires, and people on the other side. Second with 2, bang with the counter. And now the 2 remaining members of 100 Thieves have so much space they need to take, and nothing will be found.
And for a second there, it looked like Zekin was alone, but he wasn't. He had the support of Tyson there, pushing CT together at the perfect timing.
A tandem that was so effective on the international stage, finding success here on Split.
And again, a little bit of an ambitious peek from Cryo, who actually supported Boostio perfectly there, got the 1-up. But then he decides to go for more off of that Gecko flash. So, you know, Cryo's been popping off, but I think he's overheating a little bit in some of these rounds, and it's punishing them. I don't blame him, you know, you had such a great map.
Yeah.
You feel like you were aimbotting everybody.
If the hand is hot, you keep shooting, but which has been a tough start for him. Boostio took a considerable amount of damage there.
And Sentinels right now just trying to get early mid info. This is one of the first rounds that they've defaulted 3 players here. Just trying to get info on where the stack could be from the defending side, not trying to get ecoed like they did on Icebox, but as I say that,
yeah, the problem is the stack is here.
The stack is indeed here.
My ultimate is ready.
They brought it back, and that allows John to get all this free real estate on the A ramp.
I wonder here if they fight to control some of these weapons, or if they just realize they've got the site and they want to take the straight up.
Yeah, John's got such a good spot here.
Yeah, EU
so pushed up.
EU and Cryo both upgraded weapons, so they have rifles to attempt this.
And light armor on EU. He has to be the difference maker here.
John QT, the first to greet. Oh, gets 2. Not able to land the 3rd. Cryo left alone. Cryo, who was a monster on the first map, succumbs to 10s.
But, I mean, nevertheless, that was a great eco round from 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think that Sentinels was trying to fish out to see if it was a mid-fight. And 100 Thieves played it so well. They tucked the entire time and then just took a timing peek with the flashes and everything, with the nade.
They lured them in until there was no exit. There was no chance to get away.
Yeah, it was really good. Really good timing there from 100 Thieves. But heads up play from John to like understand, like, oh, this was a heavy mid-fight. I can take all the space. And with that, he got 2, being all the way pushed up.
Yeah.
And, you know, 100 Thieves is aware of that. You know, they understand, okay, the Cypher probably took space somewhere. But where, you know? That's why you saw the Dizzy go and try to clear out screen area. John just pushed all the way up there in A Heaven. Early timeout from 100 Thieves, not wanting this to slip away from their grasp.
I feel like when you see an early timeout like this, does it feel like, in your opinion, is that often when there's like something fundamentally wrong in how they've approached it? And it's like something, okay, we need to adjust this, because I would think it's not as much of a mental thing at this early in the stage of the map.
I think it's a double whammy. I think also you want to like ice the other team, and they want to ice Sentinels. Sentinels have looked hot in the last 2 rounds.
Sure.
It hasn't even really been that competitive.
Sure.
But yeah, let's see what 100 Thieves cooked up going into this gun round. And yeah, this is the adaptation. They're putting Asuna and EU here with the nade tether combo, trying to see if there's any early aggression here.
I also think it's worth mentioning Asuna's been holding on to this ult for a little while, and yeah, he hasn't necessarily had the greatest opportunities to use it, but start to feel some of the diminishing returns of having it so early.
And you see all this utility being used from 100 Thieves because of how Sentinels have walked in to A ramp for the last, I don't know how many rounds. Even last round, John walked all the way up, so they're trying to punish this. But Sen is 1 step ahead. And John's only job here is to keep them here. That's all he has to do. Oh, but this Roomba, that should be a cue for 100 Thieves to understand that the majority is not towards A right now.
That dog did not go up far enough. So John may find a timing here late in the round.
I
Meanwhile, the rest of Sentinels are leaning over towards B. The Seekers invested the flash out top. Zekin pushing forward. Currently kept apart pillar from his team by the molly. There it is, Asuna finally pulling the trigger on that. EU joining in. You got to keep an eye on the timing. That late flank from John could be everything, but by the time he shows up, the round is lost.
And they should know at this point.
Left.
Yeah. He may still be able to pull this off, though. He's healthy. And it's John QT.
Oh, but Bang is dialed in on this angle. It's basically a crossfire.
It's a brutal thing to have to clear, yeah. No real advantage, no way to pull that thing off. Bang cleans him up. We're tied at 3.
And this time, Zekin getting a little too aggressive there in the CT area. He did a great wrap on pillar. But he got punished by EU. I just didn't buy enough time for John to get value with that flank. And now I'm wondering in the future, maybe they throw a fake on the other side and come back to John in the future.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
Can I get a drop?
Sen is a team that likes to adapt on the fly very quickly. That's why they're so impressive to play against.
I mean,
this time, very fast they control.
Yeah. They're not comfortable giving up this space anymore. Space that's been free real estate for Sentinels up until this point.
And here are the protocols. The molly out from Bang with the orb to delay the speed up into B heaven. Just fundamentally correct right now. That forces Sentinels to have to reset. And it looks like they're going to re-clear this A space.
And the question is, I think, do they contact their way to clearing out this space that they've had for free the entire half, or do they have to invest utility that they would be using otherwise to get onto A proper? Contact has been the name of the game for them, and it seems like that's what's going to be happening here.
Oh, they didn't shoot.
Asuna.
I still don't think Asuna saw him, but EU gets the one up. Wow!
Spike
The
down
trap was
A.
perfect.
That was beautiful.
EU and Asuna combining to really rip Sentinels to shreds there.
That was really good chemistry between the two young guns. No utility even needed to be used there, too. Just peeking off one another. Poor Jordan. He's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, forced to just sit and
Couldn't
watch.
do anything.
He is one away from ult. We'll see if he gets a fight. There's still plenty of time for it to play out. Yeah, but I think you know, to think about how that round closed out again is this approach from Sentinels that's been heavy contact, heavy, you know, try to feel out the map without investing utility, without revealing position. Proved to be the difference maker there, of course. As the fight happens, the banner goes up. He gets his ult, though. And survives.
Yeah, it was a really nice macro round from 100 Thieves. They took early A space, pushed John all the way back into spawn, denied the speed up to be heaven, and then Asuna and EU stayed, understanding that they're probably going to contact back in and re-clear the A space. And Asuna, I was speaking about his raise. Look at him. He's 10-4 right now. And it's not like he's doing anything too crazy. He's not going for flashy plays. In that round, he was just jump spotting to bait for EU to get a free kill. And then swinging. So he's playing it really smart right now.
Back to a 1-3-1 approach for Sentinels.
Here.
This time they have to stare at the green goo that's obfuscating their view. Thing is, if they can find some space with the dog that's big, they're going to try to chase on to Bang. But the shorty greets Zekin. You've got Asuna who's up really far into the pit, too.
Yeah, that support. Like I said, he's not trying to make any crazy plays. He's just there.
Yeah,
just doing everything. Team play. Letting the game come to him almost.
First cage goes up, and that's a cue. Bustio invests his ult. And you've got EU who's helping over the top, but they managed to get past it anyway. Saucy with a dizzy in his face, lands the shots onto Bustio. Gravity Well keeps him grounded. Keep an eye on Tens. In a really good position here. Meanwhile, the rest of the site is left up to the fight with the pit invested. That's a really big ult to try to counter it. But Tens' timing here could play spoiler. The only one close by is going to be Cryo. Bang falls. Tens pushing forward.
Gosh.
And he gets dropped by Cryo. Cryo's left in the 1v2. He still has to deal with the pit. This is a big ask out of the star. Can he deliver in this moment? No. Celsius with 3, we're tied again.
I got scared for a second, 4-Sen, when 3 players were going towards site. But one of the players from Sentinels coming back to A-ramp, supporting Tyson there to take control of Heaven as that retake was coming in was the factor. That made the biggest difference. And that's just like a split-second timing. He was so close.
Yeah, yeah. That's just so
That's
tough.
a tough round to lose.
1000%.
I mean, they had 4 ults, and they used them all, and they didn't win the round. Devastating loss into that round, but another 1-for-1 here.
The 1-for-1 doesn't really add up when you're playing on defense.
Yeah. It is good that they took out the initiator, though. So no flashes will be in this round, at least for info. Of course, you have the Omen flash for Tyson.
Oh! Lucio playing in and out of the smoke. Another 1-for-1.
Great trade.
Is he going to stick this? Oh, gosh, he stuck it. Cryo played that beautifully.
Oh, he pulled himself.
Tucked behind the pillar to make sure he wasn't seen. The showstopper connects. Every single domino has fallen into 1-for-1 for this round. And it all falls down to 2s now.
Oh,
Bang left alone, cannot convert. Second with 3, Sentinels with the lead again.
Oh. EU was in such a good spot right there. He could have secured the win by killing John, who had the bomb on the cross, but he whiffed. That's tough.
And again, the way Cryo played that onto 10s was beautiful. But Bang has been left in a lot of these 1vx situations, and he's been steady for the team so far, but those big ones haven't gone his way.
Yeah. Now the economy in shambles for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, just a stinger for Bang.
Wow, my eyes are down.
And you know, honestly, as much as we've talked about it, the approach hasn't really changed a ton for Sentinels. They continue to 1-3-1. They continue to allow John to drop those cages and then suggest that they're trying to take space A.
John is so good at what he does on that A side of the map.
Yeah. I think it's all part of the conditioning. Cryo trying to land the suck.
What a great nade.
Second from dashing across, but the nade is good. Bang falls. Oh! Big from Cryo. That's 2. You wouldn't expect 4 HP though in a 2v3. Still just Sheriffs. Cryo falls. Bucio's left alone to his own devices with the Sheriff to try to win out a 1v3 with the cam in his face. Tries to tuck behind it. All 3 of them are playing backside, bro. That's a bad.
Exactly.
Forget that.
This would be insane. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Nah. Too much.
Yeah.
Too much of an ask. And I like the approach from Sen. You know, showing all that mid control like they did in the previous anti-eco. This time, wary of there being a trap there. So they go back and just hit B. And I think hitting B on anti-eco rounds is pretty efficient.
Yeah.
You can clear out a lot of the close angles with utility and not have to worry about it. Zek can getting free entries into the site.
A 2-round lead for Sentinels. They've got the secrets from Saucy to work with here too.
Here's the change of pace. But they're ready for it.
This is fast, but you're absolutely right.
Where's the nade?
There was no follow-up. Zekin was past it anyway. Dog confirming presence. Showstopper, but he dodges it without taking a lick of damage. Literally nothing. Ultimately punished at the hands of Asuna anyway. Saucy with the flashes. He tries to double down, but Zelsis is there to help. Meanwhile, while all of that erupts, on A, we see a fight made go the way of Bang. Zelsis and Saucy fall. That was an outrageous start to that round.
The utility from 100 Thieves, that's what I was talking about. The trap plays that they have different layers to them. So even if the first layer didn't work, the tether nade, right? They didn't commit to that. Now you have the rocket. Then you have Boostio throwing the molly behind on that ramp area. I mean, that must be a lineup. That was sick.
I still don't know where that
awareness to hold mid.
I still don't know where that rocket went.
Zek can just jump past it.
Just vanished.
Last second.
Last round of the half. An ult for Cryo, but that's it. And this is very different from the 1-3-1 we've seen a lot. This time it's a fast hit A. No attempt to take heaven. They're just trying to go through main. Play behind all the walls. They have to play with the smokes. And that's enough.
Yeah, that was a great read from John. Understanding that the A trap was there the last round. Not many teams like to do a back-to-back trap in the same spot. For good reason as well.
How do 100 Thieves approach this retake? The Cosmic Divide will tear them apart. Saucy gets 2 big ones. Threes, as you see crosshairs fly across the screen. John gets 2. The ult invested. Zelsis gets the last. Dude, some of these rounds have gone down to the wire.
Switching sides.
Yeah. And then others have been very messy.
That was a nice post plant from Sentinels, just playing in. They understood that that Astro Wall was going to block off A ramp and A main.
You take a look at it again.
Nice shot.
Yeah, Saucy had a massive round.
Oh,
that second kill was crazy. It was a great start for Sentinels, and on the other side for 100 Thieves, we actually spoke to Boostio earlier to get his thoughts about Sentinels and what he thought leading into this match. Take a listen.
I think the biggest threat is definitely, if you just look at it, Zekken. The kid is incredible. He's just dropping unreal numbers every match. But I think if I couldn't choose Zekken just because he's the duelist, I'd say Tens. I think Tens is also back to like his X factor. Like he's playing smokes, but you know some maps he's dropping like 260 ACS. He's getting a lot of first bloods. He's doing a lot for the team that might get like not shown as much just because he's on the smokes role now. But if he was doing this on duelist like he was in 2021, like everyone would be freaking out. So I think he's back in form, and I think he is their X factor. So if we can shut him down, it'd probably work out pretty good for us.
I mean, it's been competitive up until this point, right? And it's always such a treat to be able to listen and pick the brains of a guy like Boostio and get his thoughts on Zekken and Tens and how valuable they are to their team.
The problem is like, yeah, you can shut down Tens, but then you have to deal with Zekken, then you have to deal with Zelsis. Then Saucy's doing what he did in last map, right?
Yeah.
John, the IGL, who has his moments getting 20 bombs in certain halves, specifically on this map as well. It seems like defense for John on this map, he has a field day against a lot of teams.
I mean, we got to give the people what they want, right? You got to give them the turtle. We'll see how it plays out. I think the big takeaway so far, Dre, if I may, is 100 Thieves continue to push Sentinels in ways that we may not necessarily expect.
Yeah.
I think coming off of a Masters win, and yes, you know, John just getting in and kind of how that dynamic plays out, I think there are some people who may have expected Sentinels to just kind of run away with this, to really roll 100 Thieves, but they've shown a lot that's been impressive, and there you go.
Yeah, they've had really good ideas in both maps so far. It's just not enough in these halves.
We'll see if it's enough to close this thing out. Now that they're on the attack side, a 1-3-1, very similar, very reminiscent to what we saw Sentinels do.
And this time, if 100 Thieves were to go B, you have the Omen Flash here.
Yeah, with the cam for contact. The tough thing is, they're so concerned about the space that's been lost. They're gonna hear the dog. In a lot of ways, as you look at the minimap, you see there's like concern and paranoia from both teams on what's happening A main. Did you take it? No. Did you take it?
Destroyed.
I don't have it.
This Flash should get the info that there is a lurk on A. They don't know how many though. That nade missed.
Saucy dancing around the utility, looking for the right time to strike.
And here's the classic Sentinels. Pistol defense, just playing a retake. It's going to be coordinated. It's going to be nice. What can 100 Thieves do to disrupt this? There's the nade to clear hell. The flash out.
I mean,
he jumped into the nade!
5 pieces of utility used in an attempt to retake that. Oh! I mean, it's calculated.
He's snappy with it.
It's surgical. It's beautiful.
Oh, and you saw it. 100 Thieves' game plan there was to basically retake the retake, but the timing was just off. Boostio ended up jumping into hell into the nade as soon as it was blooming. That's rough.
And I think even just looking at the kill feed and seeing how many people get assists and how many assists take place when you see these kills come through on the retake is really indicative of how they play it out, right? Everybody gets involved.
It's tough. I mean, you know what's coming, but what can you do about it? Sometimes utility is just too good. And the pace of how Sentinels go together on the retakes to get trades. It's just on point. Whoop.
A lot of mid-presence here. Zelsa's spam not connecting, takes a step back though.
Saucy got info on Bang on this lurk. So maybe just jiggling in this corner, trying to see if he can punish him if he walks up. Ooh. I think Boostio saw Jordan here.
May have. And if there was any doubts, it's confirmed now.
Poison's off.
The one place that they haven't really gotten any info is B. And I think by what they've seen so far, they've been able to deduce there's a whole lot of action.
What a good cage.
Coming mid. That cage is perfect. You're absolutely right.
No charges left.
With that mid control, Second understands he has to fall back here. Maybe he's going to try to get in his sight. And this is the perfect spot for a Sky to be.
I think one of the benefits is Sentinel's pace here is they've already gotten past some of the util.
30 seconds
EU
left.
playing on site, dropping Saucy.
Planted.
They got the spike down. That's
the timing.
Big, but how much more can they find? Bang sticks a barrel of the Sheriff into the ear of John QT, tries to survive the spam. Tuck around the corner, upgrades the weapon to 1v2, will not convert, as Sentinels will get to 9.
And he almost made it happen. That was clean.
Yeah, he did.
I like how he took his time on that last kill. A lot of players would just sit there and spam and the bullets would not connect. Showing some poise, but a 9-5 scoreline right now.
You take a look at that again. I think this is really where things start. This is where if you're 100 Thieves and you are going to attempt to come back, it really has to convert here. You can't afford to lose this round.
Yeah, but in that eco round, what they did was they were trying to feel the defense out of Sentinels, and they got to understand how the players rotated and what the setup was onto the actual site once they took mid control. So I'm wondering if we see a punish here on Sentinels.
They don't have much of a buy. It's a Guardian for 10s. It's the only rifle really to speak of.
Saucy dogging out A earlier in this, but mid control gathered from 100 Thieves.
Yeah. You see the setup too is so nice. As soon as the cam gets info, Zelsis has a better understanding of what's waiting on the other side. The trip there to protect him too. This is really aggressive. Oh. That was way too much for Bang to deal with. The question is, what do they do with that weapon? It seems like, yeah, Tense is going to get the Phantom. The Guardian goes in the hands of Saucy. Meanwhile, the rest of the hit is B.
He's just spraying and praying, trying to get any chip damage he can. And John's just going to give.
Again, this bonus would be huge if they can pull this off. Boostio's weak.
You did good.
They've gotten one step closer. Does not look like there's any challenge or any threat to Wingman, so he gets a spike down.
Look at this right here on the minimap. Sachi on the flank. When does he take his timing?
They've got him surrounded. They've got him corralled and controlled. EU playing anti. Zekin satcheling out. Ultimately falls, but confirming that there's someone hell. Meanwhile, again, the smoke keeping Saucy back.
Oh, Boostio's looking though. He's so aware.
He knows, but he was weak. He falls. A 2v2 now. Cryo's so weak. Asuna is too, but the snap is clean. Saucy left alone. Can he pull this off? He's gotten it down to 1. Switches weapons. Time is short. Does he have a smoke? Cryo's gonna clutch it out. 100 Thieves get to 6.
Woo. Costly and very, very close. Saucy maybe taking a little bit too much time there on the flank, but it's tough. You know, somebody could have been in B main that whole time. He was waiting for his team to make contact first and then proceeding to go forward.
Right.
And I think 100 Thieves did a really good job of Again, not allowing the retake to fully come through with the utility and disrupting it. They pushed into CT that allowed Crowd to flank and secure the round win. But that was costly.
A Bulldog for Bang, a Guardian for Boostio.
Yeah. Early mid default again.
They're trying to clear out that trip.
I think they heard it be placed earlier.
I think so too.
In the round. And they finally break it with a satchel. That leaves Asuna with no utility, and Bang gets caught out.
Again? Again in A-main?
What's important here is the timing of what happened. The last few rounds, Saucy has been using that dog just to get the info. This time, Zekin peeking behind it, punishing Bang.
Poison's off.
The only thing keeping Celsius away from the 4 remaining members of 100 Thieves right now is that smoke. And Zekin pounces at just the right time. The rocket just a little short, not connecting.
It's insane. And remember what I said that Asuna should have done on their defense. Zekin just did it. Gets the kill in A-main, rotates all the way back into B heaven. Gets another one.
Now playing down low. Looking to see if there's any head that he can take.
It's too good.
Spike down B.
It's too good.
You wouldn't believe it. He just landed yesterday. Between John QT and Zekin, they're running away with this thing. Sentinel's up to 10.
Again, the Forbidden Triangle set up on the B site. You have a guy in hell, a guy playing pillar, and a guy back site. Everyone can swing off of one another.
Dude, that's such a tough. I think you're right. It was Zekin pushing behind the dog.
Yeah.
That was just too much for Bang.
It's just a hard read play. And that's Sachi telling Zekin, yo, this guy's been walking up after the dog.
Yeah.
So even if he doesn't break it, just take the line and hold for him. And he gets the kill, instantly rotates to B heaven with the rocket for the speed up.
And this time you see an adjustment in the call. The 1-3-1 has been set aside for now, as it seems like they want to go a little bit faster B with the Nightfall.
Whoa.
And the Prowlers, they're trying to get some space. Saucy still gets a kill on Asuna. Tens is there to help. How much more can they do as Bang opens up the site, but Celsius is there. He's gonna drop them all. Celsius with 3, Sentinels with 11. They stand in the face of the punch. What a hold.
I feel like sometimes Celsius is surprised by himself. I see his own reaction to his own plays. And even he's like, oh my gosh. It's just easy for him sometimes.
These two right here.
Wow. And look at him, he looks surprised. Yeah. Okay, I'll take what I can get. And this is Sentinel's best map for a reason. I mean.
And again, they're starting to pull away with it, man.
Yeah. You might think you have the one up on them. You might have a good half against them, but they always seem to close it out on this map. And yeah, like we talked about how in Madrid, there was some shakiness in it, but they're so good at this map. They have so many reps on it that they can make adaptations like that and win. They're such a good team. That's why they're champions. The team to beat. 100 Thieves, you know, they looked really decent on the defensive side, but I'm not seeing too much value out of this Gecko pick in general, besides from that one trap play with the Molly. I feel like a lot of the utility has been broken by Sentinels, and when you have people that, you know, play aim labs the way Tens does, sometimes that Gecko flash doesn't really get much value at all.
Just one round one this half for 100 Thieves. That's just so tough. And again, that
was close too. It wasn't like it was like a
right. It wasn't
round.
You're absolutely right. And again, for 100 Thieves, that previous round was a different look. Right, they moved away from the 1-3-1 because that wasn't working. They tried to hard hit B with the Nightfall. That didn't work either.
This is something new. Early mid aggression from 100 Thieves into an A hit. But we have the trips here, and John's just ready for this. He's playing far back into screens. He's just going to spam off the trips. So if these are not broken, it's going to be disaster for 100 Thieves.
That's tough, too. Asuna doesn't have...
And this is a one-way cam.
Yeah,
they're going to see their feet before the cam is broken.
There it is.
Great trade, though, from Bang.
Destroyed.
Asuna falls, and the trips that you were referring to are still up in play.
And there's no nade to break him now, so This is going to be tough to walk into main here.
Lucio's got the utility ready. Sassy just respects it.
He's so good.
Wisely so.
He's so good.
They invested the Seekers here. That's a deep hit, too.
Wow.
Sassy gets caught by Thrash.
This is so good. It's planted for heaven, and they didn't have to go through A main at all.
Now the defense is kind of trapped. You can't really explore heaven. There's a lot of shot at this here. Cryo has a Phantom too.
Oh, the timing from Tyson.
That was really, I mean, that was their opportunity. Bang, picks it up, and it's instantly dropped again. It's beautiful from Sentinels.
I spoke about how this map is John's playground, and it looks like he got a second win. Came in tired. Came in through in a last-minute flight, 5 a.m.
Match point.
Yeah, it was business class, of course, you know, because that's how they roll. But, you know, it still sucks flying like that and having to show up for a match.
Yeah, John looks good. He continues to look good.
And just changes his setup. Now he's on the B site.
14-9.
Yeah.
Zekin's doing Zekin things.
I was literally about to say the exact same thing.
As this Sentinel squad hasn't slowed down.
Here's that mid-trip again. Not broken right away this time. Ooh.
First shot not connecting.
It's not broken at all. Did they not hear it this time?
This time it's Tyson. It's Tens, excuse me. You've messed up with my brain. Now I'm calling him Tyson. It's Tens who's here, and he's got Knob holding the line.
Are they ready for this?
Sassy's used his
footstep
dog.
was made.
He's still here. He still has the line.
He should be dialed in on this. He heard the footstep.
Tyson, Tens, with the up.
Tenzin?
You've destroyed me.
Boom!
Connects with two. Asuna there on the counter. The Cosmic Divide is going to throw things apart.
And this pace, the A-ramp re-clear, it's too fast. For 100 Thieves, and that mid-chip that wasn't broken should be the nail in the coffin.
A complete dismantling in the second half. 100 Thieves won one round. Absolute cinema. Sentinels destroy 100 Thieves.
Absolute cinema. You are correct. And they still look good. Man, do they look good. I saw an interview with them all, you know, saying, oh, we won. How are we going to be now as a team? Nah, we're still hungry. We want to win the championship. Yeah. And they're not letting off the gas. Yeah, that first map was a little bit close, right? But I think that was more so because 100 Thieves had a really great game plan going into it.
Oh, and also,
Cryo was going crazy.
Yeah, and Curry mentioned it, right? When they chatted with him, when Svick chatted with him, that's probably their weakest map. So if you manage to get through that, do your weakest map and still stay in it is impressive. And I think the other thing that I love that I'm seeing out of Sentinels, and you imagine Kaplan has a lot to do with this. They understand that Madrid was just an appetizer.
Yep.
I mean, it was the tiniest of morsels, and that's what's got them hungry.
They don't look like they skipped the beat at all.
No.
In this series, and the Sen bundle lives on another day.
Yeah, shout out Bundle. All the homies love Bundle.
Mr. Bundle. And you know, it says something when you allow one of your worst maps to go through. It's almost like they're using this as practice, which is kind of scary for me.
Yeah.
And if I was a VCT team that they have to play against, I'd be scared too, because if they're treating matches as practice, I mean, they're looking at the long run here. They are looking at champs. They want to make it all the way there. They want to hold the main trophy up.
But I think there are a lot of people who think, again, Madrid may have just been a flash in the pan, and, you know, there were a lot of teams that normally are there that weren't there, and, you know, kind of how that plays out, but it just seems like they haven't slowed down.
It's heartbreaking for 100 Thieves. Like, they just haven't had a win yet this year, but I think I saw a lot of promising things out of them, and I think that they can be a team that maybe goes for that 5th to 6th spot, maybe potentially, you know.
And potentially more. I think the upside is there. I think much like a couple of other rosters this year, it's going to take time.
It takes time no matter what.
Right? I think Bustio had big moments. Bang continues to develop into this role. We've seen him grow over these last couple of years. Cryo returned to Cryo, the Cryo that
he looked really good today, by the way.
Yeah.
He looked really good today.
His icebox was spectacular. I think ultimately you dance on a map that's yours, but then you step into the lion's den of Split, and that's a tough ask for really any team.
I mean, dude, if you're any team right now and you're allowing Split to go through, you better be absolutely ready and show us something crazy to pick it against, or to have it go through in the map pool against a team like Sen. Because they're just too good at the map. They've played it so many times, and you might think you can counter them, but they've gotten countered so many times. They have the counter to the counter to the counter.
Yeah,
it's
and then
nuts.
the counter after that.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're just too dialed in and rehearsed on a map like that. Don't let that go through anymore. I mean, I'm begging. I'm begging. I'm begging at this point.
13-6 on Split, a 2-0 series win for Sentinels. We're going to throw it down to Smix down at the stage for the Verizon post-match.
Thank you very much, Doug, and congratulations, Zelsis or Bundle, as you've recently been renamed. Our Masters Madrid champion standing here after a 2-0 victory over 100 Thieves. There's no question, being a champion is amazing, but that definitely means you immediately have a target on your back and the world of expectations of everyone just immediately expecting you to win every single game after that. So how good does it feel to kick off stage 1 with a win like this, 2-0?
I mean, it feels good, but we don't really care what everyone else thinks. We only care what we think. And I mean, we had a really huge team meeting after Madrid about like just staying composed, not getting complacent, not getting like an ego, and just like working hard, because that's how we got there. Obviously, this is like a first time for a lot of us being at the top. So, I mean, there's a saying like it's easier to get to the top than it is to stay there. So I hope we can stay there. But yeah, it's nice to get a win, but we're just treating it like every other match.
Indeed. Earlier when we spoke to Coach Kaplan, he said the same thing, that this is the first time he's been in this position, and it's great to hear that you had a team meeting about it. Personally, for yourself as a player who's also going through this, having reached the top and now having a very different challenge and trying to maintain that, how has that been for you with this new difficulty you're facing?
I mean, I expected to like kind of be a little butthead more after the win, but I mean, I'm kind of not. Like, I don't really feel a difference. I just want to play. I just want to compete and play, and like, obviously, like, this is like what it's about, right? Like the fans, the competing, everything, and also selling the Sentinels bundle. That is the main thing.
I was wondering when you were going to work that in.
Yeah, I was going to work that in. But yeah.
Amazing. And obviously we still have so many more games to look forward to from Sentinels, but also seeing as how you just took down 100 Thieves 2-0, I know Icebox was the one that got a little bit difficult, especially towards the end, but did pull out the win. How does 100 Thieves this time around feel facing them, especially seeing Cryo pop off the way that he did?
I mean, obviously our last series against them was a lot closer. It was 2-1. But then this series being 2-0, I mean, but you could tell they put in a lot of work. They put in a lot of time. I think first match for us was like a lot of jitters. I think we were, first match back, getting back. Obviously, John is jet lagged and like we weren't practicing with him. So we were kind of just adjusting. But shout out 100 Thieves, like this. Like you could tell they put in a lot of work, like just playing against them. So I'm glad like we got the early win, and like it kind of sucks. We're always playing each other our first match, so maybe Riot can change that for us and them. But yeah.
We'll see, but for now, congratulations again, Zelsis, as always. And for now, we are going to head to the desk with Golden Boy for the post-show breakdown.
Thank you so much, Smix and Bundle. Very great to hear from Bundle. But I am joined now by a person who has an actual name, Tens. Wait, well, no, it's not necessarily tracks. Still a gamer name, but, we'll just roll with it. Anyway, I'm a grown man, calls himself Golden Boy, so I guess I just got to deal with this. In any case, so, guys, Tens, congratulations, man, on a big win. I know that Zelsis said coming into this, you guys just looking at it as every other win, but it has to feel good to be able to pick up this win here today, opening matchup against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, certainly. We're just making sure that we're not complacent from the Madrid win. So we went into the matches just trying to give our best efforts. Obviously, practice wasn't optimal since John QT was kind of stuck in Morocco for a little bit, but luckily he was able to arrive just in time for the match. But overall, I think obviously not playing to our usual self, but I still think we're a really strong team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're one of the few players who's been there before, won a trophy, then kind of gone back with the hard task of having to stay on top. It didn't work out for that Sentinels then, but I want to ask, what did you learn from the previous edition of the roster, from being on top to then falling down and having to do it all over again? And maybe have you given any of that advice to your teammates now that you have a trophy and you're coming back into that same situation?
Yeah, I think overall it's mainly you have to stay up to date with the meta. You have to make sure you adapt. I think that's one thing that we didn't do previously on Sentinels before, and we kind of fell behind because of that. So I think adapting, making sure we're up to date, and obviously not getting complacent, like making sure we're grinding the same amount that we did before the event even, and just keeping up the hard work.
So does it feel like you guys are being successful at not being complacent and all that right now?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I want to ask about you specifically, how, like, I think in the offseason there was a lot of criticism levied your way. I want to know exactly what you feel like you've been working on the most and how that improvement path is right now in terms of your form. Because right now I think a lot of people are returning back to 10's GOAT status sort of thing. I want to see it from your perspective. I
think the play that I'm trying to bring a lot more now, or part of me that I was trying to focus on a lot more coming up to this season, was my supportive play style. And I do think it's very important to be able to support your teams for success. And I've always kept it in my mind that good players play well themselves, but great players will always make people around them play well too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that it goes to show. Yeah, that's actually quite a deep answer. I will give you your flowers on that one. By the way, I want to let everyone know, make sure you send your questions for 10s. We'll go ahead and hopefully get one or two of those out there before we close things off for the day. So now, you guys having won Madrid, you've felt that high, that moment. Is there really a cap? Do you feel like there's even more that this team can accomplish? Because it feels like even when the cards are stacked against you, which has happened a fair amount, you guys still find another gear, another opportunity. It's insane. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, I think definitely what we've shown so far this year is definitely a good stepping stone, but I do think that we can further keep improving, keep developing our map pool. I already think we have some really good and insane maps that we have in our back pocket that we like to rely on a lot. So I think just overall, the more we play, the more we get better, and I'm really excited just to see the future of what this team can bring. Are you having fun? Yeah. I am having fun, yeah. I am.
That's good. That's good.
How does it differ playing in kind of a format like Kickoff, like Madrid? You played 41 out of 45 maps you possibly could, back to back to back, no time to sleep.
Almost double the second most played.
Yeah, in Americas. How does that differ from now, week by week, one match, week off, you play again? How does the preparation, how does the approach of the team change now that you're in, honestly, a very different style for this Sentinels?
Yeah, I think the Kickoff format was actually pretty good for us because it was the start off of the season, start of a brand new team for us, and just being able to play so many matches made sure that we were able to kind of find a form and continue it onward.
Do you think that your team would have been able to win Masters if you didn't have to play all those games?
It's kind of hard to say. I do think that losing is a very important part of learning and improving. So I do think that taking some L's and being able to be in the lower bracket, playing more matches and experiencing more map losses kind of made us improve more as a team.
Yeah, I wanted to know, because obviously you guys have played the most, just an assessment of how the level was at Madrid without Fnatic, without some of the other top hitters, DRX, those sort of teams. And obviously in the future, we're going to have a lot more teams at these international events. What was the level like? Do you think it was actually at the top of the top? Is it going to have to be a lot better for you guys going into next Masters, Champions, that sort of things, if you can make it there?
Yeah. I definitely think the best teams qualify for the international tournaments, and I do think the path to the Madrid win was not easy for us, playing EMEA number 2, number 1 seed, then having to play Loud again, playing Gen G twice, APAC's number 1 seed, and then playing PaperX, number 2 seed of APAC. So it was definitely not an easy road to success.
Yeah, I can feel that, because that was a journey that you guys went through. But you got to do something pretty cool today. We got a Twitch chat question from a Kitty Catty Yumi. Sorry if I butchered your name. I apologize profusely. How does it feel to walk on stage with the trophy in hand? That was pretty cool.
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's kind of heavy, so...
Okay, so we got to work on those arms, buddy.
Yeah, I think I need to hit the gym or something. Jordan's been telling me something about that, so I think that's what has to happen.
I like that. Okay, hit up the gym with him. I think it'll work out for you guys. Okay, well, folks, we're going to be back here tomorrow with our last match of week 1, and it's going to be One whole matchup. That's right, because we're closing things out with Crew taking on Furia. That is going to be our last match of the week. And oh, did we not get the graphic out? You hate to see it, kids. Well, it's perfectly fine. In any case, though, folks, that's going to do it for us here today. Got the buzzer. That works out perfectly fine. Thank you so much for tuning in. Shout out to Tens. Appreciate you, brother. And congratulations on the win. Looking forward to the rest of the season. We'll, of course, catch you right here tomorrow for one match. Furia Crew. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Really stoked for this game today, Rib, because we have a debut of Icy now on the VCT stage, and at the same time taking the duelist role. Well, you have some changes from Leaf going to the Sentinels. We'll see today now if those changes will be the missing pieces for G2 to get the revenge against Evil Geniuses. One enemy finally gets the pick. A second one is just going to be a third, and he gets the ace!
One enemy remaining. Last. Copy killed.
Nor are the players. Last one in. Jonapi with the kill. A flawless round to give the series to G2 in a dominating fashion.
G2. With trophy in hand, the Sentinels are looking, I would even say, to maybe intimidate a little bit on the other side of the stage. 100 Thieves, you're coming out there, you holding the trophy, you know, it's kind of like holding it over someone's head.
Just in case 100 Thieves forgot that Sentinels won it all.
In case you don't know.
The counterpunch comes through at just the right moment. Austin now not able to get it to half. He's left alone. A 1v3 will not convert. Sentinels tie us at 10. So much about the prowess that is the Sentinels. Retake! A cryo with 4!
Remaining. Spike planted.
Fuzzo. Can Bang do it on his own? A 1v2? No! Saucy with 4 and Sentinels secure Icebox. I mean, we gotta give the people what they want, right? You gotta give them the turtle. There you go. How much more can they do as Bang opens up the side, but Celsius is there. He's Celsius with 3, Sentinels with 11. A complete dismantling in the second half. Needs 1-1 round. Absolute cinema. Sentinels destroy Hunted Thieves.
You were so happy just play like heavy numbers retakes, you know? Like back in what are you talking about? Did you watch the games? Person that's pressing the thing? If you've been pressing a thing?
I love it.